Hello everybody, welcome to this live stream where we are playing some games and sims and things. Hope everyone's good. It's going to be a very boring live stream. I just thought, let's live stream. Why not? Time to lean, time to live spleen. Live stream. Spleen. That's it. That is the story. Did you enjoy the story? Good story. I enjoyed that story. I need a cup of tea. Welcome along. Who will be first? All my browser tabs didn't load. What is going on here? Sim display. Why is everything reset? What's going on? Hello, King Carrot. Hello, Alan Murray. Can't complain. I can complain. I've had a really bad headache. So I'm going to complain. Complain about headache. Do you know what helps headaches? Playing racing simulators on giant monitors. That's great. Great idea. I'm full of good ideas. Right, there we go. YouTube's working. YouTube chat's working. I don't know if Twitch is working, but we'll see. Oh yeah, we need to do some beam. Oh, that's a good point. I need to get some beam B-roll. Is my camera in the right place? Mostly. I headbutted my camera. It's just a little bit wonky. Hello, Snowfox Gaming. How's it going? Oh dear. Last 3 days I felt like I've got a concussion. This happens to me. It's really weird. Still don't know what it is. Oh well. You're not falling for the title. It is out of focus, but we have it so small. Probably alright. Is everything working? 60 FPS? Yep. It's just slow on my display. Let's see if this all works. Oh yeah, it's not gonna work. There we go. See Evo force feedback. You tried to play. You can't believe I need licenses to rent cars. Licenses to rent cars in games. It's a simulator. Well, I don't mind that part myself because there's loads of. You can play AC if you just want to drive cars, so it doesn't really bother me. The licenses aren't hard. Yeah, they're still working on the physics though, the tyre model and everything. So early access, can't complain. Oh, here we are. I'm playing this for ages. Feels like there's some built-in damper on my wheel. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with Mimosa. To reset my wheelbase.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
I like how this car sounds. I like Alton Park. It's a good track. Yeah, it's one of the best tracks. Is the stream running smooth? My computer's been weird. Right. For some reason, the window's out. It's the... I think it's the... there's the old thing where... hang on, why is my game running at 300 FPS? What is going on? I don't know what's going on with Windows. I need to install new Windows. Steve Worrell. Hello, how's it going, man? How's everyone in the Worrell fam doing as well? Yeah, I think LMU's alright. I think you can have fun driving it. It's just R-Factor 2 with a little bit less slip slide, as Mitchie Hoyer puts it. It's nice and easy to drive. The cars are really forgiving. Yeah, the force feedback doesn't really describe what the cars are doing at the limit, but it's very drivable. It's very forgiving, as it should be. I need to bite the bullet and do the Windows 11 thing. I really don't want to. I hate installing Windows. What I'll do is buy a new SSD and completely do a full fresh PC install. Which means I have to then install everything. I can't be bothered. I just can't be bothered. Too much stuff I need to do and I haven't been working much recently. Install FreeBSD. The last 2 weeks, this month has been terrible for productivity. I mean, we've done a lot of videos early on. But then the flu that I got from Sim Formula Europe was really weird. Like 4 days in bed, and then a week of like weird chest infection, really weird chest infection. It wasn't painful, but I was just like mental amounts of mucus, which is insane. So that was just really weird, and then I got better from that, but then I've had like this like really bad fatigue, and aching and weird insomnia stuff, but actually sleeping. So I don't know. I do not know. I think we got AIDS from Sim Formula. I knew I shouldn't have slept. No, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but oh well. If you get through February, so weird. It was. I bet it was the guy on the train. So I'm gay. Guys, there was a guy on the train that was like, it was like a fast show character. It was so good. I mean, it was really annoying, but it was also hilarious. It's just, this guy wouldn't leave us alone on the train, and for no reason at all, he would keep just saying, so I'm gay. Like, what? Nobody cares. Nobody. Why? It's not even relevant. It'd be like, so I'm gay. What do you do for work? So I'm gay. Well, I'm having another beer. What are you telling us? 100% fast show character. Then he went on to accost. What did he get called? That woman, like a sugar mama or something. What on earth? Jesus Christ. The fellow, hello. How's it going? Yeah, Eurostar's the way to travel. You don't get situations like that on aeroplanes. But guys, it's time for me to reveal my new Hoover channel. I had some feedback from a member of the public, and I've decided to become a full-time Hoover YouTuber. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Oh well, I enjoyed it. Brussels MIDI, Steve. Oh my goodness. On the way back, I was with Kirith and his partner, and we walked around. We had like 2-3 hours before the train, and oh my god, it's literally Half-Life 2, but in real life. It's insane. It's actually insane. Like I like Europe, and I've been to quite a few places in Belgium. I quite like it, but Brussels MIDI is so bad. Like, it's genuinely shocking. It's genuinely, I mean, the weather didn't help. Maybe if it was a bit sunnier, it would be a bit better, but genuinely one of the most depressing places, like worse than Middlesbrough. And I really like Europe and European architecture and stuff, so a lot of the things that are there are things that I really like. But, like, you know, there's stuff that I'd be like, oh, that's really cool. So somehow it's actually more intimidating than Middlesbrough. But maybe the other parts of Brussels are alright. Why is my computer running really weird? I'm trying to load up OBS here, and it's having a right funny. There's loads of techno in Brussels and Belgium in general, Steve. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Okay, well, I was going to record some B-roll. I've just realised I don't have a camera set up, so that's a problem. Well, tell you what, we'll do this race, and then we'll set up a camera. That's me trying to be productive. You'd like to inquire about Tokyo Extreme Racer? The guys at Traction have done a good review video of it, actually. It's a very good review video. Guys at Traction are nice, actually. I've met them a few times. I'm happy that they've got secured jobs and stuff. They're good. The guys at Traction remind me of like 90s video game magazines, British video game magazine stuff for some reason. So I'm glad they're doing what they do. Yeah. So yeah, I like Belgium, generally speaking. Like, I quite like parts of Liège, and the coast is nice. I say the coast. The coast. You know, there's nice parts in Belgium. Been there quite a few times as a kid, and then qualify here. Yeah, no, but Brussels MIDI is so spectacularly bad. It is so awful. It's worse than Euston. It's worse than Euston Station. Maybe not at rush hour. Yeah, I like Spain. The thing is, there's lots of places in Europe that are quite run down. Lots of places in the UK that are quite run down. There's something special about Brussels MIDI where you feel like you're in Children of Men or something, or like at Half-Life 2. It feels threatening. It feels oppressively threatening. It feels like Brussels MIDI feels like you're in a dystopian science fiction movie. It's really, yeah, it's just really strange. It's a very strange. Well, I feel like the downfall of civilization is going to stem from the United States of America, to be honest, for some reason. Let's try not to get depressive. Let's try not to have a existential crisis at like 9 in the morning. Holy. I mean, Jesus Christ, guys, we're in trouble. I don't think we've probably got like a year, maybe like 8 months. We'll see what happens. Oh, what? Hello. Could have done with some more oversteer now. All right, go kick the ball in your kid's face. Well, the problem is, yeah, I think ignoring news that you can't act on is a good idea, but it's just constant, and I can't. The great thing with a lot of the American politics, I mean, same with UK, well, a lot of politics in general. Great thing with it is that you can just go, right, I don't need to listen to that because I know it's all BS. Like, do you know what I mean? It's actually quite handy when if you have someone that, like Boris Johnson, for example, everything he says is a lie or disingenuous or a half-truth, which is quite convenient because you're like, oh, I just don't need to listen to anything that person says. I don't even need to think about it. That's a great thing with people like that. I know, Motel. Don't worry about that. Those are fake. You don't think it's as bad as some outlets are making it to be? Eduardo, it's worse. It's genuinely terrible. Like I can't. Right, it's worse than any outlets making it out to be. Genuinely, I don't think you realise how serious it is. I don't think maybe a lot of people don't realise. It doesn't matter what your political views are. Like, let's say you were pro one thing or another thing. That's a whole separate issue. If you have the dismantling of an entire a dominant power structure in the world, whether or not they're good or bad or right or wrong, if you dismantle a giant power structure in a 2-month period, that has the problem. It's not to do with what's happening, it's to do with the time scale in which it happens. That's the problem. So normally you have like stupid governments, that's really common, but normally they have to go through like certain processes, right, to do stuff, which at least allows stuff to then mitigate or deal with the change. It allows business to deal with the change. It allows other countries to deal with the change. Basically, it doesn't. Yeah, so. I mean, some people might be pro-oligarchical fascism. So, or like, yeah, some people might want that. Fine, that's their political view. Oh dear. Ooh. These were terrible lap times, but we'll go with them.
Chicken flag.
Yeah, try and avoid. Can we not do brake bias in this car? It's fixed setup. Don't think does this car have a brake bias setting? Maybe it doesn't. Quite understeery. Controls. We've got it all bound. Let's see how this goes. Aha, right. Trying to get some B-roll whilst we're doing this. Nice. Let's see if this works. It'll be interesting. Tea or coffee? I could probably do with a coffee. I have both. Right. Griddle pan up. I need to get VSync working back again on this. Oh no, we do have brake bias. Let's put on 57. Let's say it's a bit weird for a car not to have brake bias settings.
The estimated SOF is 2,424.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Winter Torrent. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Man, I need to sort my wheel out.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
My computer sounds like a World War II air raid siren.
Everyone's gridded.
Oh, here we go.
Green flag, green flag. Right side.
Why don't you just turn into me? Are you insane? How can people be so blind? What? How do you turn into me there? What is wrong with people? Bloody hell, that was insane. He just... Welcome to iRacing. The official racing simulator for the blind. What? We didn't get any damage somehow. How on earth do you suddenly dart to the left there? What on earth? Oh well. Still going. Got wheels.
Car stop on the left. Go right.
I think he was just concentrating on the cars in front. Just completely unaware. Oh, thank you, Nico ACC. Thanks for subscribing. Hype Train. Beeja, welcome. Thanks for following. Morning, Craigs. We're catching the tail after being pump winkled. Ah. Not want us to go into that. Oh, please don't drive into me. I know you will.
Go right.
Yep. I knew he will. I knew he would. I knew it. I was like, right, I'm just going to pull right to the right because there's no chance that he won't just drive onto the racing line. TF1967, thanks for subscribing, really appreciate that.
Hi guys, morning seems good.
Hi guys, morning. Thank you very much. Okay, I do not need to brake that much for this. Hello, RG.
Car right.
I thought, oh, maybe we'd have a little bit of damage.
75 left position. Keep to the left. Clear.
Oh well. We're still going, that's what matters. Yeah, I think we definitely have a bit of damage here because it's just pulling away. I've seen some of the Valkyrie stuff. Yeah, it's a nice car. Oh, we're almost on the tail. By the end of the race, we'll be on the tail of the... Oh, dear. It's a great car track combo, this. This should just be iRacing. Thanks for the level 1 hype train, guys.
Car 1 is up the front.
Oh, there's going to be a crash in front for sure.
What the fuck?
There's definitely going to be a crash there. Oh, there he is in the wall. I knew that was going to happen. You don't have 4 cars go through that in an happy and end up with a happy situation. Oh, we're on the tail. I don't know how many laps we got left. Oh, maybe like 2. We might get some places back. Oh no! What? My sound's gone. Oh no. What is this? What? 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 What's going on? Oh, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. We went into a spatial time dilation rift. That's alright. All fine. Somehow did not crash. I want. I'd like to see what happened. Sorry, the car that I was on the inside of there, my whole computer just paused, and so I don't know what happened. Hopefully it didn't hit you. There's my Go XLR disconnected, and then that was interesting. Well, that's certainly a new way of race driving. No, it's the Go XLR. It's when the sound PC goes into as a fanny when the USBs disconnect and reconnect. I want to see the replay of that. That was weird. Yeah, we went through a wormhole. That was really weird. Yeah, we lost 9. Was it 9 minutes? I think I might. I need to resolder the Go XLR. It's a bit weird with its USB cable. It's a bit annoying thing with the Go XLR. It's a known issue. Need to resolder it. It's good that iRacing has in-game pausing though. It's a good feature. I think I need to.
Good race, team.
Yeah, my pedals need to be higher. Oh dear. Well, it's very interesting. VSync, remind me if I forget, guys. We need to get VSync working on here.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, because I headbutted my camera the other day. I accidentally headbutted it. I need to refocus it. It's better though, because then my exactly. My face looks less like a haggard, like an emaciated prune. Right. Why is my computer just crashed? What are you doing, NVIDIA? Computer's just burst into flames. Oh, that's good. Well, that's great. That's a good start to the day. Did Windows have an update and now Windows has decided to explode? I appreciate that, Windows. Ugh. What on earth? VSync reminder. New computer reminder. Bloody hell. Right. Might as well focus the camera. I'm gonna get a cup of tea whilst this reboots. Well, if it does reboot. Oh, there we go. Right, I'm getting a cup of tea. I'll be back in a second. we go. Got a tin of coffee. That'll make the computer run better. Oh dear. Let's have a look. I don't know why the computer's crashing either. What has Windows done? What's changed? There are some new drivers. Hello again. I can see that I'm live still. That's nice. It's good having a separate stream PC. Oh yeah, it's reset. It reset some Nvidia stuff. It's weird. Minus 100 iRacing. Hello, Lil Yulia. I don't know what this is. I don't know. Apparently, it's I get destroyed by my computer. The game. I'm used to this. Hello. Let's get some music back on. That was like a full-blown system crash. Full-on destruction there. Destruction derby of the PC. Could you ask a few? You can ask questions. I don't know if I'll answer them correctly though. I mean, it's a risky strategy. But yeah, sure, you can ask questions. I need to lift my pedal tray. My feet hurt. Bloody hell, my whole body hurts. Oh my, everything hurts. Everything hurts. If you've just tuned in, welcome to the old man complains about the body hurting. Everything's aching. My cup of tea will make it all better. We'll have the coffee first, actually. Jeez, can you imagine if I had a real job? Like if I was a coal miner, I'd be the first to die in a collapse of the roof. Is it worth getting it now? Yeah, why not? If you do like 3 or 4 races, you'll have got your value from it. Cheers, everyone. Oh. Right. I don't know what was causing the Windows to run. They're great for the environment. Oh my goodness. Right. Let's get iRacing back up here. It's a good track, that. Tweak some settings. How's everyone doing in chat? I can't show what I'm tweaking here. We have some top secret stuff going on. We're good. Well, that's good that you're good. Oh, you got one PC at the moment. You need a new one for the rig. Hang on, let's try and read this. Here we go. You just got myself a new rig. Congratulations. And you have one PC at the moment that needs a new one for the rig. Would an i9-12900K 4060 card? I personally, I would not get an Intel chip. I would get an AMD still. And if you're playing driving sims, you'd want one of the like X3D chips. And then the graphics card, you'd probably want at least a 4060 might be alright actually, but like generally like a 4070. So I'm not really up on the Intel chips. How much money are you spending? How much budget do you have? Basically, graphics card and CPU are the two things for driving sims. AMD X3D chip, and then whatever the best graphics card. Hello SMG Music. 1,300. So how much does a 4060 cost? I'd have to. There's like websites that list all the prices, part like PC Part Picker and stuff. You're better off building your own. It's not hard. It's really not difficult to make your own computer. Like even if you're really dumb, it really isn't that difficult. And it's well worth it because you save a fortune in not in the long run, basically, because you probably will upgrade something at some point. I need to do a partnership with a company for pre-builts, like a sim racing PC pre-built at different budget prices. Would be a good idea. Why's my head fluffed? What on earth is going on with my computer? It's got a mind of its own. Alright, let's try and... I've got to fix this, and we can have a look at computer parts. AMD graphics cards tend not to be as good as Nvidia, generally speaking, but maybe on the budget side there might be. But got 17 minutes to get the graphics working on here. Yeah, it's weird with PCs. I'm not sure it's because like my first computer was £800, which would be like, let's say that's £1,000 of today's money. It depends what you're doing, really. Like the problem, like if you have to do triple screen, triple 1080, it's not too bad. It's still that's 3640 by 1080 or something, which isn't too bad. Hello, Matt. I'd have to look at a PC, like a PC Parts website, to really see what's on the market now. But yeah, you could. I'm sure there's websites where you can type in your budget and it will just tell you what the best you can get for your budget is. I think PC Part Picker does that. Right. But I mean, a 4080 is a pretty high-end graphics card. Vertical sync should be on, but it's not. Right. To force it in Windows. Yeah, it depends what games you're going to play as well. Like if you're just playing iRacing and AC and what have you, then like if iRacing should run on a 1080 Ti triple screen perfectly fine. So we've always had the bangers. I can't remember how we got iRacing to work really nicely. Thanks for following.
His car is out of control.
Let's try this. Force it on in NVIDIA. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Matt said a good spec. Oh yeah, the Steam Deck's awesome. Basically, any game that's like a good game generally runs on a Steam Deck. Basically, anything that would run on a PS5 or like a certainly PS4, but like any sort of indie game. Yeah. The only thing with the Steam Deck I don't like are the touchpad things. I don't know why Valve are obsessed with them, because they're pointless. So it doesn't have like decent haptics. And the joystick positioning's a bit rubbish. But other than that, we're loading here. This is a low energy stream, guys. I mean, how cool did the PSP look, though? It was really heavy, and the ergonomics of the PSP was so bad. Like, have I got any Asian people in chat with like smaller hands? But I can't even imagine for them it would have been comfortable. Like it was horrendous. I couldn't even hold it for 5 minutes, and the joystick that didn't even move. It was like a flat joystick, but it looked cool, and the discs were cool. They were like mini discs. Then they did that the non-disc one. The Sony totally dropped the ball on it, because you had to get the memory cards with those super expensive ones that only Sony made. Is my computer cracked? No. What's going on here? Why is it stuck? Oh well. It's going to be one of those days, guys. Yeah, Sony. It was like Sony didn't actually care about the PSP, so they would just do these sort of half-arse releases on it. Yeah, mini disc players and stuff. The design of that era, 90s to 2000, sort of 2004, so 2000 to 2005, portable electronics were really nicely designed. Like just before MP3s came in, because you had like the late stage of, because the companies had got used to producing really elaborate. This is not working. They got used to producing really elaborate tape players and CD players. Oh, iRacing's not loading. But then when MP3 stuff came out, apart from like the iPod and the Zune jukebox, they were like really low quality. All right, let's try iRacing again. What is going on with my computer? No, I did like the grass in it. It's not really my type of game. It did look like it had nice grass in Kingdom Come. I'm not really into like story-based single-player games because I'd rather just I'd rather just watch a film. Do you know what I mean? If I'm playing a game, it's about the game mechanics. What is going on? Yeah, Doom Story's good. That's my kind of story. Man trapped in Mars. Okay, I might have to reboot again. So I might, do you know what? I'm gonna install new graphics drivers whilst this is happening. Whilst I need to reboot again because of iRacing, or God knows what's going on with my computer. Let's install new graphics drivers. Install. Here we go. So it was nice. It was nice for Windows to reset a bunch of settings with its last update. I don't know why it did that, but will ACC have nice? Well, it'll be a little bit better, yeah, but it's still DLSS. I personally, I just don't enjoy driving the ACC. I just find it dull. Find the physics and the force feedback in that just dull. It's GT3 cars as well. I mean, they're all right. It's like GT3's okay, like, but it's not something that I'd want to race for like hundreds of hours, because you just, in GT3 cars, they're big and heavy, so they're actually terrible race cars. They're good for endurance races, and they're good for noobs in real life. They're reliable, but they're really bad race cars if your goal is like car positioning, pedal precision. You know, they're just awful. But unfortunately, it's to do with marketing and branding, and yeah, it's a shame. Have any of you ever used NVIDIA Broadcast? Why would you use that and not just... Oh, I don't know. Just use OBS or something. Oh, it says on the... I'm not showing my screen at the moment, but it says RTX 5090. Game Changer 5090 costs you, what, £2,300? £2,300. You could buy a Skoda Citigo for that price. The paper launch GPU, yeah. Hello, Days of Blunder. Oh, my chicken's done. That's nice. Oh, installation finished. Okay. I'm just going to reboot. I'll have a reboot. Well, it is weird, the state of games, isn't it? Like, so you have all these companies pushing for like RTX and ray tracing and all this stuff, and then the games that have come out recently don't really look that much better than stuff that came out 10 years ago. Like, if every game now was to look as good as Battlefield 3 in 4K, you'd be like, oh, that's great, that's fine. Like, Battlefield 3, when did that come out? 2010, 11 or something? If you play that on a 4K screen, it's absolutely insane. Like, the textures are super crisp. The lighting's great, and it runs at a good frame rate and everything. It's fantastic. So, yeah, like, you've got all this thing of like, oh, you need to, buy this 600, 700, 1,000 pound graphics card. And it's like, but genuinely, why? Yeah, like, the game they've basically transferred the development cost of optimization onto the consumer by making the consumer have to buy these crazy expensive graphics cards. So it's just profiteering, basically, masked as something else. Yeah, it's profiteering. It's putting the cost onto the consumer rather than the business. And then there's always the elephant in the room that game mechanics are really what you're playing the game, right? Like, is the game actually fun to play? And the fact is, you have games on the N64 that were fun to play and more novel and interesting. Like Wet Tricks, or like just Mario, the Mario games. All this stuff. There's loads of games on the Nintendo Switch that look fantastic and they're fun to play. So there's loads of games on Steam as well. So then you end up with, like, okay, you have this is a market that exists. It's like partly the sim market, where people want, they want the crazy graphics cards for Cyberpunk, which I don't understand because that game's a bit rubbish, I think. I mean, it's not bad, but it's, it's not the best thing ever. Flight sims, driving sims and stuff, where it's like, okay, you always need more power for them. But, yeah, I don't know. Is The Last Garage the next new Last Hope? I don't know. I think who knows what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to 2D games, there's so many good games on the SNES, Super Nintendo. Let's get the music back on here. Yeah, it's a shame, but I mean, it's all right because it looks like America's going to have a civil war, and then and then it looks like the far right's taking over Europe, and then it looks like we're probably going to have like some kind of neo-fascist feudalism take place. So it doesn't really matter on the grand scheme of things. Really, graphics cards are the last of our worries. So on a positive note, God damn, why do I keep injecting these streams with positivity? Well, it's not going to be. It's not going to be a fun civil war. It's just going to be constant propaganda, and it'll be terrible. Like, it'll just be pointless death. Humans are really good at pointless death. It's basically like a hobby of humans. It's like, right, how can we pointlessly murder each other? Oh, it's a new decade. What can we do to murder each other this decade in a pointless way that could have been resolved through a bit of discussion? You guys are a different skin colour. Death to you. You guys have a different religion. Death to you. You speak funny. Death to you. You have a piece of land that I claim is my land. Death. Well, I think I am better than you. Death. You... People are so I hate humanity. So dumb. Oh, we could all get along. No! Death! But the world is kind of trying to kill us. No! We'll kill each other. Why not? Surely it'd be better. Surely it would be better to, like, I don't know, try and make the world better and harness nature. No! Kill each other! Don't be silly. You have more hair. Death! Oh, humans are so dumb. We're not evolved. We're done. We're dumb and done. I've lost. I didn't have any faith in humanity, so I can't really say I lost it, but I have. I've lost the faith that I didn't have. We have lots of data to suggest that we're heating up the environment in a way that will kill millions of people. Well, I don't like those people. It's fine. Focus on something else. Okay. You like iRacing? Death! I mean, what can you do? Once you've got, like, billions of pounds, what else do you do? Think about it. What's the most... You get bored of stuff and you're like, well, what's the ultimate thing you can do? Well, murder people, right? So that's what they all end up doing. That's why it happens, because these billionaires, they get bored. Your normal person would be like, oh, I've got 500 million pounds. Okay, great. That's that. I'm bored of making money now. I'm bored of having power over people, because it's like, why do I even want it in the first place? That's a normal person would just be like, oh, I might as well. I don't live long. I might as well make my life good and better for other people. You know, it's a normal person. But like a billionaire would be like, I need more. I need more. Who can I kill? Ha ha ha! And then all the peasants are like, I trust that man. He's got billions. Seems like a good person. How else would he have got billions? Surely by being a nice person and looking after people. Couldn't be through any forms of corruption whatsoever. That's a ridiculous idea. I trust you with everything. If only there were multiple historical examples of billionaires destroying the planet and people around them. Fortunately, there are none. And history has told us that things are fine when there's massive amounts of wealth inequality. Well, there you go. That is life. What can you do? The real content. Debatable. Oh dear, why does my monitor keep turning off? That's not good. It's not a good sign. Right, let's see if this works this time. See what happens. Cheerful morning continues. Jimbo Life is Matt Malone. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're born and you exist, so you've got to make the most of it, haven't you? Just laugh at the stupid stuff. Let's see if the sim loads this time. Tomatoes for eyes. iRacing has been loading really slowly. I think my computer's absolutely wrecked. Oh, hello. Decon, thank you. Look at those moves. I need to learn how to dance like that. If I could dance like that. Just think how sexy you... I mean, look at that. That guy's got 2 women. Just from that dance alone. I could wear a leotard. I've never worn a leotard.
Car is out of control.
I'd like to wear a leotard. Thanks for the raid. Welcome along, guys. Do I know you? I can't see your icon or your name, so unfortunately I'm visual, so I can't remember names. But thank you for raiding. Let's really appreciate it. At the moment we're just testing some stuff out, driving Drift Chobogan. Chobogan. He doesn't like a Chobogan. Was it Chobogan? Is this Australian? Like a bogan? Is that racist? I haven't just said an racist Australian thing, have I? Bogan's like a chav, right? I'm going to be really careful because I see like Australians say stuff and then I don't know what the words mean. And it turns out it's something deeply offensive, but I didn't know. Bogan's just a chav, I'm pretty sure. You're not Australian. Oh, but you've just accidentally called yourself a chav. Wearing a leotard would be an unusual thing to add to your bucket list. I'm going to do it. Well, I need to get into shape and then I can wear a leotard in my live streams. I totally would. If I was sexy, I'd wear a leotard. Okay, V-Sync's working now, but I know, it might be okay. A little bit of... Leotard for the 100k. Yeah, no, I need to lose weight. I don't really care to be like muscular or anything. Like, I don't really care how I look, but just out of interest, because I've been slim before, but I don't really. I just think you'd be interested. I always eat too many biscuits though to get slim. I think with like muscles it'd be interesting. Like most people I know that get muscular, like they want to. Well, first of all they do like steroids and stuff. I don't want to do that. But they want to be muscular, right? So like they enjoy the whole working out because they like how they look. So it motivates them because they're like, oh, I want to have muscles. They see progress, but like personally, I don't really care. So, do you know what I mean? It's like how I am with sim racing. Like I don't really care if I'm good or bad at it. I just care if am I having fun in the moment or is there something funny about it? If there's something funny about it, I'll be like, oh, that's enjoyable. Yeah, well, because everyone has abs, they're just underneath fat. I know I have good leg muscles. Weirdly, bizarrely, I actually have like chonkers leg muscles. Because I used to do a lot of cycling and then a lot of skating and stuff, and I do a lot of walking. And then I think genetically, always just have big leg muscles. Really weirdly. So, I guess that's what most people struggle with, isn't it? That like getting decent sized leg muscles. So, well, that's our part. It'd be upper body strength on me is terrible. Oh, it's just fat. Oh no. Now my fat is all on my stomach. Oh, I need to get my chicken out of the oven. Well, this is working. This seems to all be working now. That's good. Frame rate's much better. A little bit of micro stutter, but not too bad. I do. I've been, yeah, I've been putting cheese on them. But yeah, air fried broccoli and beans is what I like it. I'm not eating it for a diet. It just tastes nice. Oh, let's get my chicken here. I'm back in a second. Alright, now I had some cereal for breakfast. I've been up since 6 in the morning. Ah, pancakes alright. It's cooked alright actually. I put some oil on it. Bit dry. Overcooked it a bit much, but chicken breast with some just some oil, olive oil, and some pepper and salt on it. Pretty good. I have Google. Oh, Steve has. Arthur, yeah. Well, I've just cooked stuff in the air fryer, so once you learn the time, it's the same all the time. Those Bluetooth thermometers are really good if you do grills and stuff and you want to leave it. Like they say you've got like you're having a party or something, which I don't ever have parties because I'm antisocial. But let's say you have an outdoors barbecue and you want to leave it and set an alarm when it gets to a temperature inside, they're really good. how many subscribers and watchers do you need to make to make 1,000 a month? What do you mean, like 1,000 from YouTube? Well, so a YouTube video generally, the problem is you don't make money from ad revenue. I think you could make £1,000 a month. I think if you had 40,000 subscribers, it's hard. You can't really you can't lay it out because, right? If you think it, so if you're doing YouTube as a business, right? YouTube as a business, you make money by contacting companies and going, "Would you like to sponsor me?" or like reviewing hardware and having affiliate links. That makes way more money than ad revenue. So normally YouTube ad revenue is between $1 to $3 per 1,000 views. But the thing is, if you had a YouTube channel in a niche, so for example, someone in my position, I could probably go to a wheel manufacturer and say, "Oh guys, I'd like to do an exclusive deal with you." Well, you can make a lot of money doing that. I don't want to say exact figures because it'd be unfair for other people, but like you can make a lot of money. So it's really hard with different YouTube niches. It's really hard to say how many subscribers equal £1,000 a month on YouTube. I would say, though, generally speaking, if you're talking about a niche where it's older viewers, so like sim racing, flight sims, I don't know, there's probably a whole bunch of stuff where it's people that your average viewer is probably 25 or older. I would say yeah, you probably need about 50,000 subscribers, and then you need to, like, as I say, like 1,000 views on a YouTube video for that type of audience. In terms of YouTube ad revenue directly, you're talking about $1 to $3 per 1,000 views. But it varies so much. It's hard to say. Like I've had videos. I've had videos that have made like $10 per 1,000 views just because it happened to get like appeal to a certain expensive advert, and then other videos where they get like 50 cents per 1,000 views. So also, subscribers don't necessarily mean views. So the key metric for a YouTube channel would be what's the average view per uploaded video, and then also what's the audience engagement per uploaded video. If that makes sense. So you'll see there's YouTube channels that they might have good views, right? Like let's say they play console games or something, they might have like 30,000 views per video or something, but they might not make much money from that at all. And then you can have other channels, they might only have like 5,000 views a video, but then people might be watching those videos all the way through. They might then have affiliate links in it. They might be making a fortune. Well, not a fortune, but a good amount of money. Hello, filing account. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, a comment. So you have like genuine engagement. You could just have like random comments that are just noise, but those are obviously not engaged viewers. So you notice this with different audiences and different audiences that, yeah, it's just you can have channels where people have like a lot of subscribers but not many views. Or you can have channels where they seem like they're a really big channel, but actually they're not they're not necessarily relevant in this particular space. Do you know what I mean? You can have smaller channels that have more influence, so it's not as clear cut. Because YouTube is just one, like the video output or live stream output is just one part of it. Well, so that's a good example as well. For example, so if you could be quite big on Twitch, like you could have 300 to 500 live viewers on Twitch, which is quite reasonable. That's hard to get to. It's really impressive. You could be doing really well on Twitch, but you don't have any YouTube presence. You're not outside of anything else, so you're only on Twitch. So even though from a Twitch perspective that's really good, it's, you know, the person can still be very successful. If you've got 300 live viewers on Twitch all the time, you're probably doing all right. But again, it's not like it's not clear cut as to what's more or less successful, or, you know, it's just different things all the time. Hello, Thomas. George, look, you've got a star. Do you like it? Do you like your star? Did you like my idea? Do you think I haven't published it? Like, filing account's got a star as well. It looks like primary school. Yeah, I won't tell people my amazing idea. It's a pretty good idea, isn't it? Now everyone wants to know what the idea is. It's genius. It's the most simple idea ever. I need to find someone to test it out. Genius! But we can't tell anyone, it's secret. What's with the stars? I just, for people that have spent even longer subscribing to us. Morning, Dave. Doesn't the title describe all your streams? Look, that might be the case. That might be true, but every stream should just be called that. Antoine Jacket Potato. Do you know my Wreckfest video? Every day I get comments on that video from people that are taking it literally. Every day I get a notification and I see a comment, and the comment will be like, I can't believe you'd put people off this game. Sim Racers, you know, it's obviously not a sim racing title. And I'm just like, how obvious does sarcasm have to be to accommodate, like, how on earth do some people get through life? Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's not like, I can understand how someone could be fooled for like an Onion article, or like be like, oh, Between Two Ferns is like not, you know, it's real or something. I could see, especially if you're not native English speaker, 100%. But even then, these are the type of people that vote for Elon Musk to be president. You better stop being sarcastic. You'll start World War III. It's already started, it's fine. It's not my fault. No, you can have autism and understand sarcasm, though. Because like, let's say someone's sort of autistic by the class, like how people say or people are autistic. So they take things very literally because they don't pick up on the sort of subtext social cues. However, in a video, when facts are presented that are obviously contradictory, so the way this is what I think, Antoine, for sure, it's difficult to pick up like I find it hard to understand Dutch sarcasm, but that's because they're being sarcastic about stuff so sarcasm is hard to detect if someone's being sarcastic about something that doesn't really, there's no sarcasm around it really, or it's not even a joke there or whatever. But if someone is being sarcastic in a way, if someone is saying something that is so stupendously the opposite to the reality, it's hard, like you'd have to interpret it as sarcasm. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if you're not someone that can detect sarcasm, because you'd be like, it's either not true or it's sarcasm. So you go, oh well, it's, why would someone say something that's so obviously not that? It would be like someone gets into a bullet train in Japan and they go, and it's the fastest train in the world or something, right? And they're sat on it and they say, thought it'd be faster than this. Or do you know I don't know, like a nuclear warhead goes off and like the whole sky is filled with like an explosion and it's mental, everything's like glowing, it's like, oh my god, biggest, most spectacular thing ever, and someone goes, bit anticlimactic really. you'd be like well, or like it's a really hot sunny day, everyone's got their shirts off and they're all sweating, everyone's got sunburn, and someone goes, I thought it'd be warmer. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's degrees of sarcasm. The reason why Dutch sarcasm is hard to understand is because they will be sarcastic about stuff that doesn't make any sense whatsoever to be sarcastic about. No, I know, right. Yes, I don't know why this is hard to understand. There are degrees of sarcasm, right? Yes, some people will detect sarcasm better than others. I think the problem is, if someone doesn't have very basic critical thinking skills, they don't interpret the information that's being said in a sentence. So what they're latching onto is their perceived subtext of what's being presented. And often, if something has sarcasm in it, the subtext that they receive is going to be them taking it literally, because they're not actually listening to the information. That's the problem. They're not being critical. So for sarcasm to work, you need people to actually be a little bit critical of how they perceive information. So it's not to do with autism, it's to do with people being dumb. Exactly, virtual reality motorsports. Yeah, I mean, it's not their fault they're stupid. They're just not educated, or like, you know. I mean, so I think it's totally fair to miss sarcasm. I miss loads of sarcasm all the time. Or don't get jokes. That's fine. It's just there's, you know, there's degrees of it where you're like, well, hang on, at what point? But there's a difference between missing sarcasm, that's one thing, and then forming an argument that's completely incorrect separate to that. That's another thing. Like, to not get something and then use that as a like a launch platform for some other completely arbitrary view. That's the whole thing. Because like it's very easy to not get a joke. Like again, like I miss loads of stuff. I'm a bit dumb, so you know not understanding stuff is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with not understanding things. The problem is if you don't understand something and then you use that misunderstanding as like a base your whole thing on. I think sarcasm is probably the lowest form of wit, to be honest. Which is why I use it. Well, this is another thing. So there's degrees of sarcasm as well. There's like just saying the opposite to something. That is one type of sarcasm. Pretending to be the opposite of something to endorse it sarcastically, that's another form of sarcasm. But then there's like degrees of it. I think a lot of people will just be like, they just think sarcasm it's the opposite. Right, mate? Because I mean, you could say all humour is sarcastic. Like, it's not literal. That's the point. Like that exactly, virtual reality motorsport. Yeah, there's a whole swathe of people that can't understand. So some people have a preconceived notion that everything is entirely literal. But weirdly they don't. It's kind of, there's a cognitive dissonance there because they do agree that there is subjectivity to stuff. They can't. Some people can't accept abstraction. Basically, forget sim racing and force feedback. So some people struggle with abstraction, and it's abstraction from what they're not abstraction from reality. It's abstraction from their reality. So, which is ironic because everything is actually quite abstract from your own personal subjective viewpoint. Like the human brain constructs reality in a very abstract way. That's just like, it's like how large language models work. It's how the brain constructs a reality through comparison, which is obviously going to be massively flawed. And also you only have eyes, ears, you're so limited that it is fundamentally an abstraction of reality. So it's kind of weird that people inherently don't seem to understand that when it comes to, well, if that's an abstraction and that's kind of arbitrary just by what you've evolved, why can't other abstractions be equally as valid if they've got utility? But I guess maybe that just requires too much too much sort of thinking. Well, it's weird. It's weird that because magic has existed for so long, you'd think you'd show someone magic and you go, well, look, clearly that's a magic trick. There's a magician. He told you it's a trick. He can show you the trick, and so you'd be like, oh yeah, obviously we're not perceiving things literally. Jan, it's not really philosophy here. GCSE level philosophy. Pastor, yeah, no. So there's different conversations going on here. So there's cultural. So when it comes to sarcasm, there's cultural norms of sarcasm and degrees of sarcasm that would be expected, and cultural norms of expectation of degrees of sarcasm and expectation of sarcasm depending on if someone is being serious or not serious and what context the communication is taking place in. So that's all like cultural based. So if you're like talking to like Dutch people, for example, everything is sarcasm apparently. Like it's all sarcastic. So you're like, oh, that's just the norm, right? Whereas if you go to some countries, like maybe some Germans or like certain places, it's really not normal to be sarcastic at all. Or if you are going to be sarcastic, it's in very specific contexts. And then if you're in like a comedy club, you're like, oh, well, everything is, the goal is for humour. Everything is open to be non-literal, so, but there's so different cultures will have different expectations for that. And then obviously if you speak languages as a first or second language, it's going to be hard to detect. And you might have to know those cultures. Raiders. Yeah, no, I know. I speak to people that work at Kunos. And they hate me. But as I say, I would say if you're relatively critical, you form reality based off the quantitative points, or like any conversation. No, my Go XLR is absolutely wrecked. It's so. I'm gonna need to restart this. Yeah, I need to resolder my Go XLR. It's really annoying. No, so a lot of people are so confused about the force feedback. I don't know why it's hard to. I don't know why they struggle. I don't know why they create. People create these like bizarre narratives. So, right, AC, ACC, and Evo all use the same force feedback code in terms of the code that takes the force feedback, sends it to your wheel or whatever, right? None of them have like, what is going on here? None of them have like random special stuff. It's just steering rack, right? If you turn off, as long as you don't turn. There's some extra things you can put in an AC, but nobody uses them. What is going on? Why is this messed up? So. But that's all beside the point. Oh dear, why is this messed up? That's all beside the point. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how force feedback is generated. It doesn't matter. It's like all that matters is, can you feel what the car's doing in the game? So it doesn't matter if AC1 used completely arbitrary force feedback or ACC used whatever. It doesn't matter if the force feedback's generated from the tyre model. It doesn't matter. So it's really weird. You have like random people that don't understand stuff that are like, oh, AC1 has all these effects and everything, and it doesn't. You then have Stefano taking that conversation going, oh, why are you all claiming that there's effects in it when there isn't? It's all from the thing. Again, but it's ignoring the crux of the point that I've been making for 20 years. That it doesn't matter how it's generated. You just need to be able to feel what the car's doing. I don't care if it's fake, real, generated from the tyres, generated from the steering rack. Doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant. All that matters is, can you feel what the car's doing? Or, in this case, does my sound work? And it's coming back eventually, maybe. Okay. Oh dear, I don't know what's going on here. Why is this so messed up? Well, let's hope it doesn't. Let's just not touch anything. Let's just hope it doesn't work in the race, or doesn't break in the race. Is the force feedback dependent? Well, it is. Yeah, no, it is in. So the reason, right? This is what's really funny with Evo, right? The reason the force feedback in Evo feels the way it does and ACC is because of the tyre model in those simulators, right? It's relaying the physics through the force feedback. The reason the force feedback feels terrible in those simulators is because the physics are terrible. Like, well, on two levels you could go, well, so the tyre models are more peaky, so everything is having to happen in a smaller space in terms of the dynamic range to describe what the tyres are doing, right? And it could just be the reality that when you account for like USB delay and God knows what else is going on, when you compress stuff into such a tight range, you can't actually get the information to wheelbases that's of use to drive from. But separate to that, if you have a situation where the tyres maintain the same amount of grip, they're not going to. Nothing's changing to send it to the force feedback if you are taking the force feedback from the steering rack and the tyres, right? As opposed to like rotational forces or something else. So in the case, this is where it gets confusing. In the case of ACC having the same force feedback as AC1 and Evo having the same force feedback code is from the steering rack or whatever, it could just be that you change the tyres, you make things more peaky, maybe you have different tyre data and different information, so there's less dynamic range to what's going on with the tyres. Well, in that case, if in that scenario, that lower dynamic range means that you're no longer getting information that's useful for driving the car through the force feedback, a developer then has to go, well, we can't use the steering rack for force feedback if our goal is to tell the player what the car's doing, which you'd think would be the goal. So this is the whole thing of like, this is why it's so stupid. Like Aris's argument, and I like Aris, I talked a lot. When I was complaining about ACC, Aris would go, oh, it's because your steering rack's too fast. And it's like, no, I've done that but to offset the fact that there's no feel. So I'm trying to use the suspension compression range as a reference falsely to then drive the car. So I'm trying to make the most out of what is there in an incorrect way to make it actually work for me. But then Aris would say, what you need to do is you can change the caster settings and that'll make the behavior be different, and then that'll make the force feedback wider. And it's like, no, that's not actually the solution. You haven't actually increased the actual pertinent dynamic range for what the actual tyres are doing. All you've done is elongated the lack of information that's there, like you've drawn it out, but it's just like a low information that's drawn out is as useful as low information that's compressed. I do not understand why this is hard for like even developers to seemingly understand these concepts. It's really weird to me that people just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to understand this stuff. Even developers. So anyway, if your force feedback is generated from the steering column, then yeah, obviously changes in the tyres and how the tyres affect the steering rack will obviously affect the force feedback, and certain tyres and tyre parameters will give more detail than others. No one disputes that. That's why LMU, for example, when they reduced the slip slide, that massively reduced force feedback detail. But ironically, R Factor 2 doesn't actually have that much force feedback detail. It's mostly just the suspension compression is really over the top in R Factor 2. And then people think that that is force feedback detail for the tyres. It's not, it's just the suspension compression. So, it's so dumb, right? I don't know why so few people seem to understand this. Oh, fuck. Well, this Go XLR is bollocks. And, okay, we're back after everyone's driven through us with no sound. I need to fix my Go XLR. This USB port thing is absolutely wrecking us. Oh, great. Another pause. When the USB disconnects, it pauses the whole computer, which is really weird. You'd have thought Windows would be better designed to deal with USB disconnect. Well, let's see what happens here. Well. Great. I guess we're just going to wait here until it reconnects. Ah. Fantastic. Thanks, Go XLR. Should we re-solder it? I don't know where my soldering iron is. Well, there's nothing we can do. The whole computer's paused. Well, iRacing's paused. Car must be stopped. It is stopped. I mean, what do we do? No. Oh, no, it's coming back. It's coming back. Ah! Get ready. And we're back. Oh, no, he's going to hit the wall. Let's turn right. Okay, disconnected. Computer says no. Okay.
Control scoring is ended.
Okay. There we go. That was a good race. Connection dropped. There we go. Okay, we need to fix this USB issue. Go XLR. Beep. Ah, dear. Well, it's alright. Why does it only do it with iRacing on there? That's weird. I don't know what other than resoldering it, I don't know what to do. It's weird that iRacing causes it to do it though. It's not like it's just the port. Let's try rejoining this, see what happens. It seems that iRacing is triggering it though. Which is weird. Could just be the rumble of my wheel though. So anyway, yeah, the force feedback thing. So with Evo, as they change the tyre model, add stuff to it, tweak it, tinker with it, it will obviously affect the force feedback. Obviously, when it comes to like their road tyres and stuff, it will have, those tyres will have more progressive force feedback than some racing slicks will do, because of the nature of those tyres. They might have more flex on them, and so that will give you more dynamics. Unfortunately, like you might, and what could quite likely happen is like what you see with LMU, certain slick tyres on cars that are absolute tanks like GT3 cars, they're not going to have much dynamics to their force feedback because there's not much dynamics going through the tyres, which is that's why they feel like crap in iRacing and LMU, right? As a result, a developer should like plug in a few of their brain cells and go, some people use their £4,000 steering wheels? Or should we keep things literal so they can't feel anything? No, I don't know. I don't. It's one of the things. It's like one of the dumbest things ever. Like, it can't be that hard to understand. And the irony is, back in the 90s, developers understood this. Like, force feedback joysticks had loads of different options on them. The different games have options on them. Project Cars 2 allows you to fully customize the force feedback because people have different equipment. Also, like, right, it gets even more ridiculous if you think of the fact that some people are playing on like a G25 or a Momo Black or some like really budget wheel, right? Well, how are they going to get anything through their those wheels if the sim puts out virtually nothing? Like, the force feedback would obviously need to be processed and rescaled and like tweaked to maximize the limitations of those pieces of equipment, right? Fortunately for developers, most sim racers are absolutely brain dead, and if you have really aggressive self-aligning torque in the force feedback that stops them spinning, which is the hard part of driving for new drivers, and people with a G25 are probably new to sim racing. If it has really aggressive, like left and right tugging for the rear, and then when you brake it goes, they're like, and you've got vibrations, they're like, oh my god, it's so immersive, because they don't know any better yet, and they think that's the most important part of force feedback. So that helps developers get away with shit force feedback. Oh wow. And then, yeah, we don't, you know. Also, like, let's say you've got realistic physics in a sim and the tyres are more peaky, and that is more realistic, fine. If by the time you get into a simulator, the cars then cannot be driven properly because everything's like binary in a simulator where you don't have feel, surely that's less realistic again. Like, even... You can even make an argument. I know a sim developer, their goal is to make a realistic sim, so they're trying to use data and they're trying to make a simulator, right? Fine. But you can make an argument that even the physics could actually be, you could end up with more realistic driving and more realistic encapsulation of what it is to drive and race with less realistic physics. Well, for example, in many ways, Gran Turismo 7 physics are arguably more realistic than iRacing's in some ways. And I've spoken to real-world drivers that you will know that would prefer iRacing, prefer Gran Turismo over iRacing for those reasons. I mean, obviously there's just differences as well, but... Anyway. It's all too complicated for most people to care about, I think. The problem with GT7 is more that it is more one of it being very understeery, whatever you do. I would have... What I find strange with GT7 is it would make more sense for it to just be controllably slidey like AMS2, because that'd be much more accommodating. So it's kind of surprising that it's quite abrupt, but then abrupt in an understeery direction. I mean, I don't know what to do about this USB issue if it keeps happening. Other than soldering the Go XLR. I might take the Go XLR off my sim rig, and at least that way it's not going to be vibrated by my wheel. Your rig is made of things that are fan and skip. Well, yeah, I mean, I used G25 for years on a table I made out of banisters. The old table would wobble when I drove. Like a motion rig table. It's pretty good, actually. Hello, Tayson.
White flag, one more left to go.
Well, that's it. That's what I think, Weight Rider. Like, the being able to feel what the car is doing is more important than the degree of realism of the tyres. Because you could actually have the most realistic tyre model in existence, but if you can't feel what it's doing, it's irrelevant, isn't it? Really? Not for actual driving. I really don't understand why that's a difficult concept for people to understand. Like, that's the importance of force feedback. Otherwise, you might as well just be driving a remote control car simulator, which is fine, but... Oh, wow. Yeah, and I'm not saying that good physics are bad if the force feedback's good. The point is, if you can't feel what the tyres are doing, you can't feel those good physics, therefore you can't actually drive properly with them. So, both go hand in hand. Like, it would be like, oh, we've got the best tyre model. You can't though, Uhtred, because you'd have already gone past the productive limit of grip once it's visually moved. So that's why visual driving doesn't work and it turns into rote memorization. No, you can't. You've just memorized. What you've done is you've memorized preemptive driving. So that's a different thing. That's not. So this is another misconception with visual driving, is the whole thing of, you know, well, you know, I'm just driving visuals. It's like, well, no, because you've already gone over the limit, Uhtred. If the car has visually understeered, you've already got onto the tyre. You're already going past the limit. If something's visually happened, you've already applied more force in a whole bunch of situations than would be the productive limit. So it's like, yeah, if you could have the best sim in the world, but if you have a monitor, you can't see it at all. So it's even worse. No, Rax, that's not true. So audio will tell you what the car's doing. Sure, force feedback can tell you better than audio. The problem is you probably never played a sim with good force feedback, so you probably don't know. The difference would be is that it's very hard to balance based off a sound, like an audio sound. The audio will only reflect what's currently happening. And yeah, the braking, the tyre skid sound thing is an iRacing thing. So I'm not saying you don't use audio, but audio is analogous to a vibration. The crucial thing with force feedback is a range of force that's very quickly able to go from one degree to another degree with high resolution, like haptics, and it uses a different part of your brain. It's a different skill set. I know, Jenna, I literally just said that there's tyre flex visually that you might be able to see. However, you get like the degree of information you would get through force feedback of a range of forces relative to visuals. Also, you can be in quite large slides that are productive in some cases and not productive in others, and the only way you would know would be through the feel of the actual forces on you, not through the visuals. No, so the difference with force feedback and audio as well is you have a range of forces. So even if force feedback was slightly delayed, it's not actually delayed because you can feel what's happening before it moves, before something really happens, because you've got a range of force there. So it's like if you're on a bicycle or you're stood up and someone starts tilting you over, well, you know how to counteract that. You know how to balance that. The problem is people just don't have the language, or like they haven't thought about it. So people have thought about music, they've thought about visuals. Most people have not thought about balance, loads, and haptics. So it's pretty hard to have the conversation because people just haven't thought about it enough. I'm not set, but the thing is, all these things come together. Like visuals is a part of it, audio is a part of it. They're all different parts, but it's just really arbitrary for people to exclude feel. it's like, oh yeah, we'll just exclude the monitor, turn the screen off because we'll just have force feedback. You'd be like, hang on a minute, I kind of need the visuals for other aspects of car positioning or other components. Hello Ellis Jones, how's it going, man? I'm using a Go XLR which keeps breaking. No, so I've just explained stuff like 10 times. Right, and yeah, the force feedback joystick with flight sims is a really good example of like how I'm alright, Ellis, thanks. Of how useful force feedback is so that the plane might not physically move on the screen, but you can feel loads and pushes on your hand to know how many, if you move the plane, how much momentum it has, how much inertia it has, or if there's turbulence that's not really visually moving the plane, you could feel it. So you don't need to see it to feel it. And like when you're riding a bicycle, for example, or you're skiing, it's not necessarily like the visuals do come into it. There's a visual process to it. I'm not saying I'm not saying that visuals aren't important, but being able to feel stuff is pretty much a pivotal thing to activities. Like the feel, the weight, the inertia, the momentum, that describes reality. The counter argument to flight sims going over rough curve. No, because it doesn't move. Yeah, but that's if the force feedback's incorrect. Like the force, so you don't need like, let's say you drive over curbs in a sim. You have a sim that's set up shit, right, with shit force feedback. It will like tug the wheel off the track. Well, that's not useful, is it? That's just annoying, right? So, you could set it up though so that the curbing just vibrates the wheel lightly, right? So, I now know that a wheel is just touching the curb when you might not have visually been able to see it. You don't know yet because you haven't practiced it enough, right? Just a little vibration. So, yeah, you could have force feedback that if you tap the curb, it tugs the wheel off, and it'd be like, well, that's shit. It's the same with the turbulence in a flight sim. If you have it on really high, the joystick will be going like this. It's like, well, that's not helping you. That's not realistic at all. It's useless. But you can have it so that there's loads. If you've got a good servo motor, you can have loads that are applied to the player that are between, like, I don't know, 0 and 2 Newton meters or something, which are not enough to move. Like, you're just your resting mass and weight of your hands on a device. A 2 Newton meters isn't enough to start moving something. You can apply force to things without moving them, right? I mean, in the case of something that's still, it's got friction, but in terms of something moving, you have to impart a certain amount of force to start it moving. And some things will, if it's got friction, things will resist you as well, right? So there's that range. There's a whole range of force within that capacity that can describe things analogous to balance and G-forces. But nobody understands this. It's pointless. It's pointless. Nobody has thought about this to the degree that I have, apparently. Or some people that work in haptics have. It's really common knowledge in that space. Like, my knowledge of it is terrible compared to them. But in terms of like your average person, they just have no framing of it. Well, there's nothing I could. I talk to people at Kunos, and they're not stupid. Sim developers they don't have much free time. They're not big studios, and the average consumer doesn't give a shit. So there's no financial benefit to this, really. The sim developers are more focused on just getting a game done that works and can be sold. That's the number one thing. All this other stuff is superfluous. And then from a cultural and sort of artistic perspective, sim developers typically want to build as literal a thing as possible, because that's part of people that tend to get jobs and work in simulation. They tend to be the type of people that are really obsessed with just trying to mirror reality in computer software. And so they're not really thinking of things in terms of functional abstraction and end user. So you actually end up with the same issue that occurred in the development of the PC and like user interfaces with computers, where you would have people like before, like desktop computers. So like at Xerox PARC, where you'd have someone working there that came up that'd have been a bit like me, came up with like a mouse cursor and a user interface, and all the people at Xerox PARC were like, no, that's shit. Look, we've all got degrees in computing, and we just, this is how you can move data around quicker, and we've managed to make this work like this, and this system works like this, and they're coming at it from a pure computing perspective, not an end user perspective. And so it's the same with like all those phones with like touch screens and pens. We need to use it like a pen. And then it took someone at Apple to be like, oh no, what you need is a large screen. We have this capacitive screen, so okay, but it's not that accurate. Okay, but it means you don't need to use a pen, you could just use your finger. Okay, right, well, okay, so how do we make this work? Well, we need to make the icons bigger, and we need to actually design the entire user interface around it. And so your technical, your computer nerdy person at Apple would have been like, the icons are too big, and we can't put as much information on the screen. Can't fit all the text there. Whereas your sort of person that's thinking about it from people actually using the device is like, yeah, it doesn't matter, just put less information on the screen. It's actually more functional having less. So it requires this sort of abstraction of thought is just something that people that are very genius, they're like absolute geniuses that work on simulators and technology, they are complete geniuses. I'm not knocking what they do. They are hyper focused on getting a computer chip to mirror physics in reality, and so their whole mindset is one of like, how can we literally try and copy reality? They then, but also in fairness as well, if you start going down this route of abstraction, it's very hard to know where to draw the line, because you can go mental. like you can just go completely arbitrary and just say, well, everything is an abstraction. And at that point, it's like, well, okay, well, what do we base things on? And then again, what happens is these sort of a lot of IT programmer, analytical type people, they then want to be like, no, hang on, our power is in being as absolutely hyper rational and logical as possible, and we can then use that and an argument from that to maintain a degree of control outside of people that would then potentially just say, well, let's just do everything willy-nilly. So it's that sort of a dynamic as well. Comparing him to people who invented graphic user interface, well, it's the same sort of thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Xerox PARC even fully invented it. I think other people had done it as well. But the point is that Xerox was a huge corporation, and someone had obviously worked it out 20, 30 years before. Ace number, yes. There's nothing new there. What is funny with that, with the Niels' forum post, right? What is funny with that is people, whenever it came out, people are like, oh, it's got the best force feedback and physics ever. And it's like, well, hang on, that forum post literally is them saying, oh, we're still working on the physics, which you would expect from a sim developer. That's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. But also, the force feedback is a result of the physics, which you would expect is pretty normal, but which would be an indicator that the physics are actually pretty messed up at the moment, which is why the force feedback's not that detailed in many ways, which would then indicate that if they are improving it, it would suggest that the current implementation is not really the best. I mean, things always change, get better and worse, whatever, but Virtual Reality Motorsports, yeah, there's IRFFB, which injects like a rotational force on your wheel, which can be quite good in some scenarios, not in others. And then the AccuForce wheel from Sim Experience AccuForce wheel can also generate its own force feedback from telemetry. And then also BeamNG has a sort of G-load telemetry option as an addition for cars. As an addition to use with cars that don't have very good steering rack feel. So it's not like a completely original concept. Yeah. It's just, thing is, I would be fine with the whole force feedback conversation. I wouldn't really mind it in general if people were like, we understand what you're saying and we agree and disagree for XYZ reasons. Like if someone goes, I understand what you're saying, but we don't have the development time to do these things, or I understand exactly what you're saying, but we don't want any detailed force feedback in our simulator. You know, but what happens is, and with people in chat as well, this is when we talked about force feedback with iRacing, people don't understand. No, we are 100% correct. What are we not correct about? You have to say what I'm not correct about, and then I'll be able to. You probably misinterpreted what I've said. This is the thing. We're strawmanned on this so much. It's ridiculous. Like, it's, people don't understand it to such a degree that they always misframe what's being said. It's crazy. No, tell me what I don't know what you're saying, Uhtred. What you've typed does not make any sense. Make an actual point. So my thing is, you assume people who disagree with you don't understand. Yeah. When they demonstrate that they don't understand. So I've literally just explained it. There's people that disagree who do understand, but they say, "Oh, we just don't have the development time. Oh, we don't want to do more. The developer doesn't want to do more creative methods of doing it because they want to focus on doing it in a literal way, because potentially at the end of the day that might potentially automatically produce really good force feedback, so that's fine." And then from a sim racing perspective, there's a whole bunch of people that go, "Oh, I just drive from the visuals, fine." But again, that's actually not a counter argument. But yeah, if you've memorized what you can and can't do in iRacing, like once you're at an esports level, you're at such a level of knowledge and memorization of what you can and can't do with the tracks and how to drive, so refined, even before it's irrelevant. I didn't say people drive 100% from visual, so you've just straw man what I've said. It's insane. I've just pointed out one aspect. I don't know why that's hard to follow as a conversation. No, I said some people... Okay, if you're going to... I was using hyperbole. I thought that's pretty obvious. Obviously, no one drives 100% through just one thing. That's... Yeah, predominantly... Oh, you're being an idiot. I can't... What a pointless... It's impossible to have a conversation if someone's going to be super disingenuous with what's said. Right, let's get this on here. New Game of Muscle energy drink. We're having a productive Sunday. I find it's really frustrating when you try and have a conversation and you have someone that will disingenuously take what you're saying. Like, if someone's talking to me, I'll be like, right, I'm going to assume certain things they're saying are hyperbole because it would be absurd not to. I don't know why that's difficult for some people. Like, you try, if someone's making an argument, you try and infer the most genuine, the least disingenuous view of what they're saying. So obviously, anyone playing a driving simulator is going to be using different things to understand what's going on. They're going to use the audio, the visuals, the force feedback, and they're also going to have used rehearsed practice and memory of what works and what doesn't work. They're going to internalize the inputs, like the sort of a Guitar Hero approach. I would argue, and I don't think I'm wrong on this, because I mean I've experienced this as well myself. If you are within like under 7/10 of track pace on iRacing or like many simulators, you're at a point where you're no longer really using the force feedback, particularly to drive the vehicle, especially to be in that top bit of pace. Like you use the force feedback to like drive in the situations where you haven't rehearsed. So like if you're doing an overtake in a bit of a weird place, or if someone's really like trying to push you on a break point, or you know. I mean, this is the thing that really ruins the conversation is that fact that you can drive all simulators. You could be at like within 5/10 of pace with no force feedback. You could probably, with no audio as well, you could probably, well, I mean, we could probably test this, but I purely by rote memorization, because it's anything that's a static scenario, you can then just trial and error yourself to a given result, and as long as it doesn't change and you're doing the same thing, you're going to be able to keep you'll just keep doing the same. Like it does just devolve into Guitar Hero, and actually that is a perfectly valid way of getting faster at driving. It's how most people do more advanced training in sport. Is you break things down into the individual components, and you keep doing that. You subdivide stuff up into as smaller components as possible to then go, well, how can you optimize those individual chunks? So you kind of sort of turn stuff into like almost like a procedural thing. But the thing is, reality is analog, not procedural, so it only works to a certain degree, but it's a good way to analyze stuff. But yeah, so the point of force feedback would be when you're in the process of learning something, you're gonna make mistakes, and then there's a recovery period of making that mistake, and then if the force feedback's got the detail, it allows you to actually be playful rather than approach something as like a binary fail condition. It allows you, it gives you freedom, which most people would ascribe to being more enjoyable. Lazar Lover. So I talked to people at Kunos. They know what they're doing. They're trying to make a realistic simulator. The force feedback is a result of the tire model and how they generate the force feedback from the steering rack. That's just how it works in that sim. They are reluctant as a developer to look at other methods of doing force feedback, probably because they want to keep things as streamlined as possible and as simple in a sense, or as literal as possible, which isn't that's not crazy. You'd expect a sim dev to do that. But what's weird is, what I do think is really strange is none of that is an answer to anything that I've ever said personally about what force feedback should be trying, like what the end goal of force feedback should be. It's all separate to that. But it's really weird. It's like even games like Forza and Gran Turismo, you would have thought that the developer, like for Gran Turismo, for example, you would think the developer would be interested in novel ways of using force feedback. But they're not. And same with Forza. Like it's actually gone backwards. So, for example, PS5 has really good haptic options on its gamepad. Hardly any developer uses it. It's actually insane. Like the hardware is mental. The PlayStation 5 controllers, haptic triggers, have a motor for each trigger on a worm gear. No, hardly any developers use it. Because the consumer doesn't know about force feedback, so they don't care about it. Humans only care about things that they've been told to care about. That's why we have GT3 driving, even though it's objectively shit compared to MX5, Formula Ford, F4. It's why Formula 1 is the most popular motorsport when it's objectively shit compared to like 90s GT racing or like God knows what. Like vintage mini racing is more compelling for a spectator than F1, but Formula 1 has all the big car companies behind it. It's, you know, it's marketed so much, so it's created a cult of personality behind these normally incredibly boring race drivers. They're very good race drivers, that's, you know, but they're not personalities. They're not like comedians or really good film star actors or something. They're just drivers, which is fine, it's their job. But Formula 1 doesn't even test them at their driving ability. They literally Formula 1 drivers literally go through go-karting and F2 and F3 and whatever that is a bigger test of their racecraft than Formula 1. Can you think of any other sport where the sports people get to the pinnacle of their career and then, oh no, we suddenly we regress the activity? Congratulations, you've got to the Olympic finals of gymnastics. Yeah, we took away all the equipment. It's all rigged at this point. Congratulations, you've made it into the World Cup. You're in the World Cup. Oh, you got through to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Yeah, we took your shoes off you. Why have you done that? Well, actually, because Nike decided it would be a good idea. Oh, okay. It's so stupid. Yeah, but the problem is I know you're making a joke, Josh, but the thing is, speed isn't the lap time. Speed isn't the component of motorsport, is it? From a racecraft perspective, it's not actually That's weird as well. That's latched onto as like the be all and end all, as if your average punter cares that the car's lap a fraction faster. It's like they don't give a shit. The people watching Formula One, they obviously like cheer when there's like actual side-by-side battling, or when there's in any game. Normally it's when there's changing of positions through intention. That is what makes a compelling sport from a spectator's point of view. That's why football is a surprisingly compelling sport to watch. Easy to understand, and there can be a change of who's in the lead or not in an instant, but the tension's always there. What do I think about F2 having power steering? Why are you asking me? No one cares what I think. I mean, I don't know. I'd say the problem with motorsport is it's too expensive. That's the barrier to entry, and you could argue that power steering would add to the cost, but so that argument was raised due to like the women, the whole lack of women in motorsport thing, and then that it might be too physical or something, which I don't even know if that's true. But problem with motorsport is its cost, which is but motorsport only exists to try and take money off wealthy people. That's why it's there. That's the point of motorsport, is rich people finding an activity that is inherently expensive so they can exclude all the poor people from taking part in it, so a rich person can not be particularly good at something but then potentially stand out at something and then be like, oh, I've got all the social credits for being so good. You know, that's a large part of what motorsport is. It's not entirely what it is, but that is a big part of it. It's a way to buy cultural credibility. Large parts of motorsport, not all of it, but at least in the past it was really dangerous, so you'd have to be like, oh, okay, fair enough. Like, fair enough, you'd be like, oh, that person's doing it just because they're rich, but it is extremely dangerous and mental, and I wouldn't do it. So I'd be like, oh, fair enough, fair play. You look, you don't need to prove it anymore. You've strapped yourself to a rocket. Look, credit where credit's due. That's stupid. Well, I think the insulting thing with Formula One is that you will have the most talented drivers that have ever existed, really, like just because of the amount of time that they'll have played, done sims and just track time, and and the degree of like the training and focus training and the science behind it. So right now in Formula One, you will have the best drivers that have ever existed. Yet for about 10 years now, probably even longer, since like DRS era, maybe even before that as well. But it's since DRS era, it's particularly bad. There is, so basically, Lewis Hamilton, who I think is like an absolutely incredible, like one of the all-time greats. Like you can tell because of his driving performance prior to Formula One and how he drove in the wet, just like, obviously insane, right? But unfortunately, through the entirety of the Lewis Hamilton era, he has not been tested against other drivers that would I think he would still win against them, don't get me wrong, but I think there's like 10 or so Formula One drivers for 10 years that have not actually competed against each other for them to be able to actually demonstrate that they, for them to really show that they excel to the degree that they can do, and for spectators to actually see these people at that level. So I don't get why there's not more outcry about that. You know, I don't understand why there's not more. Why that doesn't really. Because it's pretty awful, really. Let's hope the USB port stays on. Yeah, Alton Park's amazing. Really, really good track. Really, I really like it. It's fun with these. So these 1960s tracks are really good with cars that are smaller and more nippy, which is obviously, was it 1960s or 1950s? I don't know, but the sort of 50s era race circuits were obviously designed around the types of cars that would be racing in that era, and as a result now basically you end up with like, you know, Brands Hatch, Cadwell Park, Alton Park, a lot of the American tracks as well. They're so good with MX5s, Formula Ford and what have you. Grass either side as well. This is the thing. Right, let's see if the USB kicks out again. Maybe it isn't the port. Maybe it's to do with something else, but we'll see what's going on here. I might need to get a new motherboard or something as well. I could do with getting a PC sponsor. Did you clean my room? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's that. We did that last week though. The superior sim. This is the superior sim for crashing, yeah. Oh dear, guys. What's the worst F1 car ever made? I don't know. There was some in the 80s and 90s that like didn't even manage to do races because they used to have a an open qualifying thing, I think, and then some of them just didn't make the pace. Do we all agree rally drivers are the best? Yeah, I think everyone agrees with that, to be honest. I mean, the thing is, no, I know, Taysa, the problem I have is I don't like signing contracts with people because I like to be able to say whatever I want to say. I don't want to really ever be in a situation where something is shit and I can't point out that it's shit, because that to me is terrible. So I try to not get in that situation at all costs. But yeah, no, it would be good. In terms of the rally thing, it's different. It's obviously a different activity to track driving. It's testing different things, really. But yeah, I think from a perspective of driving, like at just raw driving, I don't think it's controversial to say that rally driving is. Right, let's find out if it's the. You don't sell out. Well, no, I should do though a bit more. You get to a point. All right. No, I need to get the latest RBR. Let's hope the USB doesn't come off this time. That'd be nice. No, I know. I used to. There's like a yearly RBR install that I normally do. Oh, there we go. So, yeah. Secret code. That would have been beside the point, wouldn't it? I really hope the USB port doesn't break. Well, I don't think it really, like, it seems like YouTubers can just talk absolute shit and they get away with it. So I don't think it really matters. Like, it's just a personal thing, isn't it? It's whatever someone's comfortable with. I mean, you just look at what's happening in politics. People can just say absolute bollocks, like inarguable bollocks, and it's fine. So if someone does, if that doesn't bother an individual, because at the end of the day, people are just responsible for themselves, you know. So you have to teach people critical thinking so that they're not affected by it. But outside of that, you know. I don't have too much hope for humanity. There's 5k for a table saw. Woodwork. Yeah, no, I'm well into woodwork myself. But the thing with YouTube as well, you know, it's people do, it's their job, so they want to make more money out of it, so people tend not to do stuff on things that won't make money. Yeah, I mean, iRacing is the most realistic. The developers said so. You're trying to be a YouTuber, but it doesn't need to be working out. I could take a look at your channel after this race, and I can give you some feedback if you want me to. Only if you want me to. And then you should ignore everything I say, because I think I could just give you some ideas, not that they're good ideas. I've not been successful, so I mean, I've done all right, but I've not been successful. But I kind of go out of my way not to be directly successful. What's successful for me is not successful for what most people think successful. Like my what I value is really not in line with what a lot of people value, so yeah, just don't do what I do. There you go, because it says for channel. I mean, sim racing is a... Well, no, weirdly, actually, sim racing can be a good thing for YouTube. I think there's still space for people to do good sim racing channels. There's probably other things that would be much better to do.
There's the flag. It's over.
I do think there's a lot of truth in that. The whole thing of the reality of YouTube and social media, or just, I think, things in life. The reality is, if you pursue something because you actually genuinely enjoy it, then stuff will happen naturally. Like, you won't... If there's something that you have to spend a lot of time doing, if it's something that you don't want to do, but then you build that up, you'll end up doing more of what you don't want to do. So if generally in life, if you do what you want to be doing, like you're more true to yourself, then generally you're going to end up doing more of what you want to do. But I mean, the difficulty is it's hard to know what you actually want a lot of the time. And also it's there's lots of pressures, you know, to make money and survive and things and look after people. Not in my case, but like in a lot of people, if you've got family and stuff to look after, you know, that's a whole different nightmare. So I do think, though, in all cases, if you can try and do what you want to be doing, but yeah, it's knowing what you want to do. Is a lot of people find that really hard. I've been lucky that I've always kind of known what I want to be doing. And no, this is a mod mic I'm using. They've sponsored us in the past. I really like them, but it's plugged into a Go XLR, which has faulty USB port. They're really good, actually. They're quite expensive. You could probably get a cheaper option, but Mod Mic's a good company, and the Mod Mic itself is sounds great, and it works well, and I've dipped it in tea and it still works. We've got the new ones, actually. Can't trust what I'm saying because they sponsored us for Gamescom last year. So I've used them for like a decade. A Canadian company. Yeah, being born rich is a good. Although weirdly, so if you're born really wealthy, that can have the downside of I've known some quite wealthy people, and they can often not know what they actually want to do still. So knowing what you want to do is actually quite a tricky thing to have, and sometimes having to make money can focus things in a sense. Mostly I think having to make money is terrible. I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but sometimes, so people that have had anything to like on a plate, so if you don't have money but you have to do some kind of work to get something, or there's an obstacle in the way of a thing to achieve, and you have that from a young age, that obstacle can make you associate the effort without the positive outcome as enjoying the effort, or like, do you know what I mean? You in the future, you'll then be like, oh, yeah, this bit I'm not enjoying, but maybe something good will happen. Whereas if you have like lots of wealth and it's like, oh, I want to go skydiving. Oh, okay, we'll just go skydiving. Oh, I want to go to this country. I'll just go there. Never change iRacing. If you've got those things, do you know what I mean? It can get rid of that. But then I would just say, if I was giving advice to a rich person or wealthy person, like wealthy teenager, you know, you do stuff like art and instruments and things, because it's not really about wealth. You're gonna have to put work in to get good. So thought that's some nice driving there. I'm just happy my USB's still plugged in. What am I doing? We're getting loose.
Car on your left. Still there. Stay on the right. Clear.
Oh, please don't wreck me.
Right side. Clear on the right.
I think the biggest issue with people that don't have much money at all
Stay on the left.
is and it's something that's not talked about much, is just the constant underlying anxiety that comes from not having money. So like I think even middle class and upper middle class people completely are unaware of that degree of perpetual anxiety that less well-off people have, where every single thing in life has to be weighed up against, is this getting in the way of making money that's required to actually to live? Right? And that constant underlying anxiety ends up framing all decisions a person makes. So it's like, oh, I can't get this job, can't move here, can't do this thing, can't be creative, maybe can't do that relationship, maybe can't do this, maybe, you know. And that then ends up being such a thing that stifles productivity. I think there's a real, like, obviously people that aren't wealthy understand that, but there's a lot of people that are, say even just middle class or upper middle class, that don't understand that at all. But they're poor, so poor people deserve to suffer. The bloody paws. Filthy paws. When you were poor, you were laser focused on making money, you started making decent living, you were able to pursue your hobbies. Yeah. Well, it's with capture again. Oh, he's gonna hit him. It's the same thing of, there's a lot of people. So I think empathy, again, it's this abstraction thing. I think some people just can't abstract. There might be quite intelligent people, but they can't.
The pace car is out of control.
They can't generate a hypothetical in their head and then go through like the logical processing of it. So, like, I've never been base jumping, right? Surprising, I know. I look like the type of person that would really want to go base jumping. However, I can envision in my mind exactly what the process would be, what I'd expect. You know, some people I don't think can do that at all. Like, I can quite clearly imagine what the time gap between throwing the chute out and the drogue chute, and the feel of the cord pulling on the back of you before the drogue chute deploys, and the unraveling of it, and then when it actually pulls the full chute out, the sudden, like, from it catching, and no, there's so many components of it. Like, I'm still going to be miles off what the reality would be, but I can sort of empathise with what it would be like, and why someone would want to do that, and why they'd enjoy it, and why they might ignore the dangers. You know, some people they just can't do that at all. They can't, like, guess at stuff because they're not creative, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think a lot of people are really empathetic, to be honest. I think maybe a large part of it is probably education and how people are taught, and Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people need a lived experience to really understand something. But that's probably just how humans evolved to understand stuff, really. So. Peter Piper, yeah, it's because they're poor. No, yeah. You don't need to play iRacing to have fun sim racing. It's a bit of a racket. How many laps have we got here? Well, no, so the reality is it's an entertainment product. So outside of the objective components, some people will enjoy it regardless. So that, you know, some people will enjoy whatever. So that's one thing. It is an objective fact that iRacing is more expensive than other simulators. And the physics in it are certainly very iRacing. So it's a video game like all the other sims, and it has specific characteristics which most people would say are not particularly realistic. Most actual real drivers. That doesn't mean you can't still have fun playing it. It doesn't mean it doesn't train the same things. It goes both ways. So you have, when something's expensive, you have people liking it because it's expensive, because of the association of expense with quality or luxury. But then also you'll have people that arbitrarily dislike something because it's expensive, because in both scenarios they might not be objectively thinking about it. It goes both ways. The problem with expense is it's exclusionary to people that just don't, based off wealth. And the problem with that is wealth is not based off merit. And then the problem with that is that culturally most people think wealth is based off merit. so it's yeah, so my issue with the price of iRacing isn't that it's necessarily too expensive for what you might get out of it. It's that it is exclusionary to people that... It's unfairly exclusionary to people that have less income, which is not their fault in most cases. And then also, I think it does divide the service. Yeah, to be exactly, it is actually a feature because, as we said in the LMU video, at the end of the day, who wants to be racing with poors? Poor people are terrible. They're stupid like rotten teeth. And they're like dour faces. And they're like, you know, sooty faces from cleaning chimneys. Poor people are awful. They ruin everything with their, like, shopping bags. What's mental is I don't get how billionaires have convinced people to be angry on to be angry against like immigrants and like people of different wealth and different backgrounds. I don't get how people can be so easily manipulated that you have a person or groups of people with hundreds of millions, billions, hundreds of billions, hundreds of billions, right? You have people with hundreds of billions go in and everyone's like, oh no, it's the brown person. Oh, it's the person with a different religion. It's not the person with hundreds of billions. It's like just because you don't have castles and stuff now, it's like, oh, they've got a yacht. They've got a yacht full of staff doing nothing, but it's a yacht. Oh, that's fine. It's like, hang on, is that yacht more important than mosquito nets, so that children are not dying of malaria needlessly? Let's just think on a sort of basic level of ethics here. Ginormous mega yacht that's absurdly big and like just absurd. It's not even being used most of the time. Absurdly ginormous mega yacht, or 1 million children not suffering from malaria, which should be. Which, dear, like it's really. I don't. But it's fine. Like I just don't get how people are so easily duped on this. Like it's fine. You've got billionaires and really rich people. That's fine. But like at least be honest about it. Hello, Paul. Do you know what I mean? Like why? Just be honest about it. Like. You do get tax cuts for helping children, though. I mean, obviously, it's not simple. There's a whole lot of political wrangling that goes on with stuff, but you don't want. I know, Paul. I mean, to be fair, why would you want?
The champion of the ninja.
Max, thank you for subscribing. Why would you want Pauls around? They're just the worst. I only fly business class myself. That's what's funny with flying, actually, though, is that when you're flying around Europe, which obviously everyone does every day. I know you all do that, but it's kind of funny how the planes are so small they don't have business class, and the flights are only 2 hours. So even if you're not a poor, I mean, I guess. Business class is still poor, isn't it? Like you'd have a private jet if you're really wealthy. But it's kind of funny when you have people that have business class tickets, but they're on the little shitty plane, and they're in the front of the plane behind the little curtain, pretending to be wealthy. It's like when you go on those really shit trains and they've got the first class little box, but it's completely pointless. Probably Louis, yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, the business class curtain. It's genius. Like, why even bother? How does that right? You'd think they'd put like a wall in or something, but I guess everyone's got to walk through it, haven't they? You would have thought if you're going to put a business class on a small aircraft, you'd put it at the back. Back's not the best for turbulence, but it's the best for like noise. I guess it's furthest away from the. You're most likely to survive a plane crash in the back, or your average plane crash. You could board them separately. Every new iRacist I recommend the video to. So it's a great advert for iRacing. Oh yeah, we were going to look at Daniel's channel. What's your YouTube channel? Daniel Merchant YouTube, is that it? Right. So we're ignore everything I say. Welcome to Gamer Muscle Consultancy. Right. So, just looking at your channel, first things first, your logo's good, I think. Nice logo. It doesn't make me think of any other logo. So, that's nice. So, thumbnails, I would say your thumbnails aren't very good. So, the text is hard to read on the thumbnails. And I'd also say there's too many words on the text on the thumbnail. So let's take a video, for example. I don't know if I can show this on the screen. Right. Is this right? Is this your channel? Right. Is this the right one? We're giving feedback here between races. We've got 2 minutes. Yeah, so well, I mean, it doesn't really matter if this is your channel or someone else's. So for a thumbnail, you basically have to think. Most people are seeing it in the sidebar on YouTube, and the whole point of a thumbnail would be, why should I click on this video? They don't know anything about your channel. They don't know anything about the video or anything. And so you have to think of something that's going to be like, oh, that's a sort of emotive or inquisitive or informative thing. So so this thumbnail, LMP3 at Daytona is epic. You could just, instead of having that, just the word epic in large text. This is epic. So if that just said this is epic in bold text, you might want to do something different, but like, so if it was bold text saying this is epic, obviously someone seeing that thumbnail would be like, oh, what's epic? And also the car is an LMP3 car and the thumbnail could be Daytona. So you don't need to say LMP3 in Daytona. The LMP3 car would be in the thumbnail and Daytona would be in the thumbnail, and this is epic, and someone would automatically be able to see, oh, it's LMP3 at Daytona, but why is it epic? And then the title, you don't need to put the same thing in the title as what you've got on the thumbnail. So you have two opportunities. So like the thumbnail can say the emotive thing, the sort of inquisitive thing in as fewer words as possible, and then the actual description at the bottom, the video title. It's not selling out. It's how to get engagement through thumbnail and title. I don't like dark mode because this is how I get more vitamin D. You don't need to use Photoshop for your thumbnail. There's loads of tools you can use. Hang on, we're starting another race. That's my first. Was that useful information? Yeah, less is more, because you have to think. With a thumbnail, someone's just seeing it on the sidebar, so it has to be like it has to be fully understandable without someone even looking at it, basically. Yeah, don't do the Mr. Beast stuff. Like this is another thing that I see a lot of people doing, which I think is a wrong way to approach YouTube. Is they copy like I've seen lots of sim racing channels do this, actually, or like a lot of channels. They do stuff that they've seen big YouTube channels do, and it's not going to work in the context of sim racing, because you have to think that the thumbnail has to appeal to the audience that's going to actually watch the video. So Mr. Beast videos are designed for like 8 to 12-year-olds who don't know anything, to be like, to see, you know, to be engaged. Well, sim racers are like 20 to 45 years old is the sort of median. We'll go back. We'll give you more analysis, Daniel. That was just the start. I don't know if this is useful. I would say as well, you should just do your own thing. You know, or just do your own thing. That's terrible advice. It's not really helpful. But ultimately, if you keep doing your own thing and you keep tweaking it, you eventually end up being more interesting, I think. Like, I mean, that's really bad advice, because I've done my own thing and I don't think it's optimal. just getting content out, to be honest, is a really good start. Because I think it's really hard to just produce stuff consistently. That in and of itself, as a mindset, is difficult. Something I wouldn't have done until I was older. No, well, people do that. They use ChatGPT to do the thumbnail title and stuff, but then they just paste. You can tell which YouTubers have done that. It's really obvious because the terms that they use are like the same terms because all they've done is they've typed into ChatGPT. Give me a thumbnail suggestion for this video, and then ChatGPT gives them the most sort of like average, stupendously moronic response. You can use ChatGPT like sometimes. So what I will do is I will write a title myself that I think is good, and normally it isn't, and then I'll ask ChatGPT to give me a whole bunch of different versions of it, and then I'll normally read through all those versions and then come up with my own title again. So that I find that quite useful. Yeah, I mean, copying other people that have been successful can be quite a good strategy, to be fair. Well, so this is another thing that a lot of people don't realise is that once a channel's got to a certain size, they can get away with certain titles that you wouldn't be able to have on smaller channels. If that makes sense. So for example, if I'm doing a video that is for subscribers of this channel, I know I don't really need to do anything that's going to appeal to a wider audience. Like the title is just for subscribers already, so that video would, might get between 5,000 and 15,000 views, but it's just because we've got like 60,000-70,000 subscribers. Whereas if you had a channel with 500 subscribers, well, it's not going to get any views at all. So a lot of people don't realise that with like larger gaming channels can do different types of title because they are a larger gaming channel. A good example would be like Jack Frags or something. He could do a video, title it as this new FPS surprised me, right? But the title, the meaning of that title is largely encapsulated in the fact that most people know who Jack Frags is in the FPS space, so he doesn't need to type anything in the title. It's implied by the existing knowledge around Jack Frags. But if you're a small channel, you don't have that, so. Yeah, the naked lady thing doesn't work anymore. There's actually a lot more women doing gaming now, so it's reduced. The commodity of the novelty of it being a woman is really decreased as opposed to like 10-15 years ago. I think being good looking, male or female, is definitely helpful for sure. I'd say there's actually more value in being a good looking man than a good looking woman, because it's actually more rare. Like, there's more good looking women online than there are good looking men, so being a good looking man has more value. If you were doing Bathurst next week, right? So you're doing a video, a small channel doing what you do. What's the video about? If you're doing a small video about Bathurst, if you're a small channel and you're doing a sim racing video about Bathurst, what would make people click on it? I mean, the thing is, if you're a new channel, leveraging the fact there's a value in newer channels over older channels, because you can only be a new channel once. So there's probably like creative ways in which you can leverage being a new channel. The problem is you have large channels and experienced people acting like they're not to take advantage of that, and so it makes it harder for newer channels that are legitimately doing something to stand out. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to grow a channel, I would do videos rather than live streams. You have to think with content, why would someone want to watch it? So why would someone want to watch a video of someone doing Bathurst? Like, why would they be interested? So to be honest, why would anybody want to watch that anyway, even if it was a good... So the reason why people would watch it for a larger streamer is because they already know the larger streamer and there's memes and stuff, so they're trying to, you know, it's more of that culture. Generally, if you're starting off a YouTube channel, you're probably better off focusing on more informative stuff, so you're telling people stuff that they're actually looking for. So rather than doing gameplay videos, it would be stuff that people are searching for, and so the reason they watch a video is because they're trying to find information out. So there's it's about implied value, I think, basically. So the implied value of like a review is that, well, it's information about the thing that someone might buy. You should make me one.
There's the flag. It's over.
But yeah, I don't know. I think there's still there's a lack of funny stuff in sim racing, so that could be a way to stand out. I'm not sure if sim racing's a good space to get into with YouTube. There's probably other areas as well. Well, yeah, Smileable. Don't do miserable bald man content. Yeah, well, I could. What I would say is, what you probably don't be as like superficially vapid as possible is probably a good thing. Be really overly vapidly positive about stuff. Play into people's delusions about the realism of simulators. Ideally, you can already be a real race driver or just allude to simulators being real. That seems to, like, you can look at user bases of like what an average person of a specific user base is looking for and like latches onto irrationally, and if you can cater to that, that's a good way of being successful. Don't tell people that their game that they bought specifically because it's supposedly realistic is not realistic. Don't do that. Or maybe do. I don't know. Maybe I only exist because I wouldn't if I didn't do what I did, I wouldn't be here at all, so who knows? Oh dear God. I really wanted to dive bomb up the inside, but it's never going to work. Yeah, sim racing is just really weird. Ah, the chat's paused. I'm sorry, I was unpausing my chat. Right, sorry guys, I missed the messages there. There's a bug where the chat pauses. I don't think YouTube's hard work. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna defend the inside here. That was a good lockup.
Clear.
I'm in first place, can't you tell? It's obviously I'm in first place. We're in 7th. What's missing from YouTube is someone taking the Top Gear formula. Yeah, but there's not enough money in it for that. So, I mean, you could, I guess someone like Overtake or Traction could do that kind of thing, but so the Top Gear formula just doesn't work for YouTube because it requires so much editing, and you also need someone that's got a sense of humour and a script writer, and then you need 3 people with personality. And so what you find with YouTubers is that YouTubers tend to be quite aloof and are normally doing their own thing, and normally it's just everything's so spontaneous and random. It's not like the only reason Top Gear works is because they took 3 reviewers that also work well together, but then they're like, oh well, here's a contract for millions of pounds. Okay, so with the allure of it being on TV, I definitely think you could. Oh, why is chat paused again? What is this about? I definitely think you could take Super GT, Jimmy Broadbent, and maybe someone else, and then or something similar. But then the problem with that is the production cost of that is insane. Like, you look at people that try doing that, and the content's normally worse. Like, it's quite funny if you look at you know Chris Harris. It's really funny. His car videos, Chris Harris on Cars, whatever, his private YouTube channel is so much better than Top Gear, and it's just in with like one other person and a DJI and 2 like cameras, and it's way for YouTube and for content that you're actually going to watch. That's about giving niche information to a targeted audience, hyper targeted information. It's just way better. Whereas Top Gear is designed for people for like a very average audience that's got a low attention span with an ad break every 15 minutes. So it's just a completely different way of doing content. Well, Matt Armstrong, again, it's hyper niche car mechanic stuff initially. Also, a massively consumerism component of car culture. And then him having a garage and working on cars with his dad, and then filming that as a side bit thing with YouTube. It's a whole different scenario. But that's kind of closer to who's that guy? Ed China, is it? You know that Wheeler Dealers. That's probably the closest sort of YouTube format that you'd get with a TV thing. But all of that, all that type of content is far less profitable. Like if your goal was to make as much, if you're trying to be as efficient as possible of making money out of YouTube, you literally would just do what Boosted Media's doing. Like, it's like, here's a Like even, I mean, he could even make more money. He could be even. He's not even the most efficient, but like, get a product that people are likely to buy in a niche that you've established yourself in, and review it with your affiliate link, and get through as many as you possibly can. Then you're gonna get the views from people wanting the review, like Tech Review Channel. Basically, it's not like a new thing. That is the most, very close to the most efficient way of generating the most revenue from YouTube. It's basically you are acting as an advertisement for your affiliate link. You're using YouTube's targeted platform, the edutainment component, to market affiliate links. I don't think you can really... If your goal was just making money, that's anything that deviates from that is a detriment. That's Linus Tech Tips. Here's a product. We've done a little bit of testing of it. Here's a little bit of humour, light-hearted script. Here's some nice B-roll. Here's kind of what we think about it. We've not really gone too in-depth into it. We've not really gone, you know, it's just sort of general overview information. And there you go, right, that's it. And you do one of those every day, you can make millions doing that.
The car in C1, just after bus flat, 43 points.
I don't know if that's necessarily fun content to be making, though. That's the other thing. Are you doing something as a business? Or because you enjoy the actual thing you're doing? Oh yeah, you make millions out of affiliate links if you really go into it fully, yeah. But the thing is, it's not easy. It's not necessarily easy. Like you need to be able to. First of all, you need to be someone that can film stuff consistently. Then you need to be able to organise all the products. Then you need to still be knowledgeable about the products to be able to do a script. Then you need editing and presentation skills. You probably need a studio. You probably also need at least another person to help you get through it, because it's just massively time consuming. There's a lot of logistical stuff and contacting and things. So, you know, normally you need at least 2 people for that kind of thing. You don't need amazing camera stuff. Like a £300 camera is totally fine. I mean, that might still be a lot for people starting out, but then I think there's it depends what type of business you're trying to create. So if you were trying to be an influencer versus like a business. Like if you're trying to be a personality as opposed to a service, you know. What are you doing, Bobby W? I'm about to try. Well, you might as well do. Yeah, you might as well try it. Like, why not? Like, just do stuff. It's really hard to get into. With anything, it's hard to get into a pattern of doing things. It's just difficult to, even if you think it's a good idea, it's hard to get into it. But you might as well try. And the good thing with doing YouTube or a lot of these things is that you will develop. You get faster at doing stuff. You get better at presenting. I mean, if someone said to me, "Oh yeah, you'll be happy." I'm gonna hit him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I totally missed a break point. Sorry. Hope your car's fine. Yeah, if someone said to me, "Oh yeah, you're gonna spontaneously do like a video in front of random people," would it? You know, I'd be like, "No." Oh no! Oh, that wasn't me that did that before, was it? I didn't damage you. I'm sorry. Yeah, so just doing stuff's good.
The leader is running 45 points.
No, so if you do, it's a lot easier to actually grow on YouTube now than it used to be. From even if you've got videos that, even if you don't have any subscribers, it's way easier to grow a channel now. So actually, YouTube, it's a lot better to get into YouTube now than it was. There was a window in like the 2000s where like you could do anything on YouTube and you'd grow a channel. But then there was like a good sort of 5 or 6, maybe even 10-year period where it would just be nigh impossible to grow a channel or whatever you're doing. And I think now they've basically, if you can produce content that's like watchable and will get good watch time, it will get promoted by the algorithm pretty aggressively. Like a good example of that is like my my Oculus cable guide videos. Like just telling people what settings to use with the Oculus. So my channel's not particularly got a VR audience anymore. I mean, we did have. I don't think that was my fault. But yeah, we did those guide videos. I've got like 1,000 subscribers from one video. So because the videos, like, people watch it all the way through because they want to see the settings. Yeah, so I don't know if we understeered into you on that. I think we're okay.
So I mate, we both survived.
Let's see. Let's see. I want some 7-Up now. Throttle models are a good niche. Yeah, do you know what happened with... So that's a big thing, is if your video gets posted on like a games forum, it will get a lot of views. So like your throttle video, Niels, obviously, because people are interested in Evo and it's in the development phase, you know, people post that on that forum, and so Evo's got like 5,000-6,000 people that will go on that forum and then they'll watch that video. So straight away, that's like 6,000 views. But it's weird because you've been going on about throttle models for ages. In fact, you did the basically exact same video on the WRC game, but nobody plays that game, so it didn't get the views, even though the content is exactly the same. So that's actually a really good example of the power of audiences. So you can have information that's pertinent and interesting, like exactly the same information, but how you package that information for a specific audience is more important than the information itself. So an example I like to use is like Jimmy Broadbent's channel and his growth with Gran Turismo 7. Like Jimmy, great channel, really good streamer, great personality, perfect streamer, right? If he hadn't have gone into got the audience from Gran Turismo, I don't think he would have grown. He eventually would have, but not in the degree that he did. Like, you could have a Jimmy Broadbent in another niche, not discovered, or like if Jimmy was exactly the same personality playing Star Citizen or just playing whatever. It's only because when he initially started doing Gran Turismo playthroughs, that audience, the Gran Turismo audience, latched onto him and he became like one of the Gran Turismo like people, like a Super GT. You see this in other stuff like Matt Malone, absolutely amazing streamer, like really engaging, funny. If he was doing like flight sims or something else, I don't think he would have got the same kind of audience that he happened to get by being the sort of funny iRacing guy, right? So you can have the content, a person with great personality can be a great personality, or the content could be whatever it is, unless there's an audience that can be attached to that, like Niels' pedal video. He did the video on rally stuff. No one cares about rally, even though it's the best thing ever. No one cares. But because that video got posted with Evo, oh, there's 15,000 views. So that's the whole thing of like the importance of appealing to specific audiences, appealing to like you've got information, but that appealing to a specific context, even though it's the same information, is really weird. But yeah, so how you frame information is more important than the information itself. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think pedal video. I don't think engine throttle pedal. Imagine a whole YouTube channel that was entirely based around throttle pedal application and engine response. Hi guys, video 500. We've been at this for 10 years now. Oh, you'll be glad to know we've got another cracking video for you. We're looking at Mario Kart 52 and its throttle response. Oh, yes. Yeah, how's Mario Kart nailed the throttle? Hi guys. I'm 96 years old. It's time for another throttle pedal video. iRacing new tyre model 500 has been released. Have they fixed the throttle modelling? No. It's the year 8052. Have spaceships modelled the throttle? Oh, so dumb. So stupid. I don't know, someone could come to this channel at that point in time. Imagine you're like 18 to 25 years old and you loaded up YouTube and you clicked on this live stream and you joined the live stream at that point in time. I think you would probably imagine that you were having a stroke. This is what's going on? Still made more sense than the Trump administration though, so there is that. Oh dear, sim racing. We're doing more more Formula 1 600 fixed. You should. Now the problem is Virtuated Motorsports. I have short-term memory issues, so I don't know what I said like 2 minutes ago. I have like a weird. I don't know if this is like an ADHD thing or something else or whatever. I have like a thing where I can't remember stuff that happened like 10 seconds ago, but then I can remember stuff that happened like an hour ago. There's like a window of like, I can't remember that. It's really weird. It's like a no short-term memory, but really good long-term memory. It's bizarre. But it makes stand-up comedy very difficult, unless I had a whole script to learn, but I'm not good at learning scripts. I don't blame you, Freaky Leak. If only you'd listened to that voice. You could never remember audios. You had to write everything down. Yeah. You probably don't want to be a waiter with bad short-term memory. What am we doing? We sign up to another. Why not? We just keep doing these races. This is good fun. We are testing some equipment at the moment as well. That's partly why we're doing this. It's partly why we're aimlessly driving around. We are testing stuff. But I can't say what I'm testing. Secret. Right. New air fryer, yeah. New air fryer. Okay. Strategically place question marks in clickbait titles. Well, so a title on YouTube doesn't really make that much difference. Well, I mean, it does, but like, the thumbnail really is the biggest thing, and then the title working with the thumbnail. But then that's just to get people to click on the video. Ultimately, you really need your video to get good view time. So the content, it doesn't need to be good, but it needs to get good view time, which could mean a whole number of things. Right, try and do another race here. Well, the computer's not caught on fire. That's always good. That's always nice. Oh, why does my chat keep pausing? This is so dumb. I don't know how that even happens. The US spends most on education per child and ranked clearly funding is the issue. Well, I'm sure that's a very complicated issue that can't be distilled into funding not being the issue or being the issue. So, and from my understanding, I don't think, given that teachers have to buy stationery and stuff, I think you'd probably. I don't know what statistics you looked at, but you might be thinking about university education, which is quite expensive, as opposed to like young education. So I'm sure if you actually delve into that, it's probably is largely funding, to be honest. Dee Gill songs crack you up. Yeah, well, it depends where the funding is spent, doesn't it? So, like, obviously, with American healthcare, the funding is spent on insurance companies. So, yeah, given that America is very corporate, you're going to get a lot of corporate corruption and profiteering. So there's going to be a lot of wastage. But it's really weird. You get governmental corruption and governmental funding wastage, right? And bad expenses through government, yeah? I don't know, like, people understand that, right? I don't understand why people don't understand that a corporation is very similar to a government in a sense, in that there's a group of people making decisions. These group of people are motivated to keep their jobs in politics and also appease whatever other people are getting them there, you know, maybe promoting them or whoever, whatever. These group of people are motivated to make as much money as possible, so they are going to be doing whatever's required to make as much money as possible. Both scenarios can be terrible or can be quite good. There's examples of government doing really good programs that are really beneficial or much more efficient than a private entity would be. A good example of that is if you have something where there's no competition. So the one thing that normally makes corporations more efficient and actually do a better job is when there's competition, because the competition forces them to fight between each other to be more efficient, and that will allow them to actually make more profit because the other entity is taking profit because the other entity is, well, they've got to compete against them. They're sharing the same profit, so they have to compete, so they have to be more efficient than each other. So if there's competition, that's where capitalism can work reasonably well. But both things can work. That's the thing. And both things cannot work. It's just really weird to arbitrarily be like, oh, government is always terrible, or business is always terrible, or business is always good, and government's always good. You know. I think the weird thing is, what's really, really weird is having people with hundreds of billions of dollars and being like, that's okay. That's not hard to understand. I don't know why everyone can't just unify around that. You have to go, all right, thanks Daniel. Your channel's now failed because if you don't listen to anything I said. Bad advice. Government officials on 200,000 a year who have assets worth 10 million. But yeah, what about government officials on nothing a year, but who are billionaires, but they're also working in the government? Or what about billionaires that are directly? Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean anything either way. The point would just be, it's like if you look at a society, you go, right, hang on, is the wealth being distributed? Are people that are doing work, like actual productivity, actually taking away time from their life? Are they being compensated for what they're doing relatively fairly to the wealth of the country? And the thing is, if they're not, you're going to end up with an unstable country, because people eventually will just go, this isn't fair. and instead of them going, oh, I'm going to vote for the government that looks like the most reasonable, normally they end up voting for fascists. So then you end up with wars and loads of people dying, and then then you're like, oh, hang on. Then after that period of time, people go, oh, we've got to rebuild stuff. We need people to actually build things. Oh, let's distribute the wealth a bit. Also, because houses in wars, all the buildings tend to get blown up, so a lot of wealth gets removed that way. So it's just a shame that humans have to kill each other to actually solve stuff. And it's also a shame that the technologies get really good for killing each other. So a lot of people just needlessly die for the sake of going, hang on a minute, we could have just redistributed the wealth without killing everyone. Yeah, I mean, what's mental with the chat GPT, like the AI stuff, these companies have literally stolen the general populace's intellectual property, and then are selling that and control and like lobbying the government with the information that's absolutely stolen. It's not even like, oh, that's debatable. It's like they have stolen the intellectual property. So if I right now, if I was to steal someone's books and start reselling them, I would go to jail straight away. If I was like, oh right, hang on, there's a library down the road. Well, this book, this Star Wars film looks like it'd be quite popular and it's got some interesting stuff in it. Okay, I'm just going to copy that and start selling. I'm just going to go on my street. £5, guys. I've got a DVD burner. Do you know what? I'll just host it on my computer. Here you go. Watch it if you want. It's quite good. You can watch it for just send me £1 and you can watch it. Well, I would get screwed immediately. But apparently, if you do corruption on really big scales, it's too big of a scale for people to understand, and so it's fine. It's like if you're going to steal money, you have to steal so much money. So you intuitively think, oh, I'm going to steal some money. I'll just rob £100 from a supermarket. They won't notice, it's only £100. But actually, you're better off robbing 500 million through some like Bitcoin rug pull, because it's so much money that people can't understand it. But Oh dear. Too big to fail. Yeah. Right, I am going to get a cup of tea. Well, the bank thing is that's a whole nother thing. Well, it's the same with wars, John Hartley, as well. It's exactly the same. Like, if 5 people die in a terrorist attack, everyone goes mental, and apparently all the people, like, apparently every brown person is responsible for that terrorist attack if it was a brown person that did it, right? 5 people die. Tragedy. Oh, God, we'd have to stop all these brown people, apparently, right? If a corporation murders hundreds of thousands of people through knowing, or millions of people through knowing that the carcinogens coming out of the fuel, or advertising tobacco, or like they're absolutely killing millions of people. It's like, oh well, no, that's not white people. That's not corporations. It's just business. It's like you have to kill. If you kill like a few 100,000 people, it's fine. It's like, oh, it's okay. There's like a, you know, it's people just can't compute larger numbers, so it means you can actually get away with a lot worse things. It's really stupid, but it's almost like people don't have particularly good critical thinking skills. It's just business. Yeah, no, well, that's the tobacco thing's pretty. I think it's really weird, you know, especially like recently when you see like attacks that happen, right? And everyone goes really mental about it, and it tends to magnify like really extremist political parties, and it's like, okay, fine, it's fine. Yeah, you know, that really visually violent thing is terrible, and obviously people die, it's awful. But why is there so much focus on that, but not on car accidents? Like, I don't personally know anyone that's been killed in a terrorist attack. I know 3 people personally that have died in completely pointless car accidents. That was just like, because there's no infrastructure, like pavement infrastructure or cycle infrastructure wasn't good, or like, you know, just so. What's the concern? Is it terrorist attacks or is it cars running people over? Like, I get they're 2 different things. You know, they need to be approached differently. You know, you don't want either to happen. One is directly intentional in a sense, depends on your belief on free will and stuff. But the point is, from a pragmatic perspective, you kind of have to think of things in the context of what is actually relevant to what is negatively affecting you, not necessarily what is the intention of the action taking place. For example, if there's a storm surge and that kills like 1,000 people, that is worse than if a terrorist attack happens and it kills 20 people, right? And both scenarios are things where people could have preemptively done things to stop them from happening. So, from a pragmatic perspective, you have to look at these things and go, well, what is the bigger concern? what you know, it's so disproportionate because it's all about what fits into certain narratives and storytelling. Nuke the ocean. Because nuking the ocean, counter nuke. Yeah, tsunami's on the way. What do we do? Nuke it the other way. Genius. Send the waves back. Right, I'm getting a cup of tea, guys. Bloody hell. I'll be back in a minute. Who's talking about bloody pedals in chat? What's this pedal conversation? I did not give permission for pedal conversation. Oh. Join a practice, I think. We got how long we got? Oh, 4 minutes. We'll get join practice. Active, what's this active pedal talk? For the experience, not the performance. What's interesting with active pedals, they could be used in really interesting ways, but no company is using them in interesting ways. So, I mean, there is some stuff with the Simucube active pedal. Like, so one thing that you could do is you have it so that when you get to the point where the wheels are starting to lock up, or where the G load decreases because the wheels are losing productive grip, you could have the pedal become a little bit squishier at the limit in a way that doesn't actually it could potentially reduce braking input a bit, which actually would be a benefit to the driver. It'd make it easier to brake because it'd make it harder to go past the point of locking up. So you could use it to cheat, but you could do it in a subtle way that would be relatively analogous to if you've ever been even in a go-kart, if you've done it in a full-size car that doesn't have ABS, when you are locking up or about to lock up, it's not obvious in all cars, but in certain cars it is. When you're about to lock up, as I say, you can feel the tyre grip diminish as you go into the braking zone. You can actually feel it. You can feel it in Radical SR3. You can feel it in a rental go-kart, so you can even feel it on a bicycle actually. So I imagine, I know with some cars it's hard to feel these things. Maybe the heavier the car, it's probably harder to feel. But so you could use the pedal to give a driver a feel for that lateral grip loss, but no company is doing that. Yeah, again, right, if people won't understand these abstractions with the steering wheel, there's no bloody hope with active pedals. But the biggest things with active pedals that are interesting, when you go from car to car, you can have a different pedal feel, so that's quite immersive. It's just me accessing the brain, Neo Lund. Having like a lorry pedal be squishy, or a Formula car be tighter, or also if you like to drive, if you like to do heel and toe in and stuff, you can have the pedal move forwards or backwards depending on if you're doing heel and toe in. That's quite nice. There's a whole bunch of features that you get from active pedals which are actually quite interesting. I mean, I wouldn't know this. I wouldn't know about any hypothetical force feedback pedal. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for subscribing. But yeah, it definitely seems like an issue with Sims. So companies are reluctant to have immediate telemetry data for stuff that could be exploited for cheating. And 100%, if iRacing gave out immediate telemetry data for grip, like tyre grip, front grip or whatever, you could just have it so that you push a button and it brakes perfectly. It just reduces the braking force depending on how much grip there is, and that would be it. And how I need to do a video on this because it's interesting. But how would They couldn't protect against it. I guess you could tell. You'd be able to tell that their braking was too perfect. You could analyse someone's braking input, and you'd be like, "Well, hang on." But then you could just muddy that up. I'm not sure if cheating matters with driving sims too much, because it's like, okay, well, they're cheating, they've won, but you're not racing them, so who cares? JC, do you think that was because of the active pedal though, or just because you focused more on your braking because you had an expensive pedal? Because for sure, you do not need. iRacing is just about driving and braking just under the limit, rather than balancing on the limit. It's all about like sort of just staying slightly under it and then knowing that point. So, I mean, the thing is, the active pedal's £2,000, which is a lot of it's a lot of money. Well, that's the thing, Ted. So this is why I think active pedals and force feedback wheels, for me, this is again why I think it's a bit weird that companies don't really take advantage of them. It's like, I would imagine most sim racers are driving for the experience of driving. The vast majority of them. There's a small minority doing esports, but if you look at iRacing, there's how many people there's. So, unless you're at 4K iRating, for sure you are massively off anything that's a vague pace. So, there's 4%, less than 4% of iRacers are over 3K iRating. And iRacers are people that wasted their entire life sim racing. So imagine what it's like for other games and sims. They're not driving they're driving for the experience, not the raw thing, because they're so far off the pace they haven't investigated basic driving technique. Hello, Danny. Yeah, I mean, for me, I enjoy the you know, when you're side by side with someone that's a similar pace and then you're having to balance the car at the limit. So basically it's all drifting for me. Days of Blood, yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, around about 2.5 to 3K with most cars in iRacing is kind of like you've turned up to drive, you've not absolutely memorised the track, so both drivers have a bit of margin to do different stuff. But what's weird is, you know, when you go like rental karting with friends, and obviously you can be trying, and you're trying to win, you're trying to do as well as possible. But you would, if you had a friend that were like or bowling or something, you do stuff with friends, playing video games, bowling or whatever. You can kind of be a bit sweaty and you're trying to win or whatever. But someone that's like genuinely mega sweaty, you'd be like, come on. You'd just be like, why? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, fair enough if someone's actually competing to be the best at something in the, they're at a really high level or something, but it's well, Verstappen's a robot, so he doesn't sweat, does he? So he's not human, so it's different. Yeah, I don't know. Sim racing's a bit strange, especially on iRacing, but it's good fun. Yeah, goodbye, Matt. Have a good time. Guys, check out Matt's channel. He's a filthy AC player, though, so... I definitely think active pedals are the future, though. Like, I think ultimately, if you could get an active pedal for let's say they start getting into the sort of £300 price point, why would anybody buy a non-active pedal? Like, basically, I think what will happen is you'll end up with pedals that are in the sort of, well, so I think you'll end up with individual pedals being more of a thing. Rather than people buying 3 pedals, I think it'll become far more popular for people to buy individual pedals. And then I think people will be like, oh, how much does a pedal cost? But then again, if you have active pedals, setting up the software and fiddling with them and having power supplies and stuff is actually quite annoying. So the simplicity of just a bog standard pedal that works fine. Like, so again, I think this is sort of, I think active pedals will sort of further separate the market out, because ultimately a Fanatec CSL load cell does the job. It works. You plug it in, it works, and it's fine. Like, you can be a 5k iRacer, which most people will never get to, totally fine, and drive everything totally fine. So that's what, you know. So people are like, well, okay, well, if the utility is that, I'll just get that for utility. What are active pedals going for now? They're like two grand, but there's SimMagic and Moser have active pedals, and there's some other companies working on them as well. Yeah, the SimuCube software is really good. The guys, the people I talk to at SimuCube are really nice, and also, like, I would talk to the people at SimuCube years ago, like 5-6 years ago, and they were always like super down to earth, you know, really friendly. Like, I bump into them years ago at Sim Racing Expos in the hotels and stuff, and they just chat. So really nice people. So that's always good. I think that is a nice thing about sim racing, is you have people in these companies that are just genuine hobbyists, and it's still such a small thing. So I quite like that. I don't think it's not really relevant to the average consumer, but it is nice to know. I would like, I'd like a company to do software with active pedals so you can use them as rudder pedals. Both Moser and SimMagic are doing really good price, quality to price. The wheel rims from Moser and SimMagic are particularly good quality to price. They're all pretty good, to be honest. Hang on, I missed your comment. What was that about zero personality? I hope you weren't putting yourself down, whoever that was. You have zero personality. You probably don't have zero personality, to be honest. A lot of people that think they have zero personality actually do have quite a personality. It's just not like obvious. I like the and this is one of the things, you know, Simucube, right? Because they're Finnish and Finnish culturally are really quite reserved. I find their videos funny. Like they're so Finnish, which I really like. I think it's great, but it's just the contrast of how they like present and talk about stuff compared to other companies. Like America, if you were to take like an American corporate video like iRacing, it's so good. Like iRacing video will be like, guys, we come up with the best, most realistic simulator in the world. iRacing is used by all the real drivers. We are the best. We did it everything. We landed on the moon and we drive around in circles and we got guns and we are the best in the world. Yeehaw! So good. We're the best. We did it. Most realisticest. We don't know the best. Oh, go God, America. God bless. We're the best. And then the Finnish video is like, I can't do Finnish accent. Finnish videos like, we did a good job on the pedals. I can't do Finnish. Finnish is like, and we're happy. We tried. We put a lot of work. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. It's just really funny. The contrast. The contrast between American promotional content and Finnish promotional content. Like, woo! But I like it. I like understated confidence. To me, I immediately, for American stuff, don't just turn. I'm behind you. It's my responsibility to give you space, but bloody hell. Netcode. Oh, death behind us. When I see American stuff, I automatically go skeptical. 100% skeptical. Where Finnish stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, probably true. Like Simucube could do a video going, we're giving away active pedals for free to everybody. I'd be like, yeah, probably true. Simucube could be like, we've just launched our own simulator and it's the best in the world. And I'd be like, oh yeah, probably true. Oh, I haven't got damage. I actually really like the Finnish accent. I quite like as well. I think like Norwegian as well. It's quite a relaxing accent to listen to. Do Swedes and Finnish get on together? I know Swedes technically don't like the Danish. Finland has like some of the best like maternity leave. Oh, come on! Bloody stupid physics. I caught that and I was like, oh. You ain't caught it because it's iRacing. Bloody. Don't be silly, it's iRacing. Finland are also happiest folk on the planet. Well, they're just happy to see daylight twice a year. Aren't Finnish really good at ice hockey? When I played hockey, it was the bloody Czechs that were insane. I think Czechs are better than... I don't know if it still is the case. This is going back, but the Czechs were better than Americans. Like Canadians and Czech are like the best normally. Brits are terrible at ice hockey. I don't know if... I don't really get much lift off oversteer from this. Might as well just welly it. Hello, Buster. We're all right, yeah. We're just testing stuff.
Just set the fastest lap, 44.069. New fastest lap for you.
Yeah, the Senna. That was to get rid of, to reduce the lag, right? Also to get the car on the tyres quicker. He got iRacing grassed. Blessed be the netcode there. Not engine lag necessarily, but just like the whole overcoming all the mechanics of everything. I've heard multiple arguments. He might have just been a bad driver. He might have just had a tick. I think part of it is to like get so you overshoot the power required each time, but so that gets it onto the yeah. I don't know what I'm saying. Like if you stab a throttle more than what you need, but you're stabbing it, and then that gives you an immediate response for how much grip there is, then you've already come off it and you're like, well, hang on, it's like testing the grip, isn't it? It's like if you were to do the thing where you drivers test the steering, like would turn into a corner to see oh, is the grip there, just testing it out. So it's like just a quick test. Like it's not, the car's not going to go along with it, but you'll be like, oh, is the grip there or not? Well, I can see by sort of testing it. So I think it's like a throttle equivalent of that. But the thing is, the tyres were just different back then. Everything had more give and slack and slop. So probably totally depends on the car and a whole bunch of things. There's a go-kart thing, wasn't it? Originally. Well, World War III's happening soon, so you might as well just buy a graphics card now. We have... I mean, if it's not the American Civil War 2, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Maybe... I don't know. Unless you're in one of the gated billionaire communities, they'll have all the sim rigs. The poors won't get the sim rigs. I'm going to move to New Zealand and fly my glider around. The good thing is, we don't have a new technology that allows complete morons to make up for the fact they're complete morons. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Is there a glider sim? There's Condor, which is the most respected glider sim. Also has VR, and I've been meaning to check it out. It has multiplayer as well, and competition modes and stuff. It's really bad graphics, but doesn't really matter for the type of thing it is. So there's Condor, and then Microsoft Flight Sim with some mods. Generally what people go for. But Flight Sim doesn't have particularly realistic thermals or lift and stuff. Yeah, well, you can only buy Condor through the through its website. It's one of those like super niche, super niche simulators. Very productive president. Hang on, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like a president just enacted, like signing off stuff and then going, well, that's what you're doing? That doesn't necessarily mean That doesn't mean productive, right? Like a lot of stuff that a government or president are doing, they don't need someone to draw attention to it because it's just their job, right? You do realise it's less productive when a president makes a big hoo-ha out of doing stupid shit than if they just did stuff that and then didn't demand credit for it constantly. It does beg the question, though. I know what you're kind of saying. Why is it that right-wing governments will just do stuff and say, well, that's what we're doing, and they'll do like massive sweeping things, right, that affect everyone's lives massively? I mean, I think we were slightly alongside him. He should have given us room. It was a bold move by me. Sorry. But I think we had we were side by side. I don't think that was too bad. Let's have a look. I think he turned into us after he'd already left the inside open. No, we were too far back. Let's see. Yeah, he's. I mean, we've already gone past the break point, so I can't really slow down anymore. Yeah, I mean, he's ahead of us. At this point here, I can't slow down anymore. I mean, if I'm this car, I'd probably move over to the left at this point anyway, just because I can't slow down anymore. Because I mean, I'm going on the grass. And if I'm this car, I would be over here. It was ascend, but I can't. Yeah, no, I couldn't do anything. At this point here, I can't slow down anymore. So, if you're this car, I mean, it's my fault for outbraking myself. But he should just put his car here, and then I can't do that. But it was bad driving by me. UK's more in danger. Well, the thing with the Constitution is, if the government decides to completely ignore it, it doesn't really do much, does it? Like, if you have like a legal structure in place, but then you decide not to enforce any of the laws, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's whatever you want it to be. So, you know, I think what protects a country, what protects a country from fascism or sort of dictatorship. I'm not sure if it's so if you look at the Weimar Republic and what happened with that, it was very quickly that all the like laws and the structure of the government was swapped over because a few parties teamed up together with Mr. Adolf. So, and at that point, then you're done. So, basically, you need a legal system that's stronger than the government. And if you don't have that, then it's over. So, if you're willing to allow, and to be fair, all countries to certain degrees allow their government to be mental. Like, I mean, like the Tony Blair with the war in Afghanistan is insane. Or even like Boris Johnson doing stupid shit, and you know, so they and other conflicts and things that take place. So there's always like a degree of flexibility given to a leadership. Because you also don't necessarily know what the real politics is as a general voter. That, you know, what you see is, oh, that's so obviously illegal. The real politic could be that they don't actually have any choice. I mean, they might have choice, they might not have choice. You don't know. So, yeah, I mean I think that's the case with all laws, though, isn't it? Like, but that doesn't. But if you really egregiously break laws, and if you're found guilty of crimes, and then that's not enforced at all, well, then you really do have a problem, don't you? The weird thing in America is that clearly Trump is not in charge at all. Like, clearly it's Elon Musk is obviously in charge. like I don't, you know, clearly it's like an oligarchy. And that, I mean, that's the same with the Democrats to a degree, but not to the same extent. Like, in the UK, you're like, well, how much is the elected politician actually in charge? It can be quite hard to like really say for sure. Well, all countries have money laundering problems, yeah. No, I don't disagree, but all countries have money laundering. You know. No, the US is pushing for a centralised government. They're like, it's the opposite of what you're saying. The US is pushing for a centralised around a different group of people. So that's not decentralised government, that's centralised government. Ironically, the way America's heading is way more centralised, like really more in line with like Stalinist Russia. That is where US is heading. The irony, the big irony is like Americans going, oh, we hate Russia for like 50 years, 100 years or whatever. Oh, we hate Russia, we hate communism. And then literally copying Stalinist Russia is kind of a bit strange. But, you know, if that's what they want. It's just a bit weird. That's a well-rounded view, Shumi. I mean, yeah. You might want to put like an S after that, a sarcasm, because this is the internet and we're not allowed sarcasm on the internet. It is just really weird, isn't it? That Americans would go from hating Stalinism to liking like hating their view of what Russia is to suddenly fully endorsing that same kind of process is just you wouldn't put that on your bingo card, would you? We fight it. We're going to fight this to the death. We're going to lose thousands, millions of lives. Oh, come on in. Right, what are we doing next here? I'm going to tweak some more settings here. Just want a burger. Where can you get a good burger from? Yeah, well, so that whole news thing is it's a big issue in the UK. Like, it's the thing of going, okay, so you have freedom of press, but you have some press that can obviously. So you go, oh, you have freedom of press, but if something has way more viewership and way more money behind it and is promoted and pushed to people, then it's not really fair free speech, is it? Like, if you say, right, it's free speech, but this one outlet has 1,000 times the resources as this other outlet, well, it doesn't matter how free the speech is, this outlet is going to have more speech than this outlet. So, for example, Joe Rogan can just say whatever, and he will have, like, way more free speech than something that has, like, 1,000th the audience. So, I don't know why people sort of, not people, but like in general, that's just conveniently overlooked, that aspect of that it's not, you can't just, free speech in and of itself isn't really the crux. It's not that important. It's not the most important component of it. Joe Rogan would be cancelled if he didn't have the followers. Well, why would he be cancelled? Joe Rogan always just parrots the sort of consensus popular viewpoint. Like the least... I don't think there's ever been a time where Joe Rogan hasn't been parroting the effectively what the consensus establishment viewpoint is. Or like the majority viewpoint. That's what he's always done. That's how you make money on those type of platforms. You have, what you do is you have guests, and then you kind of just don't question anything they say, and you invite the most popular guests of the current time onto your podcast, so they will represent what the narrative, what the popular viewpoint is, because they're the most popular guests, and then you don't question them. So you should back him. Well, yeah, no, it's weird. Like, it's just strange, isn't it? Not true at all. Do you ever listen to him or just go off clips? No, I have watched full podcasts. And yeah, he's a complete fucking idiot. He's actually a pure cancer of yeah, it's terrible. It's actually the embodiment of what is completely terrible. Not the worst, don't get me wrong, he's not the worst, but it's really pretty damn awful. And unfortunately he has an audience of like of a lot of people that think he's being open-minded. So it is really dangerous. So, like, you could, like,
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, no, what he's responsible for promoting is a degree of, like, is it incredulity? Like the opposite of critical thinking. It's insane. Like, it's actually mental. Super, super dangerous. Because it's presented as, oh, it's just a chilled out friendly podcast. It's so dangerous. Like, if it was presented as, we're not gonna question anything, we're just gonna invite people to spout whatever BS, fine. It's the subtext. The problem is it's the subtext that he presents that's really dangerous. So it's presented as if it's open-minded and reasonable. And to a lot of people that don't have critical thinking skills, they perceive it as, oh, it's just open-minded. Let's think about these things. And the reality is, it's really directed propaganda of being incredibly biased and not at all critical whatsoever. So it's so dangerous. Whereas if you have a show that's like the point of, like, I don't know, if you have Fox News, it's Fox News. It's like, well, obviously, I guess a lot of people consuming Fox News thinks it's actually news. But trying to think of another example, like you could have something where people are like, oh, it's obviously not trying to be, you know, it's obviously trying to directly push an agenda. It's really dangerous. Like, it's actually really quite sinister. Show me on the Del where he hurt you. A really good example is the fact that he keeps having that archaeologist guy on, the stupid ancient aliens guy. And so that's actually a really good case study, because the ancient aliens guy, it's really easy to, like, see that he's completely non-scientific and completely full of shit. And the way that Graham Hancock, right? The way that Rogan hosts a person like that, and their complete disregard for very basic scientific methodology, but presents it as if, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Oh yeah, maybe you've got a good point there. Oh yeah, that's fascinating. Oh, I haven't seen that before. Right? That approach to Graham Hancock, who's just completely spouting shit, and that promotion of that is what is so dangerous. And people will also, they just lap it up. I mean, you could argue that Joe Rogan basically created Graham Hancock, and unfortunately, for someone like Graham Hancock, it doesn't really matter. It's largely irrelevant. It's just, you know, it's just a it's a guy just making up ancient like Stargate or something, right? So fortunately, in that case, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, it's massively disrespectful to scientists, to archaeologists, to scientific method, to actual history. It's actually more offensive than like a whole bunch of things. But putting that to one side, is pretty. It's not that. It's not necessarily the most important thing to society or whatever, right? But it's a really good example of how he just, like, how many times he had him on the show, and how he just doesn't question simple things, like really simple things. Like, so if someone has a claim of like, there's stuff under the ground, but we just can't dig it, and you'd be like, well, hang on, well, what are other sources pointing to on this, or what's the other evidence, or what other things are available, or what are other scientists saying, or what are other archaeologists saying, or why is this considered a fringe view? Why are you assuming just because something's cut in a straight way that it can't have been done by like basic tools or occurred naturally? we have like a lot of geological stuff that occurs naturally that looks really unnatural in the sense that it's, you know, you get crystals and things, and it's a whole bunch of stuff that happens naturally that looks which is interesting in and of itself. It's like Giant's Causeway is fascinating. Like, it's so interesting that those rocks can form like that. Or when you have like geology where the plates have rotated around like fully. You've got like a whole like 300-400 foot plate that's right rotated over millions of years, or like miles deep ice cores and things. Like, it's insane. But it's really interesting to actually not make some shit up and actually go, well, what's the evidence? What's actually happened? Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't L. Ron Hubbard. It's still interesting, though, isn't it? That's the point. It's actually, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's it doesn't have to be entirely unique, but just saying it's a little bit unexpected to your day-to-day norm. Hence why it's a wonder of the world. I know. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, the rest of the academic community is conspiracy to suppress them to protect their career. Yeah, because geologists, it's well known that geologists are some of the most violent. I mean, right, in fairness, there have been cases where you do get mainstream views and there are outliers, and it takes time for those outliers to get consolidated. But I think in most cases where you have especially in more modern science, in Victorian times, I think things stuck around for a long time. But in more modern science, I do think, like, if someone actually presents solid evidence, it gets published, right? Like, it's because, especially if it's a significant outlier. Like, so for example, let's say I found in the UK a settlement that was really outside of the norm for what you'd expect in the UK for a certain time period. I found like a mass grave of like Vikings in an area where we didn't think Vikings were. That would like immediately, I think people would be like, oh my God, that's a well good discovery. Or even the like Middlesbrough, yeah. That the King's body in the car park in Leicester, right? There was lots of skepticism because it was like, well, this seems a bit weird, but you know. My goodness. Yeah, like you will. The problem is you will get, obviously, you do get fringe stuff that's correct, and it's hard to get absorbed into the correct sphere. So that obviously does happen. But the degree to which Graham Hancock does stuff is just insane. Aliens move the bodies there. So yeah, I think Joe Rogan's incredibly dangerous. Should you get iRacing? No, you won't enjoy it. Hang on, right, here we go. You personally know Hancock. What didn't you think? What did you think? Here we go. It's story time. Hang on, I have a degree in Egyptology. Problem is the insular and self-referencing nature of peer review and politicization of accepting contributions. Yeah, so I don't disagree that there wouldn't be issues in all these things, because obviously you get groups of people will do what groups of people do. You know, they'll want to support each other. You'll have like consensus views on things. Well, I mean, what debate do we have with Hancock? Like, I don't get what's the big debate that you have? Where's your evidence? like I just don't know with hang on, archaeologists like Dibble take it way too far. I mean, in what sense? I mean, before that Joe Rogan podcast, like it was. If you watch any of the series, was it Ancient Civilizations? Immediately they're all BS. Like it's, you don't have to be like a critical thinking genius to go, where's your evidence for this statement? Or that there's everything presented in those shows is like a fallacy. Like a massive assumptive fallacy. It doesn't require you to be like, you know, it's just like the statements just don't logically follow.
No worries, man.
Car stops on the right.
Yeah. You need a brake to stop a car, surprisingly.
Wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about other specific stuff that he might have done that might be valid. Like, who, you know, people do lots of different things, so all I can talk to is like the ancient alien stuff. I don't know about other stuff that he might have done that might be valid. So, was it ancient alien, ancient civilizations? You want the wheel display with the open... Yeah, in iRacing it really helps knowing the wheel rotation. Comet's on its way. What was it, 2025? I use the shaft as a reference. It's all about the shaft. Shaft life. What's weird with that whole meteor thing is that it's more likely that it will land in the sea rather than a city. Like the amount of yeah, it might hit the Earth, and that's interesting, and it's something to be concerned about. But it's a 2% chance of it hitting the Earth, and then there's like a 0.000% chance of it hitting a populated area because most of the Earth is not populated. So I mean, it's still obviously very relevant and worth being aware of, but I mean, and if it landed in the sea, but then also they don't know what it's made of. If it's solid, it could be that it's not solid, in which case if it blew up in the atmosphere over the ocean, it's not going to do much. But if it blew up in the atmosphere over a city, it could do like Tunguska. So yeah, but it's not that big. It's not that big, so that's the point. You don't think there's a problem with letting people speak? It's bad when you don't challenge an idea. Well, the problem is some people have a bigger voice than others because of their platform. That's the issue that's overlooked. So, like, in the past, generally speaking, like a media outlet or a news outlet would have some, like, regulation or some structure to... you know, be like actually have a burden of doing a bit of balanced reporting, whereas now you have like Joe Rogan can just say whatever and goes out to an audience 5 times the size of what a news station would have. So that's a bit of a problem. If it hits it, no, it's not that big, Eric. It's a relatively small meteor. It's only, was it like 20 meters or something? It's not like a ridiculously big meteor. Just get these settings. Yeah, I saw that SC46. Yeah, you'd think that would be quite an important thing, but oh well. Apparently not. Well, there was that woman that was hit by a meteor. Oh, it's a meteorite, isn't it? If it hits the ground, meteor if it doesn't make it to the ground. Or is it the other way around? No, meteorite is in the sky. Meteor hits the ground. I always get them confused. Hang on. Hate on Joe all you want, but he's given people an opportunity to hear so much truth that people would never hear. What truth? SC46. What truth? Like, name something that he's given people truth that they wouldn't hear. So this could be an example, and we can discuss it. What hidden truth that they wouldn't have heard elsewhere? Oh. Yeah, record somewhere else. You don't tell people about the problem until you have a solution. No, well, I mean, you don't. That doesn't make any sense. The Tom Hanks truth. Was Forrest on the island or not? I don't even know what that is. It's almost as if you guys haven't watched this show. You formed an opinion on what have we heard? What have we heard? Like, no, we've just had a conversation about a specific thing that's a good example of what he does, the Graham Hancock. So I have watched quite a few of his episodes of his show, like years ago as well. And it's always the same. I mean, it's fluctuated in terms of. So he went through a phase initially where he wasn't skeptical of anything and was like massively gullible to anything. Then he went through a little window, a little phase of actually seeming to be somewhat more skeptical and like checking sources a little bit more. And then he doubled down on being like really absolutely insanely incredulous and not skeptical whatsoever, and basically just mirroring whatever guest he had on the show and not really questioning it. And even worse, when he has a guest that's like a contrary to a sort of more far right wing or non-skeptical, non-scientific view, he will be more skeptical and questioning of guests that are less that are more critical. He's less critical of guests that are more mental. That's what's worse. Like, if he was consistently totally open and critical, you'd be like, oh, okay. But he's so obviously massively biased as well. The problem is it wouldn't be the news that told you about a meteor. There's private observatories that pick up the data, so the information would get out there. It's not like the news controls what that type of interstellar information. So if something was 2 miles wide coming towards us, the data from space telescopes and stuff is available to download for amateur astronomers, so it would end up being public. It's not an interesting take. This is not. There's a reason he's got a 20 million contract. Yeah, do you know? Is that reason? Do you think that's to do with being critical? Are you like 20 or something, or like 15? I just honestly, I don't know how someone could watch Joe Rogan and be like, you know, unless you were like really young. I could understand that because you know you're just less critical. I don't know. I don't know how. Or maybe I don't know. I don't know what it is. Oh, okay, Eric. I'm getting it now. Yeah. The President Elon Musk. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Right. It makes sense. There we go. Oh dear. Whoa! Whoa! Sorry, that was my fault. Oh. Sorry, my fault.
I think you lost a lot of power.
Yeah, I lost my legs. Oh dear. Right. Right, Eric, you can have a timeout. You get timed out for 30 minutes. There we go. Goodbye. That's what you get. No cups of tea for you. You passed the threshold. The threshold's been passed.
You got a toy car on the right. Go right.
Get a 30-minute break to watch some Joe Rogan. Does anybody else want a break? SC, you can have a timeout as well. You get 30 minutes. Well, you can have a 30-minute timeout. There you go. Because I don't allow people to talk. Right. All right. Thanks, Bobby W. Oh, here we go. I need to turn my force back up a little bit. Oh. I know. Pete, you can have a timeout as well. Timeout. You can have 30 minutes to read some books on critical thinking. I don't know how can people fall for like such blatant fascist bollocks. Like honestly, it's not. It doesn't require much thinking to like listen to someone like JD Vance talk and be like, "Fuck me, that's a fascist." Fuck off. Oh yes, that guy's making a lot of sense. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sorry. Well, I know, Thomas. Like I mean, I'm sure people in chat that are saying stuff probably just haven't thought about it that much. But people genuinely are they can't see past the BS. Like it's fine. Like look, if you are a genuine fascist, in a sense, I'd be like, oh, at least you're being honest and you want things to be you want fascism. Fine. I mean, I don't agree with that, but at least you're being honest about your political view, and that's what you want. And then we can decide whether or not that's the way we want to go. I would hope that we'd learnt from the 1940s that it's probably not a good thing, right? But the thing is that's really weird is the same lying and like really obvious sort of dog whistle fascism. People just accept it. They fall for the same stupid shit. And they themselves probably aren't fascists, and they probably don't think it's fascism because they can't recognise that it's just like they can't. I don't know what's going on. We're screwed. We're honestly screwed. You mentioned Comet or Joe. No, you can mention the Comet. The point with the Comet, there's just separate points with that. I don't know if it is a comet, and the point with that is it's the size of it and where it lands, and the thing someone was saying about the media not reporting it is just, as I say, amateur astronomers would point it out. Yeah, no, there's different perspectives and different cultures, but then you can't tolerate absolutely intolerant people. That's the problem, because an intolerant person doesn't tolerate anyone. That's the issue. Whereas if you have people that so if someone's like advocating for like killing people, or like for like, you know, if someone happens to have a different religion or different skin color or whatever, and then they're like, well, they're worthless as people, that's different to someone saying, oh, I think we should have a discussion about things. So yeah, I mean, we're so screwed anyway. I think we probably have like what, 3 or 4 years before what's going to happen is it will just be like further wealth inequality and division, and you'll end up with like sub societies of like gated communities of like mega wealthy people, and then so a bit like Blade Runner, I think, is what you'll have. But I think they'll be quite authoritarian. I think it'll be that you won't. People genuinely won't be able to speak their mind. I also think it'll be quite similar to like East Germany, sort of like if someone was to speak different, I think they just end up, you know, getting arrested and things. So a sort of technology-based oligarchical society. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, it already is. But it's going to be even more. Well, the AI... So this is a misconception with the AI stuff. The misconception is that people think, oh, it's going to be like Terminator 2. But it's not. What it's going to be is a small group of very wealthy people are going to be able to leverage AI for their own power and to maintain their position of power. So AI is just going to be a very efficient way of subjugating people. And so in the past, if you had like... Often you'd have like really crazy dictatorships or authoritarian regimes, but they're often poorly organised because the type of people that end up in those power structures are not necessarily the brightest people. They're certainly not societally motivated. It's why they're doing what they're doing, and so it actually becomes quite difficult to sustain authoritarian regimes. It's a lot of effort, a lot of like having to imprison people and manage them and subdue counter protests and everything. But if you can use technology and AI to really manipulate and manage people. So I think that's in the short term, I think that's the bigger aspect.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
A single... Yeah, I mean... I don't know, the thing is... At the moment, it seems like there is a big split. So there's going to be a lot of discontent. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I think we're screwed. Like, again, outside of personal views of what you would like, what a individual would like politically. The unfortunate thing is, if you have big political or economic changes in short periods of time, the problem is that is a bigger issue than the actual policies, because there's normally a lot of like inertia. There's a lot of cultural and societal inertia to anything, like whatever the intention is of a government or economic or whatever. There's normally like a human inertia just because of the sheer complexity of stuff, and that kind of stabilizes things. But if you've got like crazy AI tools, crazy technology, and then a really powerful authoritarian regime with a huge amount of wealth that then imposes a massive thing in a very short period of time, I think that just ends up doing a lot of damage. Regardless, even if they did the right thing, it would do the damage. Yeah. Well, the thing with the AI as a thing to like stop people having to do jobs they don't want to do, it's like, well, okay, did the cotton mills? Did cotton mills? I mean, we've had so much resource abundance now. Has the wealth that's come about from the invention of computers, for example, has that wealth actually gone to everybody? No, it's gone to like 5,000 people at the top. So that's exactly what happens with AI, but it'll just go to an even smaller group of people. That's just what happens. Yeah, and then computers. It's like, oh, computers make you do the work easier. It's like, oh yeah, well. L. Ron Hubbard, still though, less worse than forcing those children to play iRacing, so not all bad. What were you saying, Capsule? Sorry if we misconstrued what you were saying. AI will make a more pointy pyramid, which is good because you need them to land the spaceships on. I saw it in that documentary, Stargate or whatever it's called.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Unaligned. Yeah, no, okay. I know you're. Yeah, I know you're just talking about. Yeah, and you're just saying if there's some like additional life form that that comes from a super intelligence, that it'll just go, well, why do we need people? Yeah, but I mean, it could be that a super intelligence would go, actually, there's no point in killing everyone. I'm so intelligent, I don't need to kill everyone. And it turns out to be God, and it's like, oh, and that's actually the coming of Christ that Christianity was talking about. It was actually this super intelligence. or we've created the Borg. One of the two. I would like to flip the coin and find out. Borg or God. Let's see what happens, guys. What is there to lose? We could continue on and maybe not go that far and just have a nice, happy existence. Or flip the coin. When in doubt, flip the coin. I mean, you only live once. You might as well flip the coin. I flip coins. YOLO. Flip the coin. It's a super Formula Light. With the fixed setup.
The estimated strength of field is 2,757. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Well, AI will get so intelligent that it will work out ways of operating with not needing much power. I mean, because our brains are very fuel efficient.
Green flag, green flag. Right side. Still there, hold your line. Keep to the left. Right side, too wide. Still there, still there. Car right, too wide. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line.
That was nice of him to let us feed in there.
Left side. Still there. Clear on the left. Car right. Clear on the right.
Oh. Well, he's dead.
Car on your left. Clear. Car on your left. Go right. There's an incident ahead. Clear. Car right. Still there. Your line.
Okay. I'd rather not have to overtake on the grass, but you got to do what you got to do. I'll take the 1X. Don't think he realised he had damage.
Still there. Hold your line.
You go ahead, matey. He's on the inside. There's no point fighting him. Yeah, I mean, I'm not Caps. I'm not saying either way. I think it'll be like the Borg. The dogs in Wolfenstein 3. I can't remember what they sound like. It's hard to be positive. It's hard to be positive, really. I think it's a shame because okay. I think it's, I thought we were going to spin then. I feel like I'm doing all right, and which is always terrible stuff. Always happens when I'm doing okay. It's a bit annoying because it's like oh, he's on the left. Like, you know, doing okay, and then World War III has to start. It's like, well, can we not have not do that? Can we wait a bit? Why? Like, I think like millennials have been so screwed over. It's like BS after BS. If you were born in like the 70s and 80s, like, well, early 80s, at least you got like a little bit of a head start. If you were born in like the 60s and 70s, it's like basically your entire life has been a sort of general societal upward trajectory. As a millennial, it's been a societal downward trajectory. It's like economic crisis just at the point of you trying to get into the workplace, and then they're like, oh, global another crisis. Oh, let's have Brexit. Oh, let's have a pandemic, mismanage it, the finances from it. Oh, let's now start World War III. It's like you get like a 3-year little breather, and then it's the next shit thing. Oh wow, could be worse. Could be like medieval times. Didn't have tea then, so what was the point of living? I would like my car to turn more. The problem with iRacing is if you try and rotate your car in slip, right, you just spin generally. So you have to rotate your car from the rear diff and a little bit of slip, but like you can't throw a car in if you feel like it's not actually going into the corner. So you're kind of hostage to your brake bias and the car setup way more than other sims. Yeah, I think from a mental health perspective, and that's the problem with the brake bias too far back. From a mental health perspective, what's really worrying is we've gone from a sort of idea, I'd say from like the 50s onwards, there was this idea of like there is such a thing as objective reality, right? And sure, there's lying, and sure, there's like people don't know exactly what objective reality is, and they never will do. But culturally, at least in the West, we kind of agree that you're aiming. I mean, I think we would have hit him if we just took the normal line there. Like you're aiming. Everyone, or the majority of people, are aiming towards some kind of general concept of objective reality, right? That's a goal. I'm going to move over. He's not making that. Whereas now, I think in the last 10 years, this sort of subjectivism, this sort of moral, everything's relative and not defined, and that's culturally accepted. It's like it's this really weird. I don't know where it started. This sort of everything is like a subjective. I know because I'm not in control of the car here. We're yielding everything. I can't get it to rotate. The physics are so shit in this. Like, I want to turn the wheel more to rotate it, but I can't do that because I think the grip's just going to disappear. So you have to, like, you have to drive the car on the brake, but you have to then have gone in the corner in a certain way initially to then do. Also, then the car's not turning, so I think I just need more rear brake bias. But then I'm worried I'm going to lose up the rear. So this is the problem. I just can't get the car to rotate, and I'm pretty sure if I move the brake bias back, we're just going to lock and spin. No, because driving, you can rotate the car from the steering as well as the pedals. You don't have to only turn from the brake. Like, this is a problem. People that only play iRacing don't understand that you can like nudge a car into a corner to make up for the car not actually turning into it. But this is lost on a lot of people. If you play LMU, AC, AMS1, Last Garage, Richard Burns Rally, you understand how you can actually drive. If you go and drive a real car, you know you can choose between brake, steering wheel. I'm not going to tell you guys the obvious physics issues of iRacing. I can't be bothered. I didn't say the 70s was great. The point is, if you were born in the 60s, there's a lot of terrible stuff that was happening from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Loads of awful things happened. I mean, especially if you lived in America, like Vietnam War's insane. There's loads of awful stuff. However, from a sort of mental health perspective, if you worked a normal job and you generally worked hard within a structure, like if you went and got a degree or like followed a general process, chances are you'd be able to have bought a reasonable house, progress through life, things would generally be improving, you'd generally have savings that would accrue in value. Unless you did something really stupid, generally things would be progressing in an upwards trajectory. Whereas since 2008, people are just absolutely locked into like a hostage situation. But the thing is, obviously, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 50s, everything, the technology was a lot worse. So there was a lot worse healthcare. You know, there's loads of negatives. The thing is, now you have worse standards of actual basic life stuff whilst having an abundance of technology. That's makes it worse. Bloody hell. Find the limit for that. Oh, the physics is so bad in this. You don't really notice it with the super formula. We were like right on the point there, and then it's just got stuck on it. They're totally fine, Freaky Leak. Yeah. Details. Everyone knows it's driven a car in real life, played other sims. Yeah, JC. The point is, if you go into a corner too hot, you just counter steer. You don't get locked in like some monstrous oversteer mental lock slide. But yeah, it's pointless. You either understand it and you wouldn't say what you said, or you just don't understand it. So I you know. Yeah, it's a fun sim to play. I don't know why a lot of people get upset when you point out the very obvious tyre model issues. That is true. I think driving this from the groinal attachment was a big mistake.
New fastest lap for you.
This car's actually quite interesting because it has like really mega grip. Yeah, but JC, the point is, you can obviously, like, if you're not, like an average skilled driver feels the back end's light and they counter steer, but obviously because the rears had gone slightly over the limit, they flash heated, so the car then ignores the counter steer and gets stuck because the physics have turned off. That's why that spin occurred. Like, yeah, you can go. So this is something that's really weird. I don't get why I have to explain this a billion times. It makes me want to just microwave my head. You can do like you can go into a corner slightly too hot or miss an apex or overdrive, right? And the point is you go, oh, I overdrove that little bit, and then you counter steer, or then you apply a bit more brake or a bit more throttle or whatever. There's a ridiculously large margin of being able to like drive around going into a corner slightly too hot. The problem is if you go fractionally over the limit, it's just a turn. It's a binary. The tyres are turned off. So stuff that would be in any other simulator, just a counter steer, becomes a locked slide where you have to stamp on the brake and the accelerator and just wait. And that's the issue. It's not that, oh, you went into the corner too hot. It's like, well, obviously you did. Obviously that's what happened, because that's why the car spun. Because in iRacing, that's why it spun. Yeah, everyone knows that. It doesn't need to be said. The point is that it's a situation you can't get out of. This is a Super Formula car. It's an easy car to drive. It's not. These are all like absolute noob cars, like ridiculous noob cars. You know, these are like cars to help people get used to the sort of downforce, the basic principles, the physicality. You know, this is like one up from an F4 car. It's still basically a really rookie car. So it's why it's super forgiving, but the tyre behaviour in iRacing, completely out of context of everything else, makes it really unforgiving in very specific ways. So, I mean, unfortunately, people that know, and people that don't know, and then there's nothing that can be said. So I don't know even why I bother saying stuff. I'm actually an idiot. See that? We broke too hard, so the rear locked up. Caught it, still overheated, so it's still stuck in the same behaviour afterwards. No, there's nothing to learn. That The learning would be to not go into the corner too hot in the first place, which is completely beside the point. JC, you're getting very close to a timeout. I don't know why these concepts are difficult for people to understand, or some people to understand. The point isn't memorising what you can and can't do. Sure, like you drive a corner enough times in a given car, you know exactly where the brake point is. Sorted. You're not going to lock up or you're not going to go in too hot. That's not the point. It's a super formula. It is kind of like an F3 car.
Leader is running 28.557.
The problem wasn't the fronts of the tyre. The problem was the rear. It had nothing to do with the front tyres. The slide was that the rears, on braking, whilst turning, the rears slid, and so they flash heated, and so the grip disappears, and therefore you can't do anything once that's happened in iRacing. It's a known physics issue. They hopefully will work it out one day. Like in a real car, the tyres can heat and suddenly lose grip or have much lower grip, but the grip returns really, really quickly in most cases. Sometimes it doesn't, but most of the time it'll be like a snap correction. You can counter steer, but it's only if you're at speed and you've got downforce and in certain scenarios, and if you haven't flash heated the tyres. So yeah, you can counter steer in anything. That's not really the issue. like I don't know. Like iRacing is so obvious. The issues with iRacing, it doesn't even need to be said. It's still fun to play. I don't know why there's any pushback. Like it's like if you mention AC's curbing. There's no pushback when you go AC1's curbing is a bit weird, or the suspension's a bit weird in ACC and AC. Everyone's like, yeah. I guess pointing out tire model stuff's too close to saying that the physics aren't realistic, so it goes against the religion of a sim. Yeah, watch that video with Sebastian Job. It's really funny because the Porsche Cup car in iRacing is complete shit. Everyone knows it's shit. They won't publicly say that because they're not allowed to. It's total shit, right? Right, it's so shit. Watch that video and watch Sebastian Job when they go, oh, was it like the real car? Just look at his face when they ask him that question. But I mean, to be fair, it's really the drivers that do the esports in that car. They're mental. Like it requires people to be massively talented in iRacing. Like the Porsche series is insane. It's a really good test of talent, and for sim racing, and that would obviously transfer to real driving. However, that car does not drive like a car. Like you don't have to be like a genius sim racer to be able to identify how shit that car is. It really highlights iRacing's physics issues. Actually, that will be the car that if that car drives like an actual car, that'll be when you know iRacing has sorted out their tyre model. The thing, I think Porsches as cars get onto the tyres very quickly, so they tend to expose iRacing's physics issues those don't have downforce as well, which helps hide the physics problems. But yeah, this is the thing. Like someone like Sebastian Job is, and a lot of these esports drivers that want to do real driving, they're just priced out of it. Like they're obviously incredibly talented drivers. It's so BS that that motorsport excludes. You know, like there's so many of them that would like you can see when you've got like these esports drivers that happen to get the finances together, like Swolio for example. Obviously he's good at business as well. Ironically, right, so Swolio is a really good example of he's a good, obviously really good sim racer and good driver as well, but it's a really good example of how business skills are more important than race skills. He is good at driving as well, so maybe it's not a perfect example, but like how many esports drivers are probably just as good as Swolio, right? But they just don't have the business skills to generate the self-promotion to be able to do real motorsport, to like do sell driver coaching or whatever other stuff, you know. It's like motorsport is so stupid. It's so dumb. Right, I need to dial some settings in here. I don't know what brake bars we can really get away with. We need to actually do some practice laps and dial the settings in a bit more. But yeah, there's loads of... I mean, like James Baldwin's a good example. He's obviously a very talented driver. And, yeah, it's not good enough. I mean, hopefully he will actually get to do more stuff. I think he is, but... Right. 6 a.m. paper round. Didn't you enjoy doing that? Right. I used to drive. Oh yeah, I'm going to change something else. I hope. I think he was doing some. I don't know if he's like. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing now, but there's just so many drivers. Like, there's so many people that would, if you were to take the top like 30 sim racers, just the ones that want to do real driving. So there's actually a lot of there's a lot of sim racers doing esports that don't actually want to do real driving. They're not interested in it. They just like esports and whatever, the sim racing. But if you were to take like the top 30 that genuinely want to do real racing, and they're the top 30 sim racers, they would, if you gave them 6 months, if you gave them enough budget to have 6 months of practice in like say a Radical or something, or you know like F4 or something, you gave them like a season to get used to it, they would absolutely rinse the vast majority of people. Like you look at the even in like F4 in real life, if you've ever watched F4 racing, most of the grid are miles off. They're not even vaguely competitive. They're not even like, I'm not saying that I would be absolutely shit. I'm not putting me in this at all, but like if you were to compare it to like five-a-side football or like other activities, you know, like other sports you do, like football, tennis, whatever, 99% of the grid wouldn't even have made it into their like shitty local football team. That's how, because it's just rich people. It's a selection of really rich people that happen to be able to do motorsport, and then a small percentage are also good drivers. Yeah, well, sim racing shares a lot of the same skills that real driving does. So obviously, if someone's really good at sim racing, they're probably going to be quite good at real driving. They might not be good at the physicality of it. They might not be good at the immediacy of it, and they might not be good at the variability that's in real life and being able to accommodate to things quickly. But if someone did if they were a very good sim racer and they also did go-karting, chances are they'd be very good at full-size car racing. I think if someone only did sim racing and didn't do any go-karting, they probably wouldn't have the physicality of it, and aspects of reality would completely throw them off, I would imagine. I mean, go-karting is way more physical than most real series of... like even a shitty rental car is more physical than like a slow GT car. Just because you're not strapped in. Formula cars, I think, that's pretty stressful on the body. Yeah, like the just from a pure numbers thing, motorsport is like, it's just less competition because of the barrier to entry. So it's just how it is. Can you get some opinions on seat movers? I wouldn't bother. No, they're all right. I would say not. I wouldn't bother. If you were going to get motion, get like a Sigma Integrale or a D-Box type solution. That's what I would do. Oh, Brands Hatch. Let's do it. Who needs to practice? Yeah, so it's another myth. Race drivers are not concerned particularly about crashing, other than the cost and the fact that they won't be able to continue racing. So it depends what level you're talking about as well. Like if you're talking club racing, obviously people don't have any money and budget or anything. But if someone's like being scouted, they've done go-karting, or they're driving F4, you already need a certain amount of money to take part in that. And if you're trying to win, yeah, sure, people don't want to just drive into each other. And sure, drivers will have a bit of anxiety about crashing. But generally speaking, it'd be like saying, oh, a hockey player is worried about breaking their leg, so they're going to play totally differently. It's like, no, well, no. Or like a mountain biker. Mountain biking is probably more dangerous than race driving in many ways. But you don't. Someone's riding a mountain bike down a hill. They're not going, oh, I'm going to take this jump slower because it's dangerous. Or like a skier doing any skiing. They don't go, oh god, my knees, I'm not going to do this, or oh, I could break my ankle. They're going to do whatever's the fastest thing that they think they can do, right? And that's what obviously happens in cars. The danger thing with cars is a bizarre distortion of the fact that it was dangerous, really dangerous in the past. And sure, there are bad accidents and people do get hurt, but that's not in the minds of a driver particularly, or most drivers. It will be in a lot of drivers, and some drivers will obviously have to overcome it. But if you're talking like, well, for a start, go-karting is effing mental compared to like full-size car driving, and that is, you know, people break their ribs in that all the time, and that's mental. And that's go-karting that everyone thinks is a joke. And so people don't just watch go-kart races with kids. They do not care about the danger. They do not care. What are you guys talking about? Employment? I would imagine, hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. If you did an apprenticeship or a basic job, if the minimum wage was enough that you could actually buy stuff with that money that's valuable, oh no. Why did it fail connect to the server? What's going on here? If you got paid more, I'd imagine more people would do the work, I think. Like, do you know what I mean? If someone was like, oh, you do this, if you do this job for, I don't know, like a week of this work and that's enough for you to buy something cool, I think more people might go along with that. I think when you pay people such a minimum wage and it's like, well, that's completely, that'll buy me a coffee, probably means that people aren't particularly motivated by that. The work ethic of current school leaders. Yeah, I just think a lot of it is probably based on how much. Well, I don't 100% necessarily disagree. I could see how if you've been indoctrinated constantly with like social media stuff of people making money doing nothing, I could see how that would be demotivating in terms of doing some like basic job, right? So I could totally get that. And I could see why there'd be a lot of apathy. But also, I just think if you are paid a decent amount of money... So, like, when I worked at McDonald's when I was a teenager... Well, first of all, it was a way to... There were some nice girls there. but the point was, I was getting what? Was it like £5 an hour? Well... That meant you get like 5 hour shift. So you do how many would I do like 2 or 3 shifts a week? So you're getting like 60, 70 quid a week. Well, that's quite a lot of money really. But back then, like 70 quid a week is a reasonable amount of money. For not really doing anything. I mean, I didn't do much. Oh, yeah. Also, you could move up through McDonald's quite easily if you wanted to. I mean, it was terrible, but you... Whereas now, let's say you've left school and you need to rent somewhere... And what's minimum wage now? Like £7 an hour? £10 an hour? I don't know. I don't think it's much. But if your rental price in the UK is now like £950 a month, like £1,000 a month. Well, let's say you probably share a house if you're straight out of school. So you're looking at about £700 a month, right? If you're sharing. Let's say you're in the Midlands or the North, £600 a month. Well, your minimum wage isn't going to cover that, is it? So why would you bother? Why would you even care? You'd be like, well, hang on, there's no way out of this. Yeah, well, you don't rent a whole place, do you? You share a place with people. Oh, let's bind the pedal. But also, there's also the thing of, let's say, in the past, you could go out, £30 or even £25 would be enough money to go out, like partying or whatever, clubbing, right? You £25 would buy you, like a beer would be like £3, £2.80, £3. So You know, like £15 would be enough to be absolutely wrecked for most people, like as a teenager. So now, if you wanted to get like 4 beers and also an entry fee into somewhere, you're talking £50, £60, £70 plus transport, which is probably like another £20. Like, what are people meant to do? Yeah. Like if that's just for drink. I mean, I don't like drink culture, but it's an example of where someone in the past, someone might go, oh, I will work this shitty job I don't particularly like in a whatever, doing whatever, because it means I can go out Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or you know, I go out at night and might meet some girls or something. Also, in the UK, I don't know about you guys, but UK culture is so bad. It's so hard to just meet up in the UK with interesting people. Like compared to Europe, where they have lots of in Germany at least, there's loads of like cultural meets, and there's beautiful women everywhere in Germany. But in the UK, it's all miserable people everywhere. They're all miserable and boring people. They're not interested in interesting politics stuff or economics or anything. They're just boring people everywhere. You go to Germany, just you pop into like a meetup, and it'll be like, oh, there's some other people from France, Germany, England, whatever, all over. Interesting people learning different languages. The English people are just boring, overweight and boring like me. I'm one of them. No, yeah, look, yeah, there is rose-tinted glasses for the past. But put it this way, Richard Burns Rally is still the best rally sim, and that's 20 years ago. So, that's how you know. You can use driving simulators as a reference for the decline of humanity. Oh yeah, I was going to be the best chimney sweeper. One of the best, if not the best chimney sweepers. Well, you can have an interesting conversation with Shumi.
Green flag.
I mean, look at the UK equivalent. It's bloody Nigel Farage. It's a perfect example. UK's just lame. We don't even have proper evil people. They're lame. Oh, I've just realised I left my beans in the air fryer. I need to warm them up. Thanks, Orimu.
Hello.
Yeah, the issue with the UK in terms of jobs is that London has jobs available, but then obviously they don't pay enough, so it's harder to find work further north. So yeah, it's cheaper, but it's a lot harder to get work. So there must be like some kind of thing that breaks that down to like account for that. Like, you know, considering the house prices and cost and everything. Well, it's not that simple. Yeah, the map that breaks down AFD voters over non-AFD, it's like, yeah, it's basically like the East German, the line between what was East Germany. But there's a lot of subtle reasons. You should read up on like East German history and stuff. It's really interesting. Oh, well, that's good. Good line. Well, to be fair, plastering is a mental job to do. Like, physically, it's very hard work. From my understanding, schools are still, like, really backwards, though, in the teaching. Like, they don't teach, like, basic skills and... yeah, they don't teach these things so that people don't have a concept of why they might want to do it. Because there'll be a proportion of people that would actually genuinely enjoy being a plasterer or doing painting and stuff, right? There will be a percentage of people that would like to do that. And if they do a good job, like even painting, if you're really good at painting, not even really good, but if you can do a good job, you can actually get really good pay for it. But like the problem is if you haven't taught people or like set it up as like, oh no, these are the skills, like you would have at like doing MVQs at college. Exactly. The education is just not there. So it's like I did a BTEC National in IT, and a lot of people that I know that were doing my course would be people that just wouldn't. They would get shit jobs normally, but they get the BTEC National in IT, and it's like, oh, they can do the network architecture or support or a whole bunch of stuff, a whole range of things, you know. And the skills that you actually taught skills rather than like completely useless academic stuff that you then have to go to a university and spend thousands of pounds on a degree for, which isn't worth anything.
The estimated strength of field is 2,500.
Yeah, there's it's even stuff like pointing and things, and just brushing up properties and stuff. I could see how that could be quite a satisfying job. I mean, I'm not necessarily something I would want to do, but there will, like a lot of people would go, "Oh, IT stuff's completely terrible." So, like different people like different things. If the pay's good, a lot of people will quite happily do a 5 to 8 hour day job. If they're paid decent, they'll quite happily do it. Like, a lot of the issue is just people not being paid enough. Oh, you have to do this job that's not the best of jobs, but you're getting paid enough to be able to have a surplus of income so you can then do whatever you want in your free time. Okay. Drive into me, drive into me, drive into me. Oh, I've driven into him. I had to come off my brakes a bit because the car behind. I'm sorry. Oh, I drove into the car in front because of the car behind. Whoops. Dumb shit. That was my fault. I was too scared of the car behind and then I killed the car in front. Oh, no. What a fail.
I can't believe you've done this.
Yeah, that was my fault. I'm sorry. That was totally my fault. I was worried about the car behind. Sorry. Whoops. I became... I thought I was going to be the punted, and I became the puntee. Ah! Okay, that was close. I became the evil I thought I was going to be subjected to.
Don't use the same plate. Stupid.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's very easy to say, oh, people don't have motivation, but ultimately, motivation comes from someone having the vision, or like, most people wouldn't do something unless they were to know that a positive thing comes from it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, people generally like to do stuff if they know they're going to get something good from it. But if someone doesn't know what good will come from something, they're not going to do it, are they?
Keep to the right.
Yeah, incentive, that's the word looking for. Yeah, you need to...
To the right.
Sometimes the incentive is just awareness. But then that also has to be like from an earlier age for someone to be able to self-incentivize. And I mean, there's also, that's the whole thing of university, right? The promise of university and the incentive to spend the money to go to university was that you spend that money on the university course, you do the degree, and then you're likely to be able to find employment, and you'll probably get more pay, and you're more likely to get a better job. Well, if that social contract basically doesn't exist anymore, which it doesn't, well, why would people want to go to university? Why would people want to get that debt?
You got a slow car on the right. Clear on the right. Go right. Go right.
Yeah, work a full-time job, but you'll never be able to buy a house. You won't even be able to afford to rent a place. Oh, okay, that sounds like a good deal.
Still there. Clear. Right side. Still there. You're on the left. 3 wide. Still there. Still there. Car right.
I mean, that is certainly a way to overtake.
Car right. Car stop on the left. You're on the right.
The other guys on the right crashed. He just outright putted us off the track. Was it the guy we rear-ended? Oh well.
The car in C2. Just set the fastest lap. 22.486.
Well, capitalism's dead. I think it's doing what it's always done. We're in 11th place here. It's going surprisingly well considering we've killed people. It's at its peak. It's working just as planned for the people that are
drive, man. Holy shit.
incredibly wealthy. It's not working too well for the average person.
Slow car ahead. Car stop on the right.
Yeah, iRacing always makes the British tracks terrible weather. As I was saying earlier, the thing that's really weird is that the media, sort of oligarchs and media, have got the people in the West pointing fingers at each other rather than the billionaires. It's like it's just brushed under the rug. The fact is, we live in times of so insane surplus wealth, surplus resources. Like, we can just produce monstrous amounts of food that in the past would have taken huge numbers of people. Entertainment is distributed for free, basically. You don't need, it's just sent over the internet. So much communication is just done over the internet. In the past would have required like switchboards and people operating machines and maintenance of all this stuff, right? There's just so much abundance, right? But you wouldn't think it. You would think, oh, hang on, things are as abundant as the 90s, right? Like, it perceptually, as someone that lived through the 90s, it would seem as if things are less abundant than the 90s, really, which doesn't make any sense, given that we've accelerated past what was available at the 90s 50-fold, and now with AI, it's even more. It's like AI is going to be able to do the work of entire offices of researchers, but I don't get why people are so susceptible to pointing fingers at, like, it's immigrants' fault, it's brown people, it's these people, it's this person, it's these white people. It's like, no, it's the billionaires, you idiots. It's not. Is it the person with the mega yacht? Is it the person that looks literally like a Bond villain in their volcano mansion, eating caviar every day, baths of caviar? No, it's not the Bond villain. It's the. Imagine a realistic James Bond film would be. A realistic James Bond film would be everyone denying that the Dr. Evil is Dr. Evil. They'd be like, oh, he seems quite reasonable. I think he's alright in his volcano. I quite like his TV show. It's fine. Is he that evil? He's killed a few thousand people. He plans to destroy the world with a new mysterious technology. Is he that evil? I don't know. I don't think James Bond should stop him. Seems a bit unfair. I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. But he stood right next to the most powerful position in the world, and it looks like he's just bought himself into a nation. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But he's it seems like he's doing Nazi salutes. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, that soapbox, what? The reality of how fucking insane things are at the moment. And that's fine. Things being insane is fine. What's even more insane is the sheer number of people completely unaware. Oh dear. I'm going to air fry myself. Get in the air fryer. I mean, to be fair, if people can't identify iRacing's tyre model issues, what chance do they have on nuanced politics? That's, you know, the clues are already there. No, the meteorite's not that big and it only has a 2% chance of hitting us. And then it only has like a 0.000% chance of actually hitting the city, and then it might not be dense meteorite anyway. So it might not even be a meteorite, it might be a meteor. So don't get excited yet. You're gonna die. Yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna die. I mean, that is the positive. Like, I think people do forget that everyone's gonna die. You don't live that long, so you might as well experience like insane stuff happening. I mean, sure, like people suffering's terrible, but if it's gonna happen anyway, you might as well witness it. It's like if the world's gonna end from World War III, you might as well watch it. Like, why not? You get to see the final chapter. You see the whole story. It'd be like, I mean, sure, the final season's a bit like the last seasons of Game of Thrones. Sure, but at least you watched the whole thing all the way through. That, you know, that's at least you were at the end. So it's, look, I'm trying to put some positivity on this. I'm in the top 10 despite punting someone. I think I did say sorry to them. Don't encourage Niels, he'll make more bloody pedal videos. So, it is now time for pedal video number 42. It's my Dutch voice. I have loaded Excel spreadsheet here. How many stroopwafels can my pedals lift in Excel? I don't know, he sounds like it sounds like Sean Connery. Dutch Sean Connery. Oh, it's his real accent. I mean, the thing is, at least if you were born, if you're born into an authoritarian regime, that's the norm, and so you don't notice any difference, and you'll be like, oh, that's just how it is. Maybe I don't agree with it, but I live in an authoritarian regime, and I'll get hung if I say anything. So you know, it's you just be like, oh, that's just like right, that's just how it is. The problem is, we don't live in an authoritarian regime at the moment, and a lot of people haven't. So that's the problem is seeing the decline into authoritarian regime. That's the issue. If you're born into it, it's totally fine from your perspective. No, it's just how slow I drive through Gestapo. Totalitarian is bad. Well, it doesn't have to be bad, does it? It could be good. If it's a virtuous totalitarian regime. They're like, you will drink 4 cups of tea a day. It is the law. Ah, okay, if I have to. Yeah, I run the this live stream like a dictator. Get rid of the tater. Timing people out is my hobby. Oh, we've got 4 minutes of cruising around here. Oh, the car behind lost it. For some reason, the word dictator makes me want to have a potato.
4.9 seconds.
If anyone defends Joe Rogan, they get instant timed out. That's a rule on this channel. If you have anything, you can have positive things to say, but if you think Joe Rogan's critical, if you think Joe Rogan's a bastion of honesty and critical thinking, that's a timeout. What stupid fat hobbitses.
The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 5 seconds.
I'm surprised we're in 10th place here. I don't know if what that means for rating and stuff, but we've got a broken car. We didn't practice.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap. 22.358.
Yeah, the pseudo intellectualism of podcasts is so obnoxious. So there are good podcasts where they're just like more where they're just literally talking through history or something, or they're just entertaining, or like just comedy stuff, whatever. But when you have these like dude bro podcasts, it's just strange, isn't it? What it reminds me of, like the sort of Joe Rogan, there's a whole bunch of them. The same thing. There's like a circuit of them. It reminds me of those magazines that I'd read when I was like 12 or 13 that were like
You're lagging everywhere.
conspiracy
Absolutely
magazines that you get from, like spontaneous human combustion, or like ghosts, do they exist, or a sort of UFO special, or like Area 51, or true crimes. It reminds me of that sort of level where, as a 12-year-old, where you have no context, you're like, oh, that's interesting. Got that person caught on fire. You're just like, oh, that's just interesting. It's novel. It's sort of a novelty thing.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 8.4 seconds. Last lap.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That would be, I think, it's a shame with like something like Joe Rogan. It's a shame when they have the opportunity to interview people where they could actually ask interesting questions, or they could, like, the interesting format is if you actually have a thanks, Ian. If you have guests that are both knowledgeable, not even that they're against each other, but they're like knowledgeable on the subject in different ways, or knowledgeable in different areas, right? That is a really good way. That's a much better way of doing a podcast. Like, So I think that's the problem with like the Joe Rogan thing. It's framed as if it's a conversation, but it actually isn't. It's just and a lot of these podcasts,
There's the flag.
it's essentially whoever the guest is on these shows. It's a way for them to basically just say what they were going to say anyway, without any actual conversation or any actual like interaction or criticism or critique or critical thinking, but in a context that makes it look like they're on another person's show. So from a viewer's perspective, it's like, oh, there's this person is on another thing. It's a conversation. When really it's not actually a conversation. So the lie is the fake conversation. And then these people go on all each other's podcasts, right, in this little sort of circle to make it look like everybody is, oh look, this person didn't contradict them, this person didn't contradict them, this person didn't contradict them, this person didn't contradict them. So, oh, they must be saying something that's quite agreeable because no one contradicted them. And, oh, everyone's talking about this person because they're on that podcast, they're on that podcast, they're on that podcast, on that podcast. So it's all about presenting a subtext of acceptability. And that's the sort of lie of it, because most people don't think of it in that way. Good race. Apart from the person I killed at the start. Sorry for the... Oh. Where's my chat button? Sorry for the accident at the start. I think they've gone. We need some music again. I thought the car behind me was going to rear end me, so I lifted off, but unfortunately I then didn't brake hard enough for the corner. Huge error. It was my fault. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Whoops. Sorry guys. I killed like 3 people there. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I mean, it was quite an efficient takedown. Oh no. Oh, he still rear-ended me though. Oh. That was my fault. Yeah, I'm a noob.
I'm sorry.
To be fair, they deserve to scream at me. I did say sorry.
So smart, mate. So smart. Can you use the film, please?
I need to heat my beans up.
Stupid.
Well, that went all right, really. And we need to adjust some settings, but let's do some more tweaking here. When's the next one? 20 minutes. Okay. Oh man, I'm well hungry. Woo! I hope everyone's all right. I tried not to rant too much. I got a headache today. I've got a headache, so I'm easy to time people out. Got the headache. what do we do now? Do we do? Should we do the F4 again, or do we do F4's in 20 minutes? So, don't you think it's what's a shame is incumbent like power structures of government, like neoliberalism, basically. So what we've had for the last sort of 20 years, European politics, British politics, a mixture of slightly left but mostly centre conservative neoliberalism. Same in America, but even more conservative in America. That is obviously doesn't work, and everyone's known it's not worked for like 30 years. It's been there's a decline of wealth inequality has progressively got worse, and quality of life relative to the resources has progressively got worse, and obviously that pisses people off. So we know that that's the case, but what's really weird is it's never the case that people go, oh shit, the current system's not working, let's do something more democratically social. Let's redistribute the wealth from people that have far too much wealth to people that don't have much wealth, and let's see what happens. That never happens. What always happens is fascists end up getting voted in, and far right policies, and then stuff that basically attacks minorities, until you then end up with a war or a whole bunch of people going to gas chambers, and or like invasions of other countries and just people being murdered, or like mental management of agriculture and like starvation. All that shit ends up happening, and then you have then all the people die, and then people go, oh, actually, maybe we should have done the democratically social thing. Why can't we just cut out the bit where we go to war, we starve millions of people, or we murder minorities? Why don't humans cut that bit out and just go, let's just do a sort of democratically social organisation of resources? Why do we always have to do this far right fascist populist shit that never works out? why the same thing? Like, fine, if it happened once, I get it. You go, oh well, we don't know, things are terrible, let's just try fascism. I understand people might do that once, that makes sense, but why, when it's not worked out previously, like other stuff, like other forms of capitalism, other forms of dictatorships, it's not worked out, why do the same thing over and over again? Why just do something different? It's boring, if anything. Oh dear. I get what it is people that have at any point in time, if someone's got a lot of resources, they don't want to give up their resources. And from their perspective, they think, oh, I don't want to be the one to give up my wealth, which is everyone's in that position generally. And so no one wants to be the one to diminish their position. And that just keeps increasing. Inevitably, eventually, there's a critical mass of disenfranchised people that at the bottom end are the least likely people to be critical and receptive to thinking about what might be a reasonable solution, and that then there'll be someone that's a middle class or moderate or a somewhat powerful person that then goes, oh, I'm not in the optimal piece of power, but I can leverage this disenfranchised group of people by taking advantage of tribalism and all the shit parts of humanity. So they then leverage that, but you'd still think that the people that are the people that are currently in power with lots of money would go, yeah, we need to be cautious. We probably should actually. We are in a good position. We can redistribute even a tenth of what we've got, and that would probably quell the uprising of what would actually destabilize everything. You would have thought, like the Democrats in America, you would have thought that they would go, yeah, guys, look, we do need to actually, we need to do something. Clearly, this neoliberalism is not working. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh dear. Well, I mean, what can you do? And then your average person, rampage. Your average person gets screwed at the end every time. And the billionaires are just like, either way, it's because they don't care. Either way, it doesn't make any difference to them, does it? Like, ultimately, if you're like Bill Gates or whatever, Mark Zuckerberg, whoever, everything goes to shit. It doesn't matter to them. They could be like, oh well, we'll just go to our house in New Zealand. They don't care, so they don't lose. Well, it depends how you define them. I think fascism is pretty well defined. I think we should support billionaires because they're really smart. Exactly. I do. I actually buy billionaire products to support them. Right. Well, no, but that's not necessarily fascism, Skywalker, is it? I mean, I'm not a fan of Starmer, but there's obviously degrees and there's obviously different policies, and you could go, well, specific policies are less humanitarian than others or more aggressive. I think there's a threshold that a politician passes where ultimately pretty much everything they do is geared around a specific like fundamental ideology of achieving like a sort of racial superiority or a nationalist superiority, a selective one. Whereas if you have a politician that still believes in like separate democratic institutions, legal systems, then it's not really the same thing, even if they might still be wrong and they might still be arses. But yeah, I mean, for conversation's sake, you could list out a bunch of things, and then you could align them, and then go, well, how much do they line up? Let's see. Right, I've ChatGPT. I've said define a fascist in 20 bullet points. Authoritarian rule, centralised power with no opposition. Well, that's clearly not the case in Britain at the moment. I mean, it's fairly centralised, but there is opposition. Like it's not like, do you know what I mean? Like on a scale, ultra nationalism. I mean, every country is quite nationalist that by default, so it's hard to like pick that apart. Militarism. That's most Western countries, in a sense. Although the British military is like crumbling. Cult of personality. Starmer does not have a cult of personality, let's be honest. A cult of non-personality. Yeah. Cult of personality you could not apply to anybody on the left at the moment in the UK. Well, even central. Like, I mean, even anyone in the British government who's a cult of personality. I really don't. I mean, Boris Johnson was probably the closest, but even like, I mean, Theresa May nobody liked. Liz Truss nobody like they didn't have a cult of personality behind those people. So I don't think that would really, suppression of dissent. Well, that's me. I mean, you could say that to any like government in a sense, but it depends on how. Like, if we don't have imprisonment particularly in the UK, you do in scenarios in the UK. It's to degrees, isn't it? This is the thing. It's like it depends how much to what degree you're to what you describe as dissent. Scapegoating, blaming minorities, immigrants, and political opponents for society's problems. Well, political opponents would apply to all politicians, so I don't think that's particularly useful. But blaming minorities and immigrants, I don't think you could really, like, in Europe and in the in the UK, Labour actively try not to do that, whereas Conservatives try to do that. So that is a defined difference. I mean, rightly or wrongly, anti-democratic. I don't think Starmer is anti-democratic. I don't think you could say that. Both Labour and not all of Conservative, but historically, Labour and Conservative, and historically, in America, the Democrats and the Republicans did believe in it might be a massively flawed democratic system, but they did believe in their democratic system, in that they were generally following, give or take, the rules of their system. So, within that context, same in the UK. Corporatism, merging of state and corporate power. Well, that's kind of happened in the UK, and that's been the case in America and the UK for quite a while. But the degree, again, it's degrees, isn't it? You can't say Starmer's not democratic at all. That doesn't make any sense. Like, he's worked as a bloody and I'm not a fan of Starmer, and I'm not saying that but you can't say, like, conversation doesn't work if you're going to if you're going to go, oh, that person's not democratic at all. It's like, well, what, compared to, like, Pol Pot? I mean, obviously he's more democratic than... I don't know what you're disputing, Shumi. Their primaries. I don't think the Republicans do, though, do they? The Democrats do, but then they rig how those are operated. It's really weird. It's actually really weird how that operates. Yeah, no, in a sense there is. Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but it's different structures of democracy, isn't it? The Game of Muscle propaganda channel. Control of media and information. I don't think in the UK. I don't think that Labour Party control the media. I think the media have a control over the Labour Party. To be honest, I think media has a control over the British government more than even Conservatives. I would say that the media controls, like, the rich, like mega wealthy, and the media have more control over the political parties than the political parties have control over the media. I would say in America now, with Elon Musk owning X and other, and then you've got Facebook and Amazon all like in cahoots. Same on the Democrat side as well. They've got billionaires that own a lot of media. So you're like, well, where does it? How much is the media owning them versus the government owning the media? If when you've got someone like Elon Musk in government, effectively, well, that's switched over, hasn't it, from the media controlling the government, from the government is now the media directly, right? Yeah, no, I don't disagree, Elron. Yeah. So, but yeah, they own. Yeah, it depends where. So it depends how you divide it up, doesn't it? who's in control of what, and yeah. Yeah, that's weird in America, the whole sponsorship thing and the degree to which you are sponsored as a politician. That doesn't seem to happen in the UK until you get into like a major party. Like, from my understanding, when you do like local government, you'd be a total independent, right? You're just like a random pleb. I mean, you might have local business connections. You might be well known. You've done some like local council stuff, but that's it. But it's only once you're in a leading political party, that's where that interaction between the lobbying happens. But in America, I think it happens at a much earlier stage. I could be wrong. That's just my impression. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's for the election campaigns. It's happening at a later stage. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's seems to be a difference. Surveillance and policing, monitoring citizens and using police force to maintain control. That describes every country. I mean, the UK loves to monitor people. Yeah, there's more. Yeah, more independent. I mean, the thing is, America's on such a big scale. It's hard to like really draw comparisons. Well, the thing is, they say the UK is the most surveilled country in the world, but it's just a lot of cameras. But they're not. A lot of them aren't turned on. I don't know what they're doing. It is weird because if the UK, like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing, there are a lot of cameras in the UK, right? But if they were actually doing the job, like, how do like the random terrorist attacks and things that happen? If, like, presumably, if everyone's being surveilled through cameras, you'd be like, oh, that person's got a knife, arrest him. The copper wire's been stolen. So I have a suspicion that a lot of these cameras are not turned on. It's all there. They're just all plastic cameras. It's all the pigeons. They're the real cameras. Yeah, it's just private companies just watching out for their, like, someone stealing the doorknobs. That's that. The copper doorknobs. Oh dear. Right, let's get my cold vegetables. I'll be back in a second, guys. Well, the other streamers just don't know how to have incredibly tedious conversations that go nowhere. That's what we specialise in. Oh, hang on, the session's up. Oh dear, I probably missed it. I've got my fried, well, I kind of air fried with cheese beans. Well, good. I keep forgetting I can put frozen vegetables in my air fryer. You're very left wing and you'll get into chapter and verse about authoritarian regime within Labour. Well, yeah, I mean, I've never felt in the UK that there's been a political party that vaguely represents my view of, you know, what I like. Not even close. Like regulated, like a highly what do you call it? Like a tax system that's very lax on small business and individuals and employees, but very like really high tax rates on large businesses, really big incentives on employment and employment structure, maternity leave, massive investment in education, transport, massive privatization, taking in business like rail, mail, anything that's not got any competition, water systems that should all be publicly owned. You know. Oh, I know. But didn't you know that he was unelectable? Well, yeah, it's weird because that was the whole. That's why they're called Labour. The whole point is that they represented people actually doing the work, right? This is a sim racing stream, but we talk about lots of stuff. We get bored just talking about Sims. If we're doing a live stream, we're just chatting. That's true. Yeah. Well, it would have been. It would have been. Oh, choking to death. They got me. Oh, they got me. That was weird. Bean death. It didn't even go down. Why am I choking? That was weird. Oh, so I'm elderly now. Hello. I'm very old. That's weird. Chaos under Corbyn. Bankrupted the country, yeah. That's what happens, right? Did you know that someone can get into government and whatever they do, immediately they can bankrupt the country? Like a politician can completely wipe off all wealth, all real wealth of an economy, like straight away. It's that on the limit of a nation. You know, despite there being millions of people and companies and lots of industry and things actually happening, it's actually possible for someone to just make a mild policy and that would immediately bankrupt the entire country. That's how it works. That's how economics works. You might not have known that, but yeah. It's really weird how those catchphrases are good enough. Like magic money tree. It's like, actually, yeah, you have actually just described how modern economics works. That there is a magic money tree. There is no tree, but there might as well be. And yeah, yeah, you can just invent money. That's actually how economics works. Like, yeah. The people aren't printing money. It is like the financial bailout of the 2008 financial crisis. That money, where did it come from? Oh yeah, it was just invented immediately in response to stabilising the current cash flow. It's almost as if fiat currencies exist purely as a way to facilitate economic productivity. It's almost as if the actual monetary numerical value and debt is not singly the most important thing. Who would have thought? Oh well.
Ono si moc nehraj. To mi ještě nedělej nikdy. Kámo, už se mi nikdy neukáž takhle. Pak držíš Ameriku, kámo, ani na mě nesahaj.
Ah! No! Why has that done that?
Škope ty zmrdé, ať ti ukážu, vole. Nesahaj na mě.
That was weird. Did I click something like an idiot?
I love you.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Love, 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 love.
Oh.
The estimated SOF is 2,943.
How's everyone doing?
Tight field today. Look for opportunity.
Beautiful. I try not to murder anyone. I changed settings again though, so what's NASCAR's on today?
5 cars left to grid.
We should do an oval race actually. I enjoy watching Indy 500 when that's on. I do like big oval races. Is that the real one?
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
How long?
Waiting on the final car to grid. Everyone's gridded.
I need to watch it. What time's it on? Was it already happened?
Green flag, green flag.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, man, this west of Spain.
Left side, clear on the left.
Yeah, my wheel disconnected, sorry.
There's an incident ahead. Car right, go left. Clear on the
Should have
right,
left
go
from
left.
space, you fucking idiot.
That went surprisingly well.
Your line. Stay on the right. Clear.
It's a shame that more Sims don't have voice chat because it's so good. Oh, well done. It's weird that the F4 car, when you go over the limit of the rears, the grip actually comes back quicker than the Super Formula. Like that iRacing overheat thing. It's less pronounced on this F4 car.
Honestly, mate, what are you doing?
Sorry, brother, I hit the netcode. Oh, you're just hitting everyone.
I think I don't have a RPM gauge. So I don't know when to shift. I'm just using audio. My wheels just flashing at me. What, you don't like Brands Hatch? Banned? How dare you come in this chat and besmirch the Hatch of Brand? This is the greatest track after Alton Park. One of the greatest tracks in the world. Unbelievable. How dare you? Of all places. Hello, Danny. Well, I'm alright, yeah. We've just been ranting today. Completely unproductive. It's great therapy for me. I use you guys as a free therapy. I get paid. It's like I get paid for the therapy. It's great. Okay, the MX4. Okay, I'll let you off. As long as you're not besmirching the Hatch of Brands.
Left side, clear on the left.
They're very sensitive. They're load cell pedals. It's the new thing. Load cell throttle. You actually get that on some planes. Yeah, I ended up. So the G29 pedal's a bit weird. You can get some mods for it.
Just set the fastest lap. 22.22.
Bloody hell! If you don't get it stuck into the corner at the start, you're done. Oh my goodness! The physics in this game are so fucking stupid. Like I stayed on the inside there because I'm like, oh, car behind's going to try and do a move. And then, because if I haven't played iRacing for a while, I forget that you can't just push the brake and tweak the steering to rotate the background. You're just gonna understeer. There's nothing you can do. It's so limiting. Yeah, I need to make sure my brain's in iRacing gear. I think I'm still in like LMU mode at the moment.
Go right.
Of course he's not going to go on his brakes. I thought...
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, you push your brakes next time when you do that.
You've got wheel
What an
damage.
idiot.
Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment.
I didn't go further to the right because I thought he wouldn't be that dumb. But, well... he was!
Damage is repairable.
Why? I mean, he's rotating. Why did he not just stay on his brakes? I mean, I have, to be fair, I have driven off the track. Pretty much. What an idiot. All he had to do was just stick his brakes on. He would have been fine. Oh, he's come off his brake, yeah. Just come back out. What an idiot. But the reason he's lost it is because of iRace's terrible physics, to be fair. Like, he'll have caught that. He's caught it, but the tyres are stuck over the limit. No, it's the front of his car still rotated, I think. Oh no, the back of it. But still.
The pace car is out of control.
The thing is, the slide that he's got into here is iRacing's tyre model. It's really funny actually because you see people struggle with it, the same thing over and over and over again. Where look, the exact process of what's happened here is he's gone in, he's turned a bit too hard whilst on the brake, so the rear's given out. So he's then come off the brake and he's counter-steered it exactly as you would in a real car, right? And he's thought, oh, I've caught it, because in any other scenario,
Like, can you just
that
drive
would have
fast
caught
or,
it,
like,
right?
decide to do something with your life.
That would have caught it. In any other scenario, any
Yeah,
other
you're too
racing
fast.
sim, that would have caught it. But in iRacing,
I watch this.
you can see he's like, oh no, he's surprised. Like, that's the funny thing. It actually surprises people playing the sim. So what he had to have done here is push the brake and the accelerator at the same time. Because you have to know, preemptively, you have to practice to know the certain brake point and the slip, which is unrecoverable slip in iRacing, to know that you then just push the brake and the accelerator, and then
Well
that'll
done, mate.
catch it. But yeah,
You lost your wheel, Lucas. Front wing, Lucas.
it's weird how it always tricks people into
that's
thinking
picking
that
up.
they've caught it. Because I think the force feedback makes it feel like you've caught it as well. Like here, you can actually see the trajectory of the car.
Yeah, shut up and sit in the pits. Good boy.
Ellis Finoli. No, you see what you've done there. No, see, can you explain to me where you've misunderstood what's been said? I can break it down for you. There's a scenario in which, in every other simulator, you would just counter steer and the car would respond to it. In iRacing, the tyres have gone over the limit and they're stuck over the limit unrealistically, so it doesn't respond. The problem is iRacing's tyre model. This is a well-known issue, right? So the point is, no, so where you're confused is, yes, you practice, but there's quite a margin where you can overdrive, you can lose the rear a bit, and you can counter steer it. So rather than it being, no, it wouldn't have mattered how much you counter steered it. Rather than it being, he's wrecked, it would have been, oh, he's counter steered it and he drives it off. It's not about how much you counter steer it. No, well, what's your I rating? Who's an experienced iRacer in chat, guys? If he'd pushed his brake and accelerator at the same time, he would have saved it. What's your I rating? Come on, tell me. Have you got 5k I rating? Yeah, no. So that's it. Yeah, I've had 5k I rating, so it's invalid what you've said. Do you play other simulators? Sorry, unless you've had 5k I rating, can't talk. Farming Dead series. Well, no, actually, if you watch our video, we actually got 5k I rating in Formula Ford, F4. I think did we do a bit of Super Formula? We did MX5, a little bit of Skippy. They weren't dead series. No, they were all really active series. So, but I mean, iRacing themselves. Well, Porsche. Well, so Porsche Cup is that is pure rote driving. So yeah, if you basically Porsche Cup's actually a really good way for farming iRating. If you just keep doing hot laps in Porsche Cup on a track, get to a certain pace, and then yeah, people just won't be able to get up to you because they will spin if they try. like it's such a binary car. But yeah, I know I do agree that maybe not Porsche Cup, but GT3 is a lot more competitive than Formula cars in a sense. The lack of no, there's less racing though. So in some ways, GT3 is easier to get iRacing. There's more people doing it, so it's more competitive in some ways. But then if you're in other ways, there's less racecraft involved because there's less wrecking, so you're less likely to lose rating. Like the cars are more sort of placid, less draft than F4, for example. So also GT3 has like TC and stuff, so it's hard to compare. That's why iRacing separated the road and Formula. iRacing themselves are working on fixing this tyre model issue, so you know. Yeah, iRacing is good fun. It's fun to drive. Yeah, it's a fun sim to play. It's just it's just frustrating, the physics, but it's fun. This F4 car is actually quite forgiving, much more forgiving than other cars because it's quite light and the downforce helps stabilise it. That was the same thing in R Factor 1. Oh well. Yeah, well, I don't know. At least they've said they're aware of the issue, so it's not much more. Tyre models and physics are complicated, so. Well, the MX-5's not even that good in iRacing. Like, you can have, it's fun racing, but the physics are a bit weird on it. I do have merch mugs, yeah. They're a bit expensive for what they are, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's good. VR's really fun with iRacing, yeah. You know you can get a race, which is good. And you can jump in. I think iRacing's a lot better. So, iRacing's good if you just want to jump in. You don't really care too much. You just want to jump into a race and you're doing Formula Ford, MX5. You know, you're not too fast. VR and stuff is great. I think where iRacing's a bit problematic is unless you're going to take it super duper duper mega serious and like absolutely sweat it and you enjoy that, which is, you know, pure hot lapping, absolute mega sweating it. I can see how they could still enjoy iRacing and you will still find the competition there. And that, whereas other sims you start to like not be able to find the competition if you do mega sweat. So I think it actually is quite good for that. But where I think iRacing is a bit rubbish is once you get to about, in the Formula cars, once you get to about 3.54k, it basically, it's just like, oh, have you got the setup? Basically. And then it's a case of, oh, just don't race anyone and you'll probably get a good result. So it's good for noobs, I think, and it's good for hardcore, but I don't think iRacing is particularly good for people in the middle. If that makes sense. And the raw driving experience of iRacing is not so good. It's good for live streamers. And the big events are good. I think LMU's actually better for that kind of mid-tier sim racer, like someone that's not like a insane alien and someone that's not a like total noob. Then I think LMU's better. But for more sweaty drivers, I'm not sure about LMU. There's also, there's not that many cars in LMU. Ah, Formula C fixed it, Road America. Let's do that. Just going through all the cars here. I'm capturing B-roll whilst we do this. People are shit to race with. The problem is, sim racing is really hard. Each sim has completely random physics. And then online is even harder. Then there's netcode. You know, there's so much. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. It's difficult to get good races. I found Live for Speed was really good. When I was starting out, Live for Speed was really good for like jumping, different cars, some different tracks, constant like 10-15 minute races. It was really nice. You could just jump in and be like, right, I'm gonna do a race. Great. Sometimes you get wrecked, don't matter, there's another race in 10 minutes. And then you'd learn the track whilst racing. Dakimus. I think you can... Can't you get it for like £60 a year with all DLC and everything? Oh yeah, we do oval occasionally. We might do some oval in a bit. But if you get this £60 thing, I don't think you even need the base game. Like the Pro Pass or even the non-Pro Pass, doesn't that get you all the DLC? I don't know. But I think the base game is often on sale, and I think that gets you the content that's the most active content. I think. Unless I've got that mistaken. I think that's the case. I mean, the thing is, I would say, let's say it's £40, right? If you do 20 online races that are 30 minutes long, I would say you've probably got £20 worth of value. You know, like an semi-organised race, the whole process of like learning the track yourself to get fast at it, just driving the cars, the general experience of driving the cars and getting good at it. And then it's fun gaining ranking, right? And getting safety rating. I think that's just a fun game in and of itself that's worth £30. Like if you think about other games that you would spend £30 on, I mean, maybe I'm just a bit dumb. I mean, I definitely am. But like, I enjoy getting safety rating and the licenses and stuff in those games in like a sim. I'd enjoy that more than most single player FPS games that cost like £20-30. I mean, at the end of the day, you can play Counter-Strike for free, so everything's expensive compared to that. Look at all these teapots in chat, guys. All these sad members. Oh dear, what is wrong with you all? All right, this has been a good stream here. I'm testing equipment whilst we live stream. That's why we're doing this. I have to play through a bunch of cars in iRacing, trying different settings, seeing what happens, and yeah, then we can go to another sim. I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't know what hypothetical force feedback pedals you're talking about. Mr. Hackis just tried LMU, having trouble getting your car going after spinning. Don't you need a starter bound? I think there's an auto starter option. Apex Legends, which one's that? Is that the EA one? I mean, you might as well just play Counter-Strike. If you're going to play a first-person shooter, just play Counter-Strike. I'm on the cusp of buying a gaming monitor just for Counter-Strike. So I've got a gaming laptop that it's a work laptop, and I just use it when I'm traveling and doing remote work. That is that's got 144 hertz screen on it, and it's so good that it's like, oh crap, I've only got a 90. My computer monitor on my desk only goes to 90. Oh yeah, set it to automatic, and I think it will stop you from stalling. Sometimes I play with Thomas and some other Germans and Novotny sometimes, and then solo queue. Normally like 2 or 3 people. I used to play CS:GO a lot, and then stopped when I did YouTube more. For me, Counter-Strike is it's like a bad habit. I don't even know if I enjoy it. Like, I do and I don't. It's a weird game. It's just a weird game, isn't it? But I enjoy it in some ways. I've just played it so much. It's just a game to play when I'm not driving. I don't dare load up RTS games. Like, I really want to play Civilization. I've said this before. Oh, I did not have my brake. Just in like real life there. Fall through the floor. I've said this before. I really like games like Civ. However, I don't dare load them because I will just spend. So old Civ games like Populous, the original sort of those types of games, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Sim City, Theme Hospital, Theme Park. I would spend hours playing it. Like I could just play them for like 15 hours, 20 hours. I could just sit there and not sleep, just play it non-stop. So I don't load them up. I don't trust myself. At least with competitive games, I normally get frustrated at some point. Yeah, there's Project Motorsport, Project Race Cars, or what's it called? It was GT Revive. Is it Project Race Cars or something? By Straightforward, yeah. Using the Farm Sim engine. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Project Motor Racing, yeah. I keep seeing the developers of that. I'll be at an event, I see them, and then I'm always like doing something, so I haven't had the chance to talk to them. But oh, there we go, perfect. I think the Farm Sim game engine is just a good core to start working on. Ah! Okay. Gotta be careful of that. I need to sort this out. My wheel. I don't know why my wheel lights are not working. Oh dear. I will just put the in-game wheel on for now, that'll do. It's fine. Where is it? Is it in graphics? Alright, Daki Decimus. Remember when you said Project Cars 3 was a sim? Project Cars 3 does that. It's using the same physics engine as Project Cars 2. Like, I mean, aspects of it are actually relatively realistic. It drives really well on a gamepad as well. It's not terrible. It's weird. So Project Cars 3 was a marketing issue. Like the actual game, I mean, it's a bit drab, a bit repetitive, and didn't really make sense for Project Cars players. However, putting that to one side, as a general thing to play, not actually that bad. Like, just really weird. Just obviously, I don't think EA really wanted to do anything with it because it was too similar to Grid and other stuff. So they didn't want to lose. This is my impression. I don't know if this is true, but I would imagine a publisher, they'd be like, right, we've got two games that are really similar. We've got one game that has a projected, makes this amount of money in projected sales, and we've got another game that will probably just eat into those sales or potentially cause, might not make the other game sell at all. Well, let's not take any risk, That's my impression. But it could just be mismanagement. I don't know. Where is the wheel setting? It's somewhere here. Is it in here? No. Where is it? Ah, here it is. There we go. Yeah, it's actually, I was watching playthroughs of Project Cars 3 recently because it's quite funny how it actually has a reasonable amount of like car customization options, and the user interface isn't that terrible. And in terms of like, a lot of sim players are like, oh, they want some like car upgrades, they want something to do. I think the problem is that you can't release that to Project Cars 2 audience. Like, it should have been, and I think their intention was to call it something different. And then I think it would have been fine. You just sell it as a different game to a different audience. It didn't really make sense. If you'd already played Project Cars 2, Project Cars 3 wouldn't make much sense, because you'd be like, well, hang on, I've got the same cars mostly in Project Cars 2. Project Cars 3 actually had more cars and content, but you'd be like, oh, I've got most of these tracks, most of these cars, and we can already race them, and it looks the same. So why would I play Project Cars 3, which is mostly the same content, but with some like grindy single player?
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah. What killed Project Cars? EA, I think. Codemasters selling to EA, but then if the developers still around, they're doing Project Motor Racing. So, yeah, I think they'll show it off towards the end of the year. But I imagine there's given that they're using an existing engine, but they're going to have to do quite a lot of work to it. That normally takes 2 or 3 years to build out a game engine. But they're really talented. The people that if they've got the same people that did the Madness engine, they're insanely talented. And if someone's already built a graphics engine, they already know what they're doing. They could build a new engine quite quickly. So it's not impossible that they could show off stuff towards the end of this year and then maybe launch the next year. But for competitive rate, it depends what level you're talking about. So iRacing, not iRacing, like LMU is pretty good for most sim racers, to be honest, in terms of the competition you'll get in servers. And then ACC with Low Fuel Motorsport is again pretty competitive for most people. iRacing would only be if you're talking about your actually genuinely a very, very fast sim racer, you'll still be able to find competition. No, they started off doing the Project Motor Racing game in Unreal, and then they got a publisher deal with the Farm Sim publishers. I've forgotten the name, and then they're going to use is it Giants Entertainment, and then they're going to use their graphics engine. Unreal Engine 5 is a bit weird, I think, for Sims. I mean, not that it wouldn't work, but well, I don't know why would you want to release Gran Turismo on PC? Like, I just don't think it makes much sense unless Sony was gonna. So unless Sony was like, right, we totally want to do everything on PC as well as Sony, because why not? Then it would make sense. But other than that, it's like, I don't see what the benefit for them, because they want people to buy a PlayStation and be on that platform and subscribe to PlayStation Plus. So actually, I guess maybe their plan is that they'd have it on PC, but you'd have to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus. So maybe that's what they were thinking. But yeah, it's weird. I don't think it's. I mean, I've got a PlayStation 5. I played GT a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's the kind of thing where, if it, let's say it came out on PC, why would you play it over other PC sims and driving games? Like the best thing about Gran Turismo 7 is if you play like a console under the TV and you're playing with a gamepad, it's good for that. Like, jump in. Hello, random call sign. How's it going? Yeah, I think GT7 is good. I'm just saying, if it was on Steam Deck or something, I think that would make sense. I'm just saying, for as an actual PC thing, it doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, there's a number of people but I just don't think it's that big. Like, I think it should be on every platform. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, relative to the amount of work. Brake accelerator. Wreckfest 2, I think it's going to be great. I hope. That comes out next month. Yeah, we've not done any F3 today. Can we turn the skid sound up? I think we can. I think I've turned it down for some reason. This used to be like one of my favourite cars in our racing. I like this track. It's a really good track. Yeah, I always thought GT7. It feels really nice on a gamepad. Like it's the most realistic driving game on a gamepad. Like, whatever they did, especially with the road cars in it, they feel very much like cars. With a gamepad, that's really clever. The race cars are terrible, but like, ignore all the race cars. Just the sort of gamepad road car driving experience, I think, is really good. Oh yeah, I found Forza. I end up... Oh, by the way, guys, go and follow Random Call Sign if you haven't. Give him a sub. He does loads of reviews and sim racing stuff. You can give him a call out. Forza, I found if you set the wheel rotation to be really quick, it actually ends up driving more realistically. I think that's what they designed it around. The wheel won't line up in the game, but it actually works quite well. Yeah, you have to, as I say, you have to set the wheel rotation to like 350 degrees, and then it's a lot better. It's really weird. What are you doing today, Random? Topless modelling. Mission! What do they make? Chocolate. I need some chocolate. Oh, nice. What you reviewing? What on earth is that? I don't even know what that is. Oh, GSI. Oh, wheel rim. It cut off the text. I like the the GSI wheels. They're one of the few wheels. They're quite chunky. I quite like the shape of the GSI wheels. Most sim racing wheels are quite thin. I guess maybe because they're made by Asian companies, or it's just how they like Formula rims and stuff. But I always liked how chunky the GSI wheels are, and the hand grips. But they're expensive. How much is that wheel, Random? The thing is with these wheel rims is they're so expensive. Like, they're maybe not expensive for what they are, like boutique. There's buttons and they have to be made in low volume and they've got screens and things. So, they might not be expensive for what they are, but for what their actual utility, their utilitarian value is absurd. Like, it's like genuinely a £250, £300 Sim Magic Moser wheel is genuinely offering exactly the same utility, really. And it's like, so it's not really about that, obviously, but do you know what I mean? It's just it's just absurd, really. Obviously, if you do shitloads of sim racing and you really, really like that wheel rim, and it's like people buying expensive graphics cards, it's what, it's entertainment and people have the money, but it's just funny. No, we haven't done an oval race yet. I'm going through different cars because we're testing stuff. You're going to mount it on the R12, nice.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Whee! 360 no scope. Wunderbar. I just bought the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remaster. I'm quite excited to play. Synthetic side. Well, I mean, to be honest, I think just having basic equipment could be quite good. Here we go. Yeah, I saw the Tractions review of it. It doesn't seem like my type of game, but I quite like what they've done. If your Tractions review is pretty good, I think. All right, let's go. We're in the punt zone.
The estimated
Oh, we should be on stream hype level 1 at
8,000,
least, because we had some
892.
subs.
Tight field today. Look for opportunity. Five cars left to grid.
Yeah. Looks like a 90s battery. This car's from what this F3 car's from like 2012, 13? Quite an old car now. Here we go.
Green, green, green. Left side, clear. Car on your left. We're on the right. Rewind. Car on your left. Two wide.
Bloody hell.
Clear.
Car from behind was coming in like a rocket.
Left side. Go right.
Nice clean racing as always. That's what I like to see. You always want to be on the inside of those corners. Always want to be on the inside. The inside to say so. If everybody's just typed in chat. Bit of an overreaction.
The pace car is out of control.
Thank you. People like not stay on their brakes. It'd be nice if they did. Surprised we survived that. Like, I signed up for an F3 race, not rally driving. Just chicane on the track. You know you've done too much iRacing when you could avoid stuff like that. Bloody hell. Lap 1. Thanks for following Padidilubup. Don't even know what your name was. Padidilubup. Nailed it. Thank you. I still get comments on that of people thinking it's an entirely literal video. I'm like, what is going on in people's heads? Oh well. I'll turn the salt up.
If we don't fight, we can catch up to these guys. Right, I'll just fight.
We're catching. Whoa. Not if we do that. I think this car drives better than the newer cars. That's what's weird. Testing the grass. Guillaume Le Petit.
Out of control.
Il est très grand. Hello, Mike. How's it going, man? Il est pas petit. Le petit. The small. Don't think it's spelt like that, but Le Petit. This is such a good track. I like Road America, Road Atlanta, and VIR, really good circuits. Moser Active Pedal. Well, will I do a review? I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? Winter. Oh dear. We're catching here. Oh no! Ah, we're alright. I thought the sound bug had happened with the USB disconnects and the screen goes off. We've been stalked by this USB issue. Le Petit Gap. Ah, fair play. Good defending. Oh, don't give it up, you idiot! Oh, iRacing's so bad. Such a shit simulator for racing. Oh my goodness. Why? This is... I mean, honestly, it's terrible, guys. It's so bad. Like, what's the point? If, like... Why not defend and race? Like, what? Oh, God damn iRacing. Fair play if he's got a damaged nose, so maybe he just wants to tow. Jesus, why would you just pull over though? Like, if it doesn't look like we're going to catch the other cars necessarily. Ah, so pointless. Like, it's a video game. You want to race, right? Oh, we are catching. I mean, he did add damage, so maybe he's thinking he's better off rather than fighting, which is fine, but it's just, you know. Formula racing, you've got to defend everything for your life. Le battle! Le petit battle! Le battle petit! But honestly, this car drives better than the Super Formula and the F4 car. Like, it has more... Like, it's a little bit sloppy slidey, but it has more sort of slop to play with. How have they managed to get worse? See, it's the old F3 car. No, not really. It's all rotation in iRacing, like the back coming out. But you tend to drive with so much rear brake bias. That's what you use as a reference for the grip. So, if you've understeered on the front, you aren't making the corner in iRacing at all anyway. So, you've already trail braked the nose into the corner. Tends not to be as big of an issue. Let's go. The only thing with this car that's terrible is the bloody CB radio. I think we need a bigger aerial in our face. Where should we put it? I know. Oh dear. Oh. Oh well, so much for racing them. In real life, you'd like the Halo, you just look past it in 3D because each eye can see past it. But in a sim, it's not exactly ideal. It's good that they've kept this car in. Like, it's clearly quite a few people that want to keep racing it. You can switch off the Halo, but you can't switch off the CB radio of power. Nah, there's no way to turn it off. It's too powerful. The car behind, I went a bit wide through there. They followed my line and then drove, spun it. I'm not making the corner. Oh well. This is actually the aerial that all voice chat comes from, yeah. For every other car in the service. That's why it has to be so big. Transmits to the whole of iRacing. It's actually the original Halo. The aerial had dual function. One is radio, but the other one is it's really strong and the wheels deflects wheels and debris. Genius. That aerial can take a Formula tyre. That's how well built it is. Le Grand. Le Huge. Le Massif. Do you remember walkie-talkies? I mean, you can still buy like CB radios, but do you remember when... I mean, I sound old, but walkie-talkies, they were really popular. Everyone had a walkie-talkie. Oh, we got more crashing.
Back, man.
Woo! That was a bit dangerous. Oh, he's a blue flag. I had someone I knew had a full-on, like, one of those walkie-talkies you could talk to the International Space Station on. Yeah. Parmalot. Whoa, I'm driving into the wall. Oh, we got a race back on, guys. Although this guy's a lot faster than me, so maybe not. He's not as fat as me. It's clearly a weight thing. How is he so much quicker? What's going on? It's his fixed setup. He must have a throttle pedal with more throw. It's the only explanation. This car goes into floppy flop land if you get on the tyres. He's actually driving with a keyboard. It's the new meta. You do get monster draft with these.
The car in C1 just left the fastest lap. 56.799.
Yeah, we had to avoid some crashes in this, so there's a bit of a gap from that, I think. It's a good car track combo, though. Oh, I know what's happening. I'm just absolutely butchering that corner. I get totally the wrong line through there, so I'm not getting on the power properly. Whoa! We broke a bit hard over the bump there, and the rears were starting to lock.
Wow.
Might actually catch cars in front if I don't bin it. That's pretty good. We didn't really do a good qualifying lap, so we managed to avoid a crash. I tend to, apart from the crashes at the start, we tend to get pretty good driving on this track. I think it works alright with iRacing's physics, because the speed means that the car can have a bit of slip without it just turning off. My line through here is terrible. I mean, there's like with downforce cars, you can do the low tyre burner line round, like the line he took, or you can sometimes hug the inside and get away with it with a bit of a lift. Bloody hell. Surprised we didn't die from that. Little bit of a wibbity wobbledy. Oh, fastest lap. We're doing something right.
Pass right.
More hairy than a 70s adult actor. It's not working for me. Oh, I'm trying to copy his line. I prefer taking a tighter line through there, and then you've got more margin for error with this car. Oh my god! Yeah, too much. Ah. Yeah, well, there you go. We were very close to the limit all through there, and off. Format C. I guess we were a lot closer to the rears locking than I thought. And from turning. It's weird how it goes in this. Ah! Oh, we must be like braking really, really close. I'm not using brake hack or anything. We're just setting things up. So we're just braking very close to where it locks up if we turn in. How are we on 9X?
That's right, Alex.
Well, that's a new line.
Thank you, mate.
I think all our X's are from touching the grass. Everything seems to suck. Not everything. I mean, we're trying to be entertaining here. We might be failing miserably, but we're giving it a go. Let's go. You can really cut that first corner. This guy's, he's so unhappy when you're at the limit of braking. You feel it like this, the force feedback goes all like wonky, and then the car's just like it's just like totally unproductive. It's really weird. Like the force feedback goes mental with this car when you actually right on where the limit is for braking.
Nice rejoin, mate.
Right, let's have a look at the crash avoidance. That went surprisingly well, all things considered. Beautiful. Andy Q. That'd be quite funny. Let's check this. What's the next race? Oh, we've got 17 minutes till the fixed. Oh, we could do the Brands Hatch race as well, actually. When's that? 5:30. Yeah, we'll do that. So we're good. Yeah, here we go. absolutely. Oh my goodness. That was close. We're lucky the car behind didn't go next to me. Mr. Battery's still in front of us there. And then he does that. See, he did actually get on his brakes. I didn't need to. I thought he was going to keep rolling into us. Not too bad. I'm going to sign up to the Brands Hatch race. That was alright, actually. Why can't I sign up to the race? If it's... Is it half an hour before? Oh, it's half an hour before, isn't it? Everyone's dead. Chat's dead. iRacing's killed the vibe. Quick, talk about politics. Oh. Joe Rogan's the ultimate conversation starter. You're dead, almost have the flu. Oh no, what do you... Have you got flu? Did you pick it up or something? I hope it's not what I had, that sucked. And it wasn't painful, it was just weird. That's actually weird, actually. I haven't had, like... In the past when I'd get flu, it would always be like throwing up flu. Like, whereas all the flus and stuff I've had, sicknesses I've had recently... Last time I threw up was what I got at Sim Racing Expo 3 or 4 years ago. 3 years ago. Every other time, it's always been some like mental, like chesty cough or, you know, crazy fatigue, crazy cold type thing. There we go, half an hour. I don't know what you're talking about, Turd. I don't know what you're talking about. What on earth are you on about? Be ridiculous. Sneaky tug. What could he be doing? It's a mystery to me. Hello, Gerald. What makes you say that? I don't think you could say that for sure. Why are you going back and forth? Are you pressing something with your I don't know. What are we doing? What could we be doing? Peak content, heavy breathing streamer. Ooh, right. Let's do some driving. There we go. I think we. Very, very good. One bad fish. You're listening on the phone speakers. What I would say, some Bose headphones are nice. What in ear? Yeah, I find in ear stuff hurts my ears after a while. But yeah, Bose, the Bose over ear Bluetooth headphones are really nice. The Sony ones are good as well. I think the Sony ones have better noise isolation. For me, what I use now for sound to isolate noise is I get I've got some 3M ear protectors, and then I put Bluetooth headphones inside them underneath the phone. And that's what I sleep with. Genius. It's the best solution I've had, which doesn't cause earache and is as quiet as I can get. Um, 3M do some Bluetooth ear protectors, but they're crap and they cost a lot of money. So you're better off just getting the cheaper ones and sticking the headphones in. What headphones would you use in VR? You need to plug them into the headset because of latency. So normally some kind of over the ear clip-on headphone that's cabled is a good solution. Yeah, I mean, even just ear protectors for me caused me to get eczema in my ear canal. That wasn't fun. That took like a year to clear up. I even had to get like a gel cream thing. That was terrible. That was all because my next door neighbour had a baby and it would just cry constantly. It's weird that that's legal, that you can have a baby and make your next door neighbour's life terrible, and that's fine. You can't like go up to people and just scream at them, or it's really weird what's culturally accepted. I mean, they should have just put the baby in the basement, because then the basement's actually got quite good soundproofing. No, I know, but don't put the baby in the bedroom next to everyone else's bedroom. Convert the... Well, actually, their house has a converted basement, like fully converted. So it's a nice room. Just turn that into the baby's room. Well, it's like they already had it. That's the thing. They already had... so one side has turned their basement into a full-on bedroom and everything. And theirs is converted, so they already had it. So it was like they already got it perfect. But I mean, it wasn't that bad on the grand scheme of things. It weren't too bad, really. But that's why I ended up getting earplugs and stuff. And to be honest, the baby was better than the screamy woman that was mental with her kids. She'd just scream every day. 7 a.m. Well... 6 or 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. would be this woman screaming at her kids. So that was even more insane because that was an adult shouting. But fortunately, for the last year and a bit, it's been really nice. Blessed be. The thing is, I don't actually mind babies screaming too much because with a baby, you're like, well, yeah, it's a baby screaming, but it's a baby, so I can't, you know, but if it's an adult, you're like, well, they're absolutely choosing to be noisy. I quite like babies, so I give them a free pass, unless they're throwing up on me, or shitting on me, or pissing on me. But outside of that, I quite like babies. Oh, this car locks up at like, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know about you guys, but I normally set my brake pedals up so there's like an initial bit that's very easy to push through that goes up to like 68-70% of brake force, and that's really easy to push. And then I kind of want it to be almost a solid, like totally solid once you get to like 70, 80, 60 to 70 is like just super stiff, hardly any movement at all. And that way you have like a tactile reference for where the brake limit is in the sim. And then also it's a lot easier to modulate a super hard pedal than it is a squishy pedal. And you're normally modulating that hard bit is where you want to be modulating the brake. And then the soft bit, you're just trail braking off through it, so it doesn't really matter what it feels like. Use linear brake pedals. The thing is, in a real car, the brake pedal feel doesn't really matter because you just feel what's going on in the physics, and that's what you relate to the braking, not what the pedal feels like. The thing that I think is pretty amazing with esports drivers is when they turn up at like events and stuff, and then the equipment's completely random, and then they drive really well, like on totally weirdo pedals. I think that's really impressive.
Go left. That was your fastest lap of the session. Car 29, just set the fastest lap. 22.966.
Well, if you think about it, it's because you can feel exactly what's going on in a lot of cars. Like a rental car is a good example because it's so shit, and yet on the brakes in a rental car, you can feel when the tires, like you can feel like how much you can brake before it will do like it's rear brakes, so if you over brake it just insta spins, so it's a really good the unfortunate thing with a rental car is it's so slow, you're not normally braking that hard. You know, you're still carrying a lot of speed through the corners and then scrubbing it off on the tires, so it's, well done finding something to like. They're not all bad, you know. I think it's genuinely impressive how good they are. Like, same with it, not just sim racing, but like people that are really good at video games. I always find that super impressive. like the top, he's top guys. Even like it doesn't matter what game it is. Okay.
Left side. Clear.
Boo chicka chicka boo boo chicka chicka ow 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 ow. I don't know what's going on.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
What's going on? Ding 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 ding. Stupid. Okay, you won. What a stupid interaction. See, voice chat, guys. You do not get that in any other game. That was better than iRace's time model right there. Dee girl. They're not ready for that. Nobody's ready for that. We need to tweak something. Bit of a tweakage. Hello, Simply Dabble. Let's try this. Borderline cheating. Borderline cheating. Oh, 9 hours we've been going. There is a there is a Formula V for AC. It's a bit weird though. It's a little bit weird to drive. Woo! We need to try LMU after this. Bloody hell. Got to make it 16 hours, yeah. No, I woke up at like 6 a.m. this morning. The RSS F4 car is really good. We haven't tried any saloon cars, no. But yeah, I like if you had an active pedal, for example, you know, if you did, I think it really does or would give an unfair advantage. Thing is, the Simucube active pedal costs like £2,000, so the only people buying that would be people that already sim race shitloads. So it's a little bit unfair, really. I mean, I guess other pedals are still quite expensive. To be fair, you can set up the Fanatec CSL load cell. You can set that up so it has a bit of play and then it goes really firm straight away with the elastonomers. And then you line up the input of the game so that lines up, and actually it's not too bad. And then you can get a tactile transducer to vibrate at the point of where the wheels are likely to lock up.
No ty możesz się nie nadziałać, prosím. A fakt, to nechci zažít.
Yeah, so this is the thing with active pedals. Generally speaking, I imagine most people would just dial in a setting that they like and then they would keep it at that. In which case, they might as well have just not had active pedals. Unless you were someone that likes to drive lots of different cars and you like the immersion of having different feels. So, like, especially if you do like Euro Truck Sim. You know, I mean, I think it's one of those things. It's like, basically, if active pedals can be sold for, let's say, 500 or less, why would you not go for them? Effectively, you've got, basically, it's like you've got tactile transducers as well, so that's basically saved you £50. Yeah, well, you've got Moser and Simagic looking to do active pedals. Yeah, the durability would be a factor, because the non-active pedals should basically last pretty much forever.
Nice one, bro. That was pretty good from you. That was good, yeah.
Well, yeah, the knob sound solution I did was about 130, 150 pounds, but that was for two pedal transducers and one on the seat. But like I was just saying, if you were only going to do pedals, you could probably do it for about £50. I mean, you know, you could just use any amp really. I would do. I just don't have it turned on, but yeah, I would do. The only reason I've not got it on is because I unplugged it all to clean and I haven't turned it back on. It is really good though. The thing is, I'm when I sim race, it's not. I've sort of got past the point of sim racing for myself. Like there's a whole process with sim racing where you're like, oh, I want to do VR, it's so immersive, or oh, I want to do screens and the better graphics, the equipment, right? So that's fun. Like, but if you're live streaming, the concern is more, oh, like let's shout at people in chat, you know. It's more, oh, is it recording, rather than how is the driving experience for myself. But I mean, it's got, like, I do get the screen. I don't compromise on the screen, like the frame rate and stuff, and my force feedback's nice. But yeah, like, I don't drive in VR, which I 100% would do, and I don't. I do think it adds a lot to immersion. I'm really tempted to maybe get a motion rig at some point. But I don't know. I don't think it will add to the streams too much. It might be good if it makes sense for sponsorship. Like, if I feel that it will, if it works out well for a company sponsor wise, and I know I'd quite enjoy it. But then it adds another degree of complexity and power. That's the whole thing. I'd really enjoy it though. Like, I just like the feeling of like D-Box and Sigma Integrale, that type of solution. It just they feel nice to drive with. It's like just a pleasant driving experience, if that makes sense. But then, yeah, the tactile transducers on the bottom are actually really good. Yeah, D-Box is great. Check out Sigma Integrale stuff. It's very similar. I think it's cheaper and some ways better. It's, you know, they're all, there's a Cubic Systems are good as well. Yeah. Well, put it this way, Moser do a force feedback joystick, so you'd expect them to do a force feedback H pattern at some point, right? It would make sense. I'm not quite sure. Oh yeah, no, we could. I've got my force feedback joystick on the rig here. It's not quite in the perfect place for a H pattern, but it'd actually be alright. Be good for... I did, yeah. I've spoke to them. I think it's something they'll do, to be honest. I haven't played Flight Sim recently with the joystick though. I need to see if they've got any updates for Flight Sim. It's really nice. The Moser AB9 force feedback stick's really fun with Flight Sim. Really, really fun. It's a shame Flight Sim 24 is a bit wonky, but it's really fun. Force feedback and just flying the helicopters, and that would, for me, that would be a good reason to get a new graphics card. But yeah, I don't really want to spend the money on a 5080 or a 5090, and then there's all that burning power socket stuff that's happening as well. A bit wonky. Well, Sim Update 1 is supposed to come out. It was meant to come out this month, but they delayed it. It's meant to come out in like 2 or 3 days' time, but they delayed it. Yeah, but 5090 is like $3,000, which is a hell of a lot of money for, like, even for me. Even for me, as someone that obviously owns a Ferrari, as a very successful YouTuber, you know. It's a lot of money. Also, I'd need to upgrade my power supply. Hello, Matt. And I'd need to... Yeah. I mean, the thing is, 5080s overclocked are pretty good, actually. You can't even buy 5090s, so it's a moot. It's a moot point. I mean, I guess if I was less lazy and approaching and not, we could probably work something out. But I like being independent, and I don't like doing the whole sponsored thing. Well, for specific stuff, but you know, a 4090 is awesome. I think a 4090 is going to last for years. So. What would be really good though, actually, would be to do to find a PC sponsor that for every 2 years or every year we do a PC build. What the PC that I'm using is my main computer, which would be like a 59, something mental, which would be like, you know, my recommended, if you know, money's no thing. This is an awesome, an insane. You know, Game of Muscle thinks it's good, so it's ridiculous, right? It would be total overkill. But to then also have a mid and a cheap. So as part of the partnership, it'd be like, oh, it'd be good because I'd be promoting what I'm using, and which it would have to be good because it's what I'm using. But then also promoting actual, like if I could select all the components. The problem is with a lot of these things. The streamers, unless you're a really big streamer, you're not in a position to, you know, say, well, this is exactly what I don't want you as a company to sell anything other than these things. Yeah, I could have bought a 5090. There was one available. I just didn't. I didn't want to spend the money on it. But let's qualify. I can't remember what shop it was. I think it might have been Overclockers, or maybe it was eBuyer. I'm not sure. One of the shops had one for like 10 minutes. That was it. They had some 5080s for like a few hours. It seems like what's the shopping centre in America? They seem to have them. What's it called? Micro Center, yeah. They seem to have stock occasionally. Well, there's not many of them. There's not many of these overpriced GPUs, but I'd imagine the people buying them will be people with a lot of disposable income, and then businesses, and because think how many like YouTubers or full-time gamers there are. That's going to be like 10,000 people, right? So already that's all the 5090s. Like if you're a full-time YouTuber, £3,000 on a graphics card doesn't really. If you're a streamer, that's not for something that's probably going to last you 3 years of usage. It's a bit, you know, it's nothing from a business cost perspective. If someone's a full-time streamer with like over 200-300 live stream viewers, it's nothing, right? Yeah, that's only 20% off Days of Blunder. It's not. I mean, that adds up for £3,000 for sure, but better than nothing. It is, but you could have spent the money on something else, right? That's the thing. It's not like you've just magically. And to be honest, right, if I was just a normal gamer, like not doing it for work, and it's not a business thing, you're not a game studio. Well, actually, that's another thing. Think how many game studios there are that would have like 100+ computers that would all buy 5090s. Right, but yeah, if I was a normal person, which I'm obviously not, I would just buy a Steam Deck. I would not. Yeah, I think I'd have a mid-end graphics card and a Steam Deck. I don't know, Flight Sim. Shit. I don't know. Flight Sim would still get me. I mean, maybe I'll be playing VR. I'll probably be playing driving sims in VR. I don't know. Yeah, that's part of the fun though, Scuba. But yeah, no, that genuinely is a concern for me because I have a computer on all the time, so I'm really like cautious with everything's on like remote sockets that I can turn off. What headset am I using now? It's a Mod Mic 4, which we've got a Mod Mic 5. We need to swap it over actually. It's a Mod Mic 4 with a Sennheiser 595. Are you talking about VR? Quest 3 is the VR headset. Yeah, if you're not, you're much better. Like, yeah, the thing I would do is if I wasn't driving in VR, I would have a 37-inch or like 40-inch whatever ultra wide, and immediately then, and on a desk, well, right away, you're not using 4K. You're not even, do you know what I mean? You're not. You just, that cuts your cost down massively, and it looks really good. Like a 144 hertz gaming screen. It doesn't even like even a 32-inch. Just widescreen, fantastic, and then you're not going to need to buy loads of shit. At the end of the day, a Sega Mega Drive is perfectly fine. 32 bits, 32 bits, guys. A power. No, it's 16-bit, wasn't it? I'm getting ahead of myself. That was the Sega CD. 16 bits, guys, or was it just 8? No, it's 16-bit. Sega Mega Drive is 16 bits. 16 bit. Do you need any more than that? 16? That's twice as much as 8. Unbelievable power. You know, I mean, if you thought the Super Nintendo was good, how many bits was the Super Nintendo? Was that still 8-bit? It was different. Oh, the Sega Mega Drive looks so good. Was it also 16-bit? I always got the impression when I was a kid, or like, I don't know, I was already like a teenager when the SNES came out, or when I got a SNES. The Sega Mega Drive seemed like a more powerful console. The marketing obviously worked. Yeah, like the Sega Mega Drive, because it had like the Alien vs Predator game, the Terminator game that was, you know, looked like, and Moonwalker, and Sonic the Hedgehog was running really fast, really good frame rate. Mind you, Donkey Kong Country wasn't a release title, was it, for the Super Nintendo? I don't think it was. It was a game that was marketed on the box, but I don't think it was a release title. Can someone Google what the release titles were for the Super Nintendo? Man, that makes me really want to play Super Nintendo. I love the Super Nintendo. Like Super Mario All-Stars, Donkey Kong Country, Nitro Racers, whatever it was called. Some weird other games on it.
You know, last race, I forgot to turn on my car.
OF is 2,464. It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Oh, there was a really bad NHL football game on this Super Nintendo as well. But yeah, the music, I think, was so good in Donkey Kong Country that, I mean, the game was good as well. It had some really nice effects and things in it. But that was just such a good game to play. didn't really. It wasn't like a. It didn't feel like, oh, that's a SNES game. It was like just a really good audio, music, sound effects, graphics, fun to play through, good difficulty. Yeah, I need to play through it again. They're just doing a remastered one's coming out actually.
Green, green, green. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Left side, go right. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Too wide. Clear on the left.
Good clean start.
Yeah, Nicholas, it's another report against you, by the way. Sorry?
I never really got into F-Zero. Like, it never gelled with me. It always felt like...
I lost my fucking network. I didn't see anyone.
yeah, I like Mario Kart, but yeah, F-Zero
Yeah,
was...
just saying that it's your second report of the day.
Yeah, it was so fast. F-Zero... Because you had to memorise the tracks.
Do
It
it
was a
without information,
precursor
you
to iRacing. Mario was bloody hard, though, as well. Mario Kart on the SNES was
was my
so
fault. That was
hard
my net-
compared to
network.
Mario Kart on the N64. It was so hard. Like, the precision... you know the level where
Don't think I forgot
you're...
that you waited for me and then crashed into me after you were a lap down. I remember that.
You know the level in Mario Kart where it's the wood floor, it's the spooky, it's got the ghost, and you can do the shortcut where you can go over that jump.
You just crashed into me.
The timing you would have to get with the boost to make the jump and then to do the drift, so honestly, so hard. Like, that's actually sim racing difficult. Whereas Mario 64
You literally just
and onwards,
watch this and then
they're all really easy. I did like it though, and there was that bloody level on the Mario Kart as well on the SNES, Super Nintendo. The one with the moles that jumped up. It might have even been like one of the first stages. It was terrible.
I didn't even say that you can't overtake me. You're hearing your own.
I'm sure that you can speak with us after the race.
But
Agreed.
yeah. Oh, we're in ninth place. Yeah, that's because the thing is, the games, you know, they basically, once you knew how to play them, you could complete them in like an hour, right? So they had to have the difficulty quite hard to make it, to give you a challenge.
Yeah, I tell you, man, it's lagging like crazy. It's really hard to like make side by side. Yep.
Yeah, my a friend's dad worked on that Revolt. Someone's actually working on a new RC car game at the moment. It's on Steam. There's a really cool like miniature off-road RC game in development. Yeah, I mean, I'm to be fair, like, you can be miserable, but I'm super hyped for Wreckfest 2. I think will genuinely be a really fun game. I mean, Wreckfest 1 is genuinely a really good game. Like, when I play Wreckfest 1, to me it feels the feeling I get playing it is very similar to when I'd play like old racing games. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing a live stream of Burnout, the Burnout World Tour on a PS emulated PlayStation, and like trying to complete it. Yeah, it's such a good game.
The car in P2, just set the fastest lap, 22.277.
Yeah, Wreckfest has kind of weird force feedback,
You got it. Slow car on the right.
which is a shame. That'd be nice if Wreckfest 2 they improved the force feedback, but I don't think it's a focus for them.
That's right, Fred.
What the hell, Paul?
Have you got Wipeout a Mega Collection for PS4? That's really good. I'd quite like a...
Please move.
It'd be nice if they did a version for Steam so I could play it on my Steam Deck. Yeah, Wipeout a Mega Collection is basically all the Wipeout games on a single disc. It's good.
Car 1, jump in front.
Clear overtake.
Danny, move, please. Thank you, Danny.
Oh, here we go.
Thanks, Danny.
Go work alright.
Will this car behind us destroy us? I think he might. Freddie Escott. He's about to escort my car off the track, I think. It's the bottom right hand corner. Oh, I did not defend the inside, I'm a dunce. I'll just wave him on through. Ah, we're coming back up the inside though.
Car on your left. Still there. Hold your line.
No battle!
Keep to the right. Stay on the right.
That was a good bit of racing there. It's nice driving. No battle. It was good. Bit of 0x.
Car right. Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the right. Left side. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Keep to the right. Clear.
That's good racing. Held his line and everything. Merry Christmas.
Good try.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Oops. I had to brake there to get my car to turn in. I think you almost confused him a bit.
The leader just did a 22.93. Left side. Still there. Hold your line. Clear. Car right. Clear. Car
Mate.
right. Right side. Clear.
That is not how you do it. What was he doing?
Man, it's impossible to fight Teddy.
He just drove right into me. Why can't iRacers deal with like the most basic of defensive driving?
You got it. Slow car on the right. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear. Left side. Stay on the right. Clear. Car on your left. Clear.
See, that's a good race so far, this. Surprised we didn't get damage from him. Drove right into
Hold
me.
your line. Clear on the right. Left side. Clear.
Bloody hell. Cars flopping everywhere.
Jesus, man, hit your brakes.
That's good driving.
That was not my fault. I was able to brake. You weren't.
I went off track to get out of your way.
Man, you're coming from behind. I don't know what you mean.
I went off track before the apex of the corner to avoid you. The dude who
Salt!
was spinning out in front of you, I went around him off track.
Eight
Nothing
minutes
I
to
could have
go.
done.
I didn't white line hard enough. I am the king of white line. I'm the Scarface of F4. We've got brake axe installed. I think sim racing is pay to win. To be honest, it really is pay to win. It's just like real motorsport. Fantastic. iRacing is pay to bin. That's my next stream title. Pay to bin. It's a good title. I need a cup of tea, guys. Absolutely dying. Do you think we can finish in glorious 7th? Don't plough me arse!
Still there. Still there.
He's so close to ploughing me arse! Blessed be the wide mirror field of view. We avoided that. He was full insertion going on there. He had his... He'd lubed up his nose cone and everything. He was getting ready for like a full exam. Proctology unit. Straight in there. Thank God he had plenty of Vaseline on his nose. It was a full fist. I don't know, like 2k or something, 3k, I don't know. I'm not really don't really care. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do there. Oh, we're getting wrecked by this car. He's car number 2.
On your left.
Fair play, mate. Good move.
Still there.
100% we're getting wrecked from
Still
this.
there.
Goodbye! I'm on the inside. You can't turn into me. It's not... Well, 10x? I think we defended that well. Side by side through there. That was so like... There's no way he's making that. I mean, I guess I could have hugged the inside the corner. But I don't have to, do I? So... Oh, come on. 7th place beckons, guys. We must have a bit of damage. We've been punted from every angle possible.
New fastest lap for you. You got a slow car on the right. Car right. Clear. Car stop on the right. Go left.
That seems like a good place to do donuts.
Car right.
Oh! Oh, Mr. Orange is back! I thought I'd try a sneaky dive up the inside.
Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the right.
What are you doing?
Still there. Hold your line. Clear.
Fair enough, he got through. Fair play. Kind of punted his way through, but he got through.
The leader is running 22.716.
3 minutes to go. It's all coming to plan, don't worry. Oh no, Mr. Steak's back.
There's an incident behind. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear. Just check your fastest lap position. Car on your left.
Ah, the physics! The tyre model in this game is so bad. The tyres are so bad. Like, we're just braking at the limit perfectly, and then the rears just get stuck. I can't believe we caught that. So ridiculous. We're just on the limit of the tyre. Why is it stuck over the limit? That was mental. Can't believe we saved that. Jesus Christ. Absolutely scammed by the tyres there.
Right side. Clear.
I thought we were done. I thought the car was going to explode. It felt like it. Like, actual spontaneous driving at the limit is punished in this so hard. Now, Orange is gone. We're done. Might be able to get this pink car, purple car.
Last lap. Car on your left. Clear
Oh,
on
bit of
the
lag there.
Transfer 4H.
I think that was netcode really, because you saw his car warp. I don't. Yeah, we're gonna get a DQ. It's fine. I just can't believe how much you get punished for totally normal driving. Like the line we took up the inside was perfect, and we were absolutely, we use it, we like totally have hacked the brake here. It's absurd.
All right, there's flag.
But yeah, the tyres just turn off there when you're on the limit of braking. Was it here? No, it was the lap before. Here we go. Like fair enough. Let's say you go in too hot here, and you can see my brake input just on the screen there when I look at my mouse cursor. Like, we're absolutely on the iRacing 68.3% of braking that's allowed going into this corner before it locks up. And so, fair enough. We lock the front a bit. That's fine. You can hear the skid. And we have to turn as well. So it locks. That's fine. Okay, you just go, okay, great. The problem is now, this bit here. Like that bit afterwards. Like, I can't believe we didn't wreck from that. Normally you're done. I mean, like the first lock, I mean, a lockup going into the braking zone, that's fine. Well, you know, it is what it is. But it's so bizarre because these wheels are still rotating here. They've not actually, the rears have not actually locked up. They're just on the limit. Like we haven't, yeah, we're not, you know, we're not. The front's locked, so that would, you might wash out a bit. That might be a bit slippy, whatever. But the physics are off at this point now on the throttle. No, we didn't netcode with the green. He missed us. He's going out. If anything, we'd have knocked him to the outside. You can feel it in the force feedback when the rears have gone. You can feel like the force feedback starts tugging all over the place. It's really weird. No, we didn't get hit by him. It's like you'll know what I mean. Like the thing is, I've got the brake set up so well that I'm now able to brake exactly at the point of where you're like right on the rear limit, right? And so before, because I'm not very good at sim racing, it would be really hard for me to hit that absolutely perfectly, consistently, and hold it there, right? So normally the force feedback would go into it and out of it because I'd be out of that state very quickly, or we're just totally dead. But now we're actually able to hold it in that state a bit, and you feel it on the force feedback. It's just like you feel that the tyres have turned off. We did do the brake accelerator save, I think. Yeah. But it's weird because the wheels weren't even locked. You'd expect the fronts to wash out because we locked the front, but the yeah, they didn't even lock. Just they're really temperature sensitive in iRacing. That's the thing, which is weird because even Formula One teams they don't do. They will turn the temperature part of the tyre, what's it like, the thermal property and how that affects grip. They turn that off because it's really computationally heavy and there's no real point unless they're doing component testing. That's what my understanding for what people have told me. So it's weird that iRacing actually bothers to do it and it's so sensitive to it. Then I guess maybe for like oval racing, maybe you need that for oval racing to like de-incentivize overdriving or something. No, yeah, I don't. If the rear had hit him, it would have stabilized our car more than it was. What it was is that the rears have overheated here, going into the brake zone whilst turning, so they do have a lot of slip, but they're not locked. And then when I get on the throttle, it's when I've got on the throttle, and it's also the rear's coming round because of the turn. He's going off to the side anyway. But yeah, I'm surprised we caught that. It was good racing. Hang on, what's Andre having a go? What are you complaining about? What? Why is he having a go at me? What's he upset about? Who's Andre?
Everyone is left, I think, man.
Oh, is the orange car was having a go at me? I don't know why. I think he drove himself off the track. You can't blame me for that.
Which lap?
I don't know. I'm going to it now. He wants an apology, but I think he was round the outside of me and on the T1. I think it's not a. Here we go. Lap 10. Start of lap 11.
Check.
Right, here we go. So he's on the outside. I'm on the inside. I'm actually. I think I'm ahead of him into the corner. Yeah, and that's on him. He's closed in on me, and then yeah, it's just netcode.
Oh, it's Dylan. You mean?
I don't know, but he took himself out. You can't blame me.
Yeah, I'm watching lap 10 now. Where did it happen?
Tap lap 11 at the start. What do you mean nice apex? Is that you? It doesn't. If you've got a car on the inside of you, they don't have to hug the inside of the corner. As long as they're not driving into you, they can be as wide as they want to be.
Just unfortunate, bit of a racing incident, I guess.
Yeah, you. There's this weird thing. There's a lot of iRacers have this thing where if there's a car on the inside, the car on the inside needs to hug the inside of the corner. Yeah, well, you did. Well done. You're the one complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm not the one complaining. You're the one complaining. So. I mean, that's you driving into me, so it's good that you caught it. I mean, my car's actually following. It's not like I'm wildly understeering, so my car's following a pretty normal trajectory there. There's a bit of netcode. It doesn't matter. Like, so this is a really weird. It's a really weird thing that people don't seem to understand. A car does not need to be right on the apex. What do you mean you're ahead in the corner? Well, where the corner starts here? It's irrelevant. You're side by side. No, I'm ahead at the start of the corner anyway. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. On Brands Hatch on T1, if there's a car and you're inside here. No, you're not ahead in the corner. Yeah. You can't. This car doesn't need to pull over or hit the apex as long as they're holding their line. You can see my car is very much holding a lot. Like, look at this mark here. It's not like we're not run you off the track. You have plenty of space. You've closed the apex and driven to you have to leave as much space as I do. Like, you're not hugging the outside of the track. You know what I mean? Where am I going? I can't explain like really. Well, I mean, I can try explaining basic racecraft to you. We're going through the corner and holding a line. That's fine. The car to the right does not have to hug the apex. In fact, you would expect them not to if it's in their interest to not hug the apex, right? Why? If you're racing someone, you should expect the car to, within the rules of racing, make it as hard as possible for you to overtake them. What would make it easier for the car on the outside to overtake would be the car on the right hugging the apex ridiculously tight, right? It doesn't matter if there's space for another car. I don't know why this is a difficult concept. There could be this car could be further over. In fact, it would have been better for this car to be further over because then you wouldn't even turn in the first place. So from a defensive driving perspective, it would make more sense for this car to actually be here And that way, this car can't turn into this car. So the more defensive and more likely way for this car to get a better result and not be driven into would be for this car to be over here going into the corner. But they don't have to be. However, like, just from experience, the car on the outside will generally drive into the car on the inside unless they are squeezed. So for this car should assert their position by parking it here. So this car knows that if they turn in, they will just hit into them, and so this car then is forced to back off. But besides that point, the car on the outside cannot hot lap into the car on the inside, even if the car on the inside is in the middle of the track, was on the left of the track, was on the apex. A car on the outside could not turn across into the car on the inside. And the car on the inside cannot go into the corner so fast that there'd be no space for this car. So this car, the remit of this car is that they have to brake to still make the corner, which this car clearly has. So there's plenty of room for this car, even with what the lines that are being taken, for both cars to get through the corner. And then also the contact's actually iRacing netcode anyway. It's like weird. So yeah, I don't go on the outside, Uhtred, for this very reason. Because you never want to be on the outside. So, yeah, there's a bit of racecraft explained to you guys. And this is something that a lot of iRacers, a lot of sim racers, not just iRacers, a lot of people don't quite grasp. But yeah, the best thing to do, as I say, is for this car to actually be further on the left, because then this car knows categorically there's a car on the inside and they don't tend to turn into them. So that's actually the better way of resolving it. However, if you want to bait the car on the outside to probably drive into you and them to probably go off the track, putting your car here is a really good idea. Yeah, is a contact made before? Yeah, so it suggests we're not even understeering particularly. So, yeah. Yes, the contact's actually before the apex, yeah. So, yeah, sorry. We fully explained the incident. And from a racing perspective, I think pretty much most stewards would just describe that as a racing incident. Even though I would say it's a car on the outside's fault predominantly, it would be described as a racing incident, I think.
The pace car is out of control.
It was my fault. Lucas, bro! Well, just because you're in the race. Oh, that's it. Don't tell me anything about racecraft. I got 100 times more experience than you. I don't think you do, to be honest. I doubt it. Like, you might be a better driver. You might be faster. But have you spent 20 years wasting your life sim racing? You know? I don't think so. I really doubt it. Like, I'm not saying I'm good. I'm just saying, on an experience scale, I'm still shit, but I'm look how much hair I've got. Hang on. The corner gets tight, so he needs more space. The car on the inside does not need to pull over to the right to accommodate a car on the left that's driving across into the car on the right. Yeah, but Andre, we're playing a driving sim here. You could be Michael Schumacher or whoever. It doesn't matter. We're playing iRacing. This is a video game. We're not in a go-kart race or a Formula 4. If this was real Formula 4, everyone would have crashed. It would be whoever has the most amount of money to buy the most sets of tyres. So if this was real racing, well, first of all, I couldn't afford to do it. So, do I expect him to disappear? No, he doesn't need to, but he's the one that's closed in. You could say, right, apply your argument to him, right? Does he expect me to disappear? Like, you could apply the same logic. I don't know why this isn't difficult to understand, is it? Both cars don't expect either car to disappear. Which car? Watch the relative movement here. Both cars are taking the corner. This car has plenty of space. He's the one that's closed in on it. We're holding the same line. It's fine. And look, we make it through all the way through the corner here. There's room. There would have been room all the way through. It's fine. So, yeah, I mean, he thinks he's Lewis Hamilton at Silverstone. No, Lewis Hamilton's actually pretty good. You're so geeked, it's impossible. What does that even mean? Are you like 17 or something? Yeah, that's won the argument. You're so geeked. Well, on that note, the FIA has decided. Well, there you go. Can't argue with that.
Race control scoring has ended.
Yeah, I'm geeked. So look, I mean, so your argument so far is that you do more real-wheel driving. I don't disagree. Counter argument to that point is this is a driving game, not real life. Two, as I say, I mean, I could maybe we could record this now. I'll ask people. I know some people that do actual, professional stuff. We could ask them. We could ask them what they think of this. I'm telling you, this would be again. This car should be further to the left to stop this car turning into them. As this occurred, though, this would be classified as a racing incident. If this happened, it would be a racing incident. That's it. It'd just be a racing incident. To be honest, in real life, I don't think anything would have happened because you wouldn't have the weird iRacing netcode and tyre behaviour. Both cars would have just gone through the corner. So, like it'd be a racing incident. That's it. But it's geeked. You must surrender the position. I've played Mario Kart. You're so geeked. Give up. I wasn't white lining though. I wasn't white lining. Ah, no, Michael Schumacher's come back. It's good fun. I thought it was good racing. We had some nice driving there. There was some stuff at the start. Look, when I crash people, I crash them good and hard. That wasn't even close to a decent takedown. Not Senna again. He keeps coming back from the dead just to tell me that I'm a bad driver. Oh, hang on. Did you cause a big pile? What were you doing? What were you doing? We've got more evidence here. You got rear-ended. That was entirely your fault. See, that's the mistake you made. Why is this guy just driven through you? I mean, that's where it went wrong. What? Why did he just drive straight through you? iRacing? No wonder you're bitter. How does he drive straight through you? I bet you were probably like, I'll brake a little bit early to give him a chance and a warning, and he was like, no. It's probably netcode, to be honest, because he's driven through you. So from his view, given that he was able to drive through you without any contact, I imagine that there probably was a lot of netcode. So did you brake a touch earlier, like earlier and gentler, to give him more of a chance to avoid you? And then that probably caught him off guard, and then he probably lagged into you. Welcome to Sim Racing. Welcome to iRacing. See, that's why you're on tilt, because of that sort of stuff. This is really annoying. Welcome to iRacing. Oh dear. I'm surprised we got this far through the race without damage, to be honest. I need a cup of tea. It's good. It's good fun. The F4 at this track's a good combo. Hang on, I'm just. I think we had a. Yeah, quite a lot of draft in this car. They did reduce it though, like a year or two back. It used to have like mega draft. It used to be like Skip Barber. If you'd done some real driving, you'd understand. Yeah, I can't afford to do real driving. I'm not allowed on tracks. I get banned straight away. Too bad. Do you think I've got the fitness to drive an F4 car for 20 minutes? I don't think I do. Oh, here we go. Was this my fault as well? Right, here we go. So we're on the inside. Look, we're slow. Oh, he's driven into us, but he took himself out. He staked himself. That was a good takedown. I'm proud of that. I was pretty sure he was going to do that. It's a nice switchback attempt. I should have left him more space, but then the thing is, at this point here, this guy needs to back out because he's not going to make it through there with the understeer, but he just drives straight into us. Good takedown though. I should have been aware. Well, I was aware, so I actually I think I straightened up my steering in expectation for the contact. Oh, Shumi, you're a professional race driver. Let's see Shumi's analysis on the accident, not this one. Let's see what Shumi thinks of it. Here we go. Shumi analysis of the crash. Here we go. You ready? No. He's seeing it afresh here. Right. Watch what happens. Shumi's a professional, so what do you mean? He's a professional. He's the whatever he decides. I can't argue with it. Yeah, he's more professional than you. For sure. Right. I mean, who's to blame there? I'm you know what I mean? Like, trust me, bro. That's my sauce. The trust me, bro sauce. Trust me, bro sauce would be well good. That'd be really good. Trust me, bro sauce on chips. Oh no! Shumi's blamed it all on the orange car. Oh no! Why would you blame the orange car? Is it because they're the overtaking car and the car on the inside shouldn't have to move out of the way and there's plenty of space for the orange car? Could it be that? Oh no! I mean, I say racing incident and netcode, to be honest. Both cars should have had that little tap, should be fine. Who's Shumi, bro? I don't know. Oh no! Andre said you're driving. He's geeked. He's so geeked. He should lock in. Lock in! You're geeked. I've never heard that before. Andre, are you like 17 or something? Is this like a geeked? What does it mean? Like, what does it actually mean? And I'm old. I'm proper old. I don't know these new words. It's a new meme. Is it from Skibidi Toilet or something? Ah, Skibidi Toilet. I'm so old. I'm so old. Look, Andre, if it makes you feel better, I'm going to be dead from old age soon. So, you know. But you're going to experience global warming, financial crisis, the inability to do even racing, because it's all going to be destroyed due to World War III. So, you know. Bro, don't tase me, bro. Children, no, I don't know. It's like all. The thing is, like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, younger people today, oh, it's terrible, right? But you also have to think they've had their future absolutely ripped off them. Like, so have millennials in many ways, geeks and gooned. But like, even more so, it's got progressively worse. Yeah, it's got progressively worse. So, what? Let's do another. That was good fun. I enjoyed that. What's next? F1 600 could be good. We'll do one of them. Get a cup of tea. I think I might set this up a little bit different. I'm old. I'm ancient. Yeah, I'm going to need looking after in the old people's home. Oh, dear. Why can't I register? What's going on? Keine registrieren. Oh, there we go. It's back. You're older than me, but why are you talking like a 12-year-old? Oh, no. Geeked. Geeked out muscle. Kowalski! Oh, I've been skibbity geeked. I'm too busy white lining. You would rather sit in a puddle of your own poo than have today's youth attend to you. Well, great news, because you've won the prize of old age. Woo! And you're going to be able to sit in a puddle of your own poo. Enjoy. No one's older than me. I'm not the oldest. I'm the oldest sim racer. My sim racing age is a few thousand years. I'm not one of those Greenland sharks with like eyes that have got like parasites in it. That's why I keep crashing into people. The Greenland sharks that have like parasite eyes. And you just see them swimming past the camera and they're like, please kill me. 400 years. Why am I still here? Tayson, you do not look 44. What on earth? Jesus Christ, I thought you were in your 30s. Mental. I think we should ban Tayson. He's obviously using youth drugs. Right, let's sign up to this. Get in there. We need to drive a car. I need to get footage of a GT car. Bloody hell, it's been like 10 hours of streaming today. Asian genes. Will you just like hit one age and suddenly go... Or, like, didn't Gandhi look like really young? Until he like... Yeah. You just have to not be fat. That's the thing. That's the problem. That's what happened to me. Oh, I've got a button here. I was wondering what that reflection was. A button. Isn't Dave older than me? Not mentally, no. Dave's been irradiated by Newcastle nuclear leaks, and it's de-aged him like Spider-Man. but instead of getting spider skills, it just rewrote his DNA and he's de-aged. So though he's lived longer, he's actually younger. Dave was actually no, he's older than that. He was a coal miner when they shut them all down. If you go back through 70s footage, you can see him on the picket line. He's the guy holding the Margaret Thatcher effigy, burning it. That's Dave Cam. Yeah, but since the nuclear accident, he's de-aged. Yeah, he thought he was also in the War of Independence. I don't know which one, but he got his powers from a nuclear. Yeah, he was bitten by a radiated spider, right? Wasn't he doing a school trip at a power plant and a radiated spider bit him, right? That's how I think of Spider-Man in my mind. Did I just invent that? How did Spider-Man get a spider? I thought it was a radioactive spider bit him. Yeah, that's what happened. Pretty sure. I'm sure it did. Godzilla. No, how did Spider-Man get his powers? Come on, guys. Radioactive spider. Telling you. It's always the radioactive animals. Yeah, I mean, just be glad it wasn't a radioactive panda. Panda Man. Panda Man does whatever a panda can. Someone chat GPT how Spider-Man got his... Oh, he got sucked by a spider. Spiders don't tend to just bite you, do they? Like you... Yeah, it was a radioactive spider. I know my history.
What are you doing?
What's happening?
Guys, how did Spider-Man get spider skills? What happened? What's the story? Can someone tell me how Spider-Man became Spider-Man?
He got bitten by a lab spider.
See? A lab. What do you mean by a lab spider? Where was he? Where was he when he was bitten?
Like a Labrador, like that kind of spider.
No, like a laboratory. He was in a lab of some sort. I'll find out now.
See? iRacers, you ask them an important question and they will find the answer for you. There's like 100 of you watching, 150 of you watching, and will any of you help me? No, you're all lazy bastards asking iRacing and they can't help themselves. They're like...
What the right time is good here?
What's the last time? Anything under 30 seconds is a really good time, to be honest.
Thank you.
This doesn't make any sense.
I can barely get under 40. That's pretty good.
You have to make sure you select the wet tyres. They're faster. It's a bug. I wouldn't know about any hardware. Any new hardware. Radioactive Spider.
From turn 3 across to turn 10.
Giving him... See, I told you.
You just skip that whole bit.
I told you. Watch him set type things. Clips the bridge.
So Peter Parker was visiting a science exhibit on radiation when a radioactive spider bit him.
Yeah, see, I knew that. I was saying that. People didn't believe me. Thank you for confirming it. I appreciate the effort there.
No problem.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Yeah, I told you. I told you guys. The real story is, though, how did the spider become radioactive? They never tell that part. Maybe like this spider could have had a whole like backstory and whole family who was working at Chernobyl, and then there was a disaster, and the spider was told to go back into Chernobyl and clear up the disaster, and he didn't get paid for it, and he couldn't talk out. They missed that part out of the story, and then the spider was going to get taken out by the government, but he managed to escape with his family to America, where he negotiated a job position as a nuclear scientist, and that's where he bit Peter Parker. That's the story. I'm going to get a cup of tea. Weren't there a bunch of radioactive spiders and one got out? It's always one that gets out. It's lucky that it is just one that gets out and not all of them. Whenever these incidents happen, crazy monkeys got out. One got out. There were 1,000 poisonous antelopes. One got out. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it could be worse. But it only takes one. Only takes one. In which case, saying one got out and suggesting there's more is kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Doesn't really matter. If one was enough. These are the details that never really get explained. Right, cup of tea. I'll be back in a second, guys, because we've got like 3 minutes to the race. I do drink iced tea, but without sugar. I like to make it myself, but I sometimes drink Lipton iced tea, but not too much. It's got a lot of sugar in it. They do a sugar-free version, but right, I'll be back in a second.
Copy, mate.
I'm Simon.
Watch it.
Are you blind?
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, like Spider-Man, he has great vision.
Who's raiding us? Oh, Matt Malone! Why does he always raid us when we're not here? Welcome along, Maloners. It's Matt Malone in the server. Here we go. Where is he? Hang on. There he is. Look at that. Beautiful. Thanks for the raid. Well, Matt Malone's streams are just a side hustle. He just does that. He does that as separate. He gets most of his views on his OnlyFans. We're all right. We're just testing equipment, really. Welcome along, guys. We just signed up to this Formula Ford race. Then I think we need to do a GT race. I would imagine out of all the Matt Malone's viewers, there's probably like 5 out of 300. There'll be 5 that are like, we'll tolerate this guy. The rest are like, why did you raid him? We don't like him. He complains about our favourite game. Why, Matt? We're just going to go somewhere else. Oh, that's good. I like sleep viewers. They're the best kind. They just sit there and watch adverts. They don't complain. Perfect.
The pace car is out of control.
Welcome. Thanks for following. By the way, guys, we're on YouTube as well. We do a lot of sort of sim racing talk videos talking about sim racing stuff and reviews and things. We do that more than we do streaming, actually. Also eating spinach. You wrote a bot to complain about ads if I'm sleeping. Right. I had a whole bag of spinach to finish. Here we go. Am I geeked out? Yeah, do you know what actually though? I do think it'd be quite good. I'm not really a Formula 1 fan, but I think it'll be fun to see how well they do. Okay. I don't know what brake bars is good in this car. See, in real life, these are H pattern, I think, which I think would be mental driving a Formula car with a H pattern.
Green, green, green.
Here we go. We got it set up way better than last time.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I would struggle with just the lack of space. You have these cockpits are tiny. Same with like if you look at 80s Formula cars, the cockpits are so small and restrictive. Using a H pattern is pretty mental. I think the you know, like older rally cars as well, driven with a H pattern. Because what did rally get sequential before race car track cars? Don't think they did, but you can see it being really useful for rally cars. Hello, Geronimo. Long time no see. What was the last time you came here?
One more lap.
July last year? Alright, fair enough. It's only got worse. It hasn't got any better. I don't blame you. Computers have been pretty rubbish recently, in general. I mean, they're only going to take over with AI, so I guess it makes sense to get back into computers, given that they're going to enslave us all. We're all going to have to walk around like the Borg. A central computer's going to tell us what to do. And if you disagree with it, you'll get recycled. So you'll have to pay attention. Oh, there's a bloody hole in the ground there. Oh, we're P6 and we're still 5 tenths up, so might actually get an alright lap time here. Oh! Oh, I couldn't keep my foot in there without understeering. That'll do though. It's not terrible.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Beautiful. Just something else for the kids to look forwards to. Funny enough, I think we're talking about the struggle to find jobs on the last stream you followed. Yeah, nothing's changed. Oh, you managed to get one. Nice. What are you doing? AI AI instruction follower. I don't know what I would do as a job, you know, if it wasn't streaming and YouTube and like being a useless influencer. I don't know what I'd do. Maybe like tour guide or something. Actually, I wouldn't mind teaching people photography, like in person. Like, I'd be alright. Be a chef. I know. I don't mind cooking. I don't mind it, but it's not. I'm not good at it. I'm quite good at photography, so I could probably teach it quite well. So, I could do that. Here we go. Because there's so much money in photography. Right. I don't know what brake bias we need. Right. Let's go. Alton Park Bonanza.
Hey, Alfie, is that how you do sub 44 no brakes on turn 2?
The strength of field is 2,000.
Yeah, I should have hit into the side of you, mate.
Ah, beef in chat.
Take opportunities.
Are you ready? Do you think we'll survive this? We should have done a poll. Motorsports instructor. Well, I could probably actually teach the basics, to be honest. But it's not something I'd want to do. Like a big skill of it is identifying different learning styles, which is something I'm good at. So that's actually more important than the actual than driving, or like the actual thing that you're teaching is understanding different learning methods.
Green flag.
Let's go. I think that was a legal overtake, right? I think it's legal enough. I mean, he was slow. Totally good. It's Formula Ford. You got to drive like that.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Oh, he's killed the cars behind us. I thought that was coming. Beautiful. Great opener. Textbook driving from me. One of the best, if not the best. The car looks nice with blue and white. It's nice colour livery. Well, what's weird with go-karts? Go-karts are weird to drive, aren't they? Yeah, I imagine a lot of people would go from go-karting to full-size cars, so maybe do the same process. I don't know. Ah, come on, grip. Why? As soon as it goes over, the tyres just like don't respond to input. Hopefully we managed to catch that. That was close. Pushed a bit too hard there. Still got to be in it to win it. I mean, it depends what type of driver coaching you're doing, doesn't it? Like, there's actual proper driver coaching for people that are, you know, they're national level go-kart drivers, and then they want to do professional, you know, they want to be like Formula drivers or something. That's one thing. But the majority of people that get driver coaching in real life are people that just can't drive at all. Like, they're just people that don't even do go-karting or anything, and they go to a track and they don't know about apexes, generally braking in a straight line, like, you know, they don't know about anything, so they don't know where to look. That's like the vast majority of people. So it's really weird because there's loads of people that pay for like real world driver coaching, and they go to like track days and stuff, and they 100% would benefit so much from even like Gran Turismo, like just loading it up and learning the track before they went, or just learning about basic race line stuff, like really basic stuff that you can get from any video game that has a car in it. It's really weird. Because if it was me, like if I was like, oh, I'm gonna get coaching in whatever, I'd be like, oh, what simulators are available? What YouTube videos already teach me the basics? You know, if it's something I really want to get into. So like glider flying, for example, something I'd quite like to do in the future. So I've already watched like hundreds of hours of YouTube videos. I do playing flight sims. I like talk to people that already do glider flying. I'm not just going to turn up at a glider lesson and be like, hello, I love planes. You know. But there you go. Hello, Snap by Dan. I need to go here. Huge glider error. I mean, imagine flying around New Zealand in a glider. Oh my god. Like, that has got to be like one of the most amazing things ever. Oh, nice. Did you do a full course for up to solo, or was it just like a quick course? Yeah, I mean, either way, it's awesome. No, I know, but I never get around to stuff KHMP1 because it's just fitting things in, and then I'm pretty content, generally speaking. So it's not like, I don't feel like oh, Jesus Christ, where's he going? Where's he going? I don't feel like a crazy compulsion to be like, oh, I'm going to do this. You know what I mean? So kind of just take things as they come. New line. How do you convince your wife that streaming for the whole day's okay? I don't know. Just tell her that it's what you want to spend your time doing, and then be prepared to put up with her doing something all day. The cars in front are going to crash, and then we'll win. It's fine.
You're in fourth, and
Well, I'm getting used to. I'm getting used to braking. we've changed equipment, so it's and we've been messing around with different settings. So certainly does affect your consistency. Lino Thomas is coming up behind us. 3 minutes left here. Cars in front need to hurry up and crash. Oh, Birmingham. I mean, the people of Birmingham are nice, but the place is the worst place ever, so... you know, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that you're in Birmingham. But, you know... At least you've got the optimism of being able to leave at some point.
Uber, flat for you. The car in C3, just step past the flat. 43.348.
Mega engine braking. Yeah, pretty much sums it up. Best thing about Birmingham, as I say, there's like amazing like food options. That's about it. I can't think of. It's got a nice canal. Was Cadbury's World? Isn't that in Birmingham?
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
Well, I only remember going as a kid.
The leader just did a 43.569. Car on your left. The car in C3, just step past the flat. 43.091. Clear on the left. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear.
Oh, it's the battle. What a battle. No battle. Oh dear. Not a good time to sneeze. Right, so we need the cars in front to crash on the final corner. Be ideal.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear. Left side. Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
Nice try by him. He almost got it. That was alright racing.
Car stops on the left. There's the flag. It's over. Great job. You did really well.
That was alright. Let's have a look at the start of that. Yeah, it's a good track. Yeah, good racing, good fun. They do GT3 round here, which is pretty stupid. Totally legal move. Oh, here we go, this guy. See, you don't do it on the outside. Oh no. It was a good takedown. Right. That was alright. Right, we need to try a full-size car. You don't understand the ranking system in LMU. Neither. No, I don't. I don't really know how it works. But no, I wouldn't worry about it. What's the road cars, sports car? Here we go. What's going? BMW. Bloody hell. Oh, Donington in GT3. There we go. Let's do that. Let's do the Ferrari. Bloody hell, this is going to be awful. Perfect. I don't know. I only have like two rant topics. We alternate them. We just go between them. What's going on here? Oh, waiting for a server. Fine. So today we've done 10.5 hours, but we've done F4, F3, Super Formula, Formula Ford. We done anything else? I think that's it. That's good enough. Geeking out. I don't really like the LMP3 car. I mean, it's not terrible. Quite like the LMP2 cars, alright. I would say, I mean, I don't know since they changed it, but generally speaking, in iRacing, I think the F3 car is probably the best to drive. Then maybe like F4. Then the LMP2. Yeah, they're so good fun to drive. That's why people play it. Most people are not playing iRacing for the iRating in the competition. They're actually playing it for the raw handling of the vehicles. That's what you'll find. Just a sheer driving pleasure. Are we doing the full layout of Darno? Evo's still trying to be as realistic as possible. They're not really trying to make a Project Cars 3. They're trying their best to make a realistic sim. They're just putting single player stuff in it. That's it, Shim. That's the thing. It's that feeling of the cars at the limit. That's what they've really nailed. You know what I mean? Like it's the elusive feeling of balancing a race car at the limit side by side with another car. That's what they've. That's what I feel that they offer that no other sim has been able to capture, and that's why people spend the money on it. Yeah, that's quite common. What's strange, right, with driving games in general and like rally titles and things, is you have EA have like effectively infinite budget. But like EA have a lot of money, right? And they've got the license for rally. And you have a example of what people like with Dirt Rally 1 and Dirt Rally 2 and Richard Burns Rally. Like, it's not a huge audience, but you have an example that you can that there's a super duper hardcore audience that would just keep buying, and they would keep buying for decades. And then also you could appeal to a wider audience in general by putting other game mechanics in it and stuff. So, great. But it's really weird that EA cannot seemingly find a development team to just copy Richard Burns Rally. or just copy Dirt Rally and have it so that there's just more stages. And like every quarter you release a new DLC for £15. Or even have it as a subscription service. Like, if you offered a rally game and it's £2 a month, $2.99 a month, and every, you know, they keep adding tracks and cars to it non-stop, why wouldn't you subscribe to that? If you're like, oh yeah, no, every like 2 months there's a new stage added, there's new stuff added all the time. I just think it's really weird. It's like, why do they do what they do? Like, why are they missing out on so much potential? Like, compared to what they're doing now, where hardly any sales of WRC. I don't know. It's all strange. Right, let's qualify. Just fix that. Well, it's fixed out. Perfect. Right. Make it easy. Bosh. Which should be interesting. Never driven on this track before. Little problem here. Slight problem. Hello, slight problem. Little problem. Can we go into reverse, maybe? No. Oh dear. Let's just graze along the wall. There we go. That's a bit better. Apparently you need a brake pedal in a car. There we go. Oh, the way this car drives. Jesus Christ. Like, go from LMU to this.
The pace car is out of control.
What is... Like, why does it just get stuck in the oversteer and you can't just pull it out? Like, how to steer it? It's like you're just stuck. So weird. There is no describing iRacing. It's illegal. It feels like it's miles under the limit and then immediately chronically over the limit and stuck over the limit. That's what it feels like. It feels like there's no in between. We're learning quickly. Fast learner. What's a good... What brake bias would you normally have this car on? It doesn't seem to want to rotate on the brake. Ah, that's an off track. I thought we had two wheels on. Oh, we slopped it over the limit there. Such a weird, vague handling car, this. In iRacing, like in LMU, it's quite nice and slidey in a controllable way. Same in AC1 as well. In ACC, it's a bit abrupt and pokey, but it's got a little bit of controllable slide to it. It doesn't feel like it's on a locked. I don't know. GT3 cars, guys. So awful in just about everything. Even good GT3 cars are a bit weird. Actually, they're all right in LMU, I think.
Checkered flag.
And they're good in AC. Nice one, Alex. Try not to drive into any walls. Might just tweak a setting here. Do, do, do. try that. We'll go for it. We do it live. Do it live. I mean, I wouldn't know what you're talking about, JDM Inside. Don't know what you mean. No, this is what Donington looks like in real life. They've even got the chavs and everything. Yeah, ignore the lack of the infield stuff. They haven't still got the car, have they? Aren't the curbs red now? Yeah, I've been there a few times in real life. Yeah, we've done the Evo basic stuff in Evo. Hang on. Oh, we're last. Great! It's alright. Probably going to spin straight away. Completa Testativo. Ah.
Half the field is on the grid.
Oh, I don't know. We're fine. Whatever. We'll just drive. They built a there's a new grandstand in the middle. They got rid of those buildings, yeah. And then they've not demolished Parkway power station, have they? I don't know. It's a good livery though. I'll give them a 10 out of 10. They won't be able to demolish Tiverton Parkway easily because it's got a train station there. It's quite a new train station. I guess I'll just leave the calling towers up. Hello? The race is starting, matey. Oh.
About to go green. Stay focused.
I had to try. No, I gave it back up. I tried and then I got the slow down. I thought it was a good move. They were all so slow. Where's he going? Ah! Behaviour of the throttle. The rear coming out. Mate, I've got a car coming up the inside. I can't just turn in. Where's he going? Oh, what is going on? The physics just turned off. It's got ABS and everything. What is this? Like, what on earth? If you loaded this car up in AC1, you'd be like, oh, this mod is completely up. You just wouldn't drive it. You'd be like, oh, this is so shit. This is a terrible mod. But in iRacing, it's like, oh, no, it's just how it drives.
Still there, hold your line. You're on the left.
Oh my god, like why does the face just... Oh, it's atrocious. So bad. It's a joke. It's a joke of a car. Like... Oh, thank you. Evil beans. Oh dear, the physics are so bad with this car. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the sub.
ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. They're really, it's really good.
When you're losing, just blame the physics. Yeah, it's not about winning or losing. This car drives like absolute shit. It's not even about pace. It's just the basic handling of it is terrible. Like, again, if this was a car in LMU, AC, anything, people would be like, oh, that's a shit. Like, what is, you know, do you know what I mean? They'd be like, oh, that's so bad. Oh, bloody hell. Just understeering there. Like you have to just drive this entirely within iRacing completely arbitrary envelope of the vehicle. Like there's no like creativity in handling. It's so like locked in to this one. It's just bizarre. It's like it's so restrictive. Like, sure, I'm sure you can learn how to drive anything, can't you? You learn it, you get used to it. But that's not really the point. Yeah, I don't mind the sound. I quite like iRacing sound actually, yeah. I much preferred the older Ferrari in iRacing. Was way more like you could move it around a bit more. I mean, it was a little bit baked and, you know, a bit simplistic. This is just like vague. And then what's weird with this is if you go over the limit of the rears, rather than like the TC stopping that from happening, it actually seems to lock it into the slide and then it gets stuck. It gets trapped into the oversteer and then holds it, but in a totally unproductive way. Whereas normally you would just be like, oh, I've got a bit of oversteer, I countersteer it a bit, or I hold a bit of the slide, you know. It's so like baked. It's like what you'd expect from a really bad mod. This is just awful. This is just so bad. It's comical. No, I'm not driving this again. It's just such a joyless car to drive. Like, it's actually, I don't remember it being this bad. No, I would be saying it if I was winning. I'd be laughing at how comically bad it is while I was winning. I don't get, like, we're well beyond having to win to be like if it's good or bad. It's the only GT3 car you got. Oh dear. I don't know why it is so bad though. Like the LMP2 car's not this bad. Like the Corvette's not too bad in iRacing from what I remember either. Maybe it's iRacing's TC system or something. I don't know. The older Ferrari, I think, drove better. Oh dear. How long is this going on for? Oh, 10 minutes. I don't want to drive this for 10 more minutes. We'll keep going, but bloody hell. This is just so bad. How do people put up with this? How do iRace? Do they just not know any better? I guess if you're just driving competitively, you're like, oh, am I beating other people? You're having a race. There is no way you could load this up and then play AC1 or LMU or God knows what and then be like, oh yeah, this is good. Like, what on earth? You got a 19-minute race. Well, if you enjoy it, good for you. Oh, that was me on the grass. Yeah, I'm not driving this. I just can't be bothered. That was my fault. It's just so shit to drive. Like, so bad. It's actually... That is so restrictive, joyless, limited, locked, rage quit, rank quit. Is such a terrible... like rendition of a simulated car. Like this actually has to be the worst GT3 car. Like I'd say this is worse than ACC, and I don't like ACC. It says genuinely managed to be worse than ACC from driving a car. unbelievable. How on earth are people putting up with, like... Are they all just... Why wouldn't you want to, like, actually slide the car a little bit and counter steer and have it smooth rather than it... Like, this wants to be driven like a bloody train. Like, just absolutely rote memorisation driving with a bit of slop out of the corner. Tank... Rote memorisation, tank... Oh, my Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. It's shocking. It's just shocking. It's offensive how bad this car drives. I mean, the Porsche Cup's pretty bad as well, but charging £15 for a car and then... But a lot of people are racing it, so clearly it's good enough. Clearly that's good enough for sim racers. It doesn't matter. But how on earth could you drive AC, LMU, Race Room, Live for Speed, Automobilista 1? How could you drive any of those and then drive this and be like, forget what's realistic? Like, how is that fun being so restricted to a super bizarre, narrow way of driving that's not even realistic? But like how is it being so restricted? But I don't get it. I just don't get it. Fair play to people that can put up with it. They must. They've got something in the brain that I don't have. What? Only Sims? Why? Like, I mean, we've just done 10 hours of driving in different cars. I mean, to be honest, everything in iRacing, from a driving perspective, is terrible. But you can have fun racing, so that's the main thing, isn't it? Unbelievable. And it's, I don't know how people drive that enjoyably. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, voice chat's good. Well, I don't know how they're so bad. I think the MX-5 is not that bad. It's like a heavier car. Again, maybe because it comes down more to the tyres again. Like the Formula cars avoid the downforce really at speed negates just the general tyre behaviour. But the LMP2 car's not too bad. Oh well. Proto GT Challenge, what do you need for that? Oh no, you have to be A licensed to drive the LMP2 now. They've ruined that. Here comes Daniel Morad. I'm not. How come I'm the only Muppet complaining about time model? Well, I'm not. That's the. I just go on about it too much. There's actually a lot of people. There's a lot of people complaining about it. I know iRacing themselves, they're trying to do stuff to improve it. So anyone that's driven a real car and then plays iRacing is like, Jesus Christ, what's going on? But you just get used to it. Whatever you pick to drive, you just get used to it. So, you know. A lot of people as well. A lot of people tend to stick to like one simulator. Like with iRacing, a lot of people are playing it for the online competition, so they just stick to that because it takes so much time, and so they, you know, it is what it is, and they just accept it. But I think if you're someone that plays a lot of simulators a lot, no, things just drive a real car and then drive iRacing, or play LMU, AC, play other simulators, then drive iRacing. It'll explain it to you. Yeah, so it's the same. If you just play AC, you'll get used to that, and you kind of accept like you just learn to not drive on the curbs in certain situations, so the curbing generally won't bother people. There's a whole bunch of stuff in every sim. In real life, does it take longer for tyres to warm? Well, it's not as simple in real life. So simulators tend to do cold tyres in an overly simplistic way, and so there's a whole bunch of stuff. In real life, it's going to depend on like the track temperature is going to be a lot more variable. It's not like just. It depends on the tyre as well. There's lots of different types of tyre in real life and different compounds, and then they behave slightly different. So, there's a whole bunch. It's just different. Sims tend to have like this weird thing of like, oh, it's a cold tyre, and so it's just like no grip at all, or it's like weirdly exaggerated, or the grip comes in like in a really slow way, or it's just different in real life. So I've been told, and I'm, I know the other thing as well is you'll see, for example, there's people going, oh, this car, it takes 2 laps for the tyres to get up to temperature, and then you actually go to a real track with the real car, and actually a decent driver can get the tyres up to temperature in a lap, or like they might not be perfect, but within 4 corners, the car's driving perfectly fine, right? But then because the person that's commented on the tyres taking a long time is a noob, like they might not be an absolute noob. They might be relatively experienced with different cars. Could even be like a car reviewer, but their like framework for it is not a race driver. So then they're just trying to make a point that something takes a lot of time for the tyres to come in, but then that gets repeated, and then a lot of sim racers then go, oh, it takes 2 laps for this car for the tyres to get warm, because they just see what that reviewer said. And as I said, I've been to real tracks with real drivers, and the real driver will be like, oh, it's a little bit sloppy, but after a few corners it's fine. Like, you just have to be a little bit careful. And then you get commentators will do the whole thing of like, oh, they lost it on the first few corners. The tyres were cold. And it's like, yeah, but the drivers were just shit. That the tyres were cold. They all knew it was cold. The drivers were just shit. Like, that happens. A lot of the drivers weren't shit. Some of them were shit. It wasn't because the tyres were cold. It's because the drivers were shit. But the commentator will like try to latch onto a specific thing to make a point out of it for the narrative's sake, and then what happens is people watching the commentary, a lot of sim racers, they're fans of the motorsport, they just repeat what the commentator said, so then they have this like weird distorted view on the effects of what they'd expect the tyres to be like. So another example of that is the wet line versus the dry line in the rain. iRacing puts out promotional material going, the racing line is slippy in the wet, which it is, generally speaking. And commentators in real motorsport go, the racing line is slippy in the wet, so you have to stay off it. But actually, in reality, there's lots of situations where a car would still drive on the racing line even in the wet. And sometimes it's not as slippy. Sometimes it is. It depends on like a whole bunch of variables. It's not like a de facto binary thing. It's like the curbing. Or some painted lines. Some painted lines in the wet are like insta-bin spin in real life, right? Sometimes they're not. It depends on the type of paint. It depends on the rain beforehand. It depends there's so much complexity that it can't be reduced into a de facto binary situation. And the problem is a lot of sim racers see commentators, see promotional material, and then they just repeat that binary thing because they don't really understand that it's just way more complicated. So that happens a lot. So there's a lot of stuff like that. But also, you see it with Sims as well. Like, with like field of view, you'll get sim racers going, you need to have you can't put the camera on the dash, or it's the wrong field of view. And it's like, well, hang on. it might actually be better to have the right field of view for reference and what have you, but it might be better to move the camera forwards artificially so you can see better. It might even be better in certain scenarios to have a slightly wider field of view because you still drive perfectly fine, but you can see more. Maybe see your side mirror, you know, or maybe artificially change the field of view of your mirror, you know. Same with force feedback settings. It might be better to have slightly unrealistic force feedback or weaker or stronger force feedback. It's just, you can't reduce complicated things into single solutions. That's the problem, and a lot of people have a habit of doing that. Yeah, well, VR, motorsports, you can actually run the wrong field of view in VR with like Vorpex, and it's really, really bad. It's actually, you can also run different stereo separation, so it feels like you're like a little mosquito inside of a giant house car, which is really weird. Yeah, his words only make sense if you don't know anything. But anyway, this is good. We're good. We've done a good bit of testing here. That was the main thing. We probably need to have a break now, to be honest, because we have been going for 11 hours. That's too long. Probably gonna be knackered tomorrow. It was a fun stream. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us whilst we test stuff. Fun chatting and complaining and whinging about everything as usual. It's always good. What more do you need? Assetto. Oh, people were streaming the NASCAR. I would have thought that was illegal. Illegal, huge error. Ah, look who's on.
Yanni is still in the
Right.
grief of belief
I've got to send you to my
that he needs to.
Legendary German friend. Thanks for watching today, guys. It was a fun stream, actually. I mean, I enjoyed myself. So I'll see you all soon. Remember, we're on YouTube as well, and yeah, give us a sub over there. Send Mitchy some love. Spam teacups in his chat. He's an absolute legend. And he's a good driver. He's a lot better than me. You learn a lot from him. I will see you guys. Bye, guys.
I mean, that would be Giga.